حضورنا الكريم، ستبدأ فعاليات منتدى اليونسكو للمنظمات غير الحكومية خلال لحظات. نرجو منكم التوجه إلى القاعة الرئيسية.
Ladies and gentlemen, the UNESCO NGO Forum will commence shortly. Please make your way to the plenary hall.
How can we empower today's youth to realize our 21st century ambitions? New generations of young leaders are ushering in waves of opportunity and advancement. We must empower and nurture the innovators of tomorrow, harnessing their talents and energy to foster positive social change. NGOs are cultivating new platforms that ensure the youth of today have the right skills and knowledge to meet the challenges of tomorrow. Strengthening youth volunteer programs fosters a virtuous circle that promotes positive change throughout society. Empowering young people with the skills and knowledge they need to harness new technologies as engines of positive change in society. Tapping into the younger generation's technological intuition so that digital platforms become agents for positive social change. The young grow old in a world forged by actions today, so we must embrace their passion for environmental sustainability, making the voices of youth heard wherever decisions are made, ensuring a positive legacy for future generations. Today's youth are the guardians of cultural and social heritage, charged with transforming the world without forgetting where they came from. They must embrace the future while respecting the past.
We are
the young.
We are the new leaders.
Leaders.
Reaching beyond. Leaders and innovators. Creators and influencers. Young and bold.
Bold.
We are empowered. Empowered. And we are the future. Future.
حضورنا الكريم، رحبوا معنا بالصحفي ألين كاسوجا.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage journalist Alan Kasuja.
Good morning to you. How are you doing today? Really? Really? Good morning to you. How are you doing today? Brilliant. My name is Alan Kasuja. I'm going to be Master of Ceremonies. I'll also be moderating some of the sessions today and tomorrow. And I can't say enough how much of a privilege it is to be here. And again, to see all of you here. Ladies and gentlemen, just give each other a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the people of Riyadh, to the people of Saudi Arabia. It's just been a brilliant few hours. I look forward to enjoying the rest of my stay here, as does everybody else, I'm sure. Right now, I'm going to introduce the speakers for the opening ceremony of the 7th UNESCO NGO Forum. But before I do that, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Royal Highnesses, their Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and let's give everybody a round of applause for making time to attend this. Has everybody had an opportunity to download the app? Has everybody downloaded the app? If you don't know what I'm talking about, please bear with me, you'll find out in a moment, but you do need to have the app. It's going to be a very, very important part of our conversations today. Now, the thing about this particular conference is that it's bringing together leading NGOs to discuss how to empower young people and to make a positive social impact in their own futures. They say that young people are the leaders of tomorrow. In actual sense, the young people are today's leaders and they're charting their futures. And so this is an important event to be a part of. And these are not just mere words. You know, the conference that we are holding here beginning today represents hope, and we hope that we shall be able to achieve some of the things that we talk about here in the real world. First and foremost, it's a very international NGO forum. How many of you are from Europe? Let's give everybody a round of applause. Anybody from Africa? A round of applause. Anybody from Asia? Okay, and then of course anybody from the Middle East. So the world is fully represented here. This is the world. And more important than anything else, what we are hoping to achieve at the end of it all is that you will make lifelong connections. We might be coming from different parts of the world, but today and for the next few days, we are one. And let's remember that it's about young people. And if you haven't realized yet, more than 75% of the audience, more than 75% of people attending are younger than 35. And so that's something to be excited about as well. And also, it's appropriate that we say thank you very much to the MiSK Foundation that has organized the forum, and it's working in partnership with UNESCO. And we've got to say and pay a special tribute to His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who established the foundation to empower, to nurture, and to inspire Saudi Arabia's youth to become active participants in the global economy. So this is a great starting point, and hopefully the synergies that are created here will propel us to a brilliant future. Now, received wisdom says that nations are becoming more isolationist. You've heard that, right? Countries are beginning to look more inward. We've heard that said quite a lot. But let's celebrate internationalism here, because internationalism is the future. And also, there's a lot of cynicism about ordinary citizens' ability to improve their societies through volunteering. You know, let's proclaim the real impact that the NGOs are having. And I've got to say thank you very much as well to the UNESCO NGO Liaison Committee for their amazing work in bringing together diverse NGOs from 400 plus organizations from 60 countries, and it's a big, big achievement. Let's give them a round of applause. There are all sorts of lazy claims about youth apathy. Let's show that the reality of young people, you know, is that they are change makers whose energy represents the best hope for a prosperous, harmonious, and sustainable future. And then over the next 2 days, you will explore the nexus that links all these, how NGOs can help unleash the talents of youth so that they can be agents of positive impact. Now, I come from Uganda, and I was doing a documentary there the other day. Who knows the youngest country in the world? Uganda, sorry? Malawi is pretty young. Which other country? South Sudan, well, yeah, independence-wise, yes, it's pretty young. But I'm talking about the age factor. Who knows which country that is? Saudi Arabia is very young as well. But I've got to tell you, two of the youngest countries are actually Niger, and second youngest is Uganda. I was doing a documentary there over the last few days, and I discovered that the median age of Uganda, for example, is under 15. So the young population can either be a huge advantage or a huge disadvantage. The sorts of conversations we'll be having here will be, how do you turn this vibrant youth energy, harness it, and make sure that it propels and transforms our societies into amazing places for everybody. I wish us all the best in this exciting conference. And does everybody have the app? App? Okay. We need to get the app if you haven't got it yet. And with that, it's now my great pleasure and honor to introduce our first esteemed speaker for the opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, His Excellency Dr. Ali Nasser Al-Hafiz, who is the Minister of Labor, Social Development in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. يسرني في البداية أن أنقل لكم ترحيب قيادة المملكة العربية السعودية، وعلى رأسهم سيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين حفظه الله، في منتدى اليونسكو الدولي السابع للمنظمات غير الحكومية هنا في الرياض. أيها الحضور الكريم، تولي منظمة الأمم المتحدة للتربية والعلم والثقافة اليونسكو فئة الشباب اهتماماً خاصاً، ويتجلى ذلك فيما تهدف إليه من مساعدة وتمكين الشباب وتعزيز مهاراتهم وفتح مسارات المشاركة المجتمعية لهم، مع إدراكها التام ومراعاتها للفروقات الفردية بين الشباب التي تنتج من اختلاف البيئة والمجتمع التي ينشأ فيها الشباب والفرص والتحديات التي يواجهها. ويظهر ذلك بوضوح في الوسائل المتعددة التي تنتهجها اليونسكو من بحوث ودراسات عن أنماط التحولات لدى الشباب، وبناء قدرات الحكومات والمنظمات غير الحكومية لتطوير السياسات المتعلقة بالشباب، وإشراك الشباب في كل ما يتعلق ببناء مجتمعهم. وفي السياق المحلي تبرز مؤسسة ميسك الخيرية برؤيتها الملهمة في استحداث الفرص لتنمية المجتمع السعودي وإطلاق طاقات أفراده، انطلاقاً من كون الشباب هم الشريحة الأكبر في مكونات هذا المجتمع. ومن هذا المنطلق جاءت رسالة مؤسسة ميسك الخيرية معنية بتمكين وإلهام الشباب ليكونوا عناصر فاعلة ومشاركة في اقتصاد هذا الوطن. وجاءت هذه الشراكة الاستراتيجية بين ميسك الخيرية ومنظمة اليونسكو في تنظيم هذا المنتدى الحيوي والمهم الذي يركز على دور الشباب في إحداث التأثير الإيجابي في مجتمعاتهم، ويهتم بإبراز القضايا التي يعتني بها العالم بأسره. الحضور الكرام، يركز هذا المنتدى على شريحة الشباب، ويشارك فيه أكثر من 350 منظمة غير ربحية محلية ودولية تمثل أكثر من 70 دولة، ويعقد في مرحلة مهمة تشهد فيها المملكة تحولاً وطنياً في ضوء رؤية 2030 التي أولت القطاع غير الربحي اهتماماً كبيراً، وتجلى هذا الاهتمام في مبادرات التحول الوطني التي تسعى لتطوير القطاع غير الربحي وزيادة مساهمته في الاقتصاد الوطني والتنمية الاجتماعية، وهو ما يتطلب بالضرورة تحقيق كثير من المستهدفات، ومنها التوسع في مجالات العمل غير الربحي لتشمل كل ما من شأنه أن يساهم في تحقيق التنمية في المجتمع من وعي وتعليم وتوظيف وإنتاج وصحة وثقافة وترابط اجتماعي ومحافظة على البيئة وتوظيف للموارد الطبيعية والبشرية. ويقابل هذا التوسع الدفع باتجاه التخصص والاحترافية. ويأتي هذا المنتدى شاهداً على هذا الحراك الذي تشهده المملكة، ويهدف إلى تعزيز المشاركة المجتمعية والتمكين للعمل التطوعي والتوسع في القطاع غير الربحي، تحقيقاً لرؤية المملكة العربية السعودية التي تسعى لزيادة الحيوية في المجتمع من خلال تكوين مجتمع يمثل الشباب فيه قوة كبرى. الحضور الكرام، حددت وزارة العمل والتنمية الاجتماعية ضمن رؤية المملكة 2030 وبرنامج التحول الوطني 2020 مجموعة من التحديات تبرز منظومة متكاملة من الممكنات التي تسهم في نمو القطاع غير الربحي وتزيد من فاعليته الاقتصادية في الناتج المحلي، وتمكن للعمل التطوعي وتشجع عليه. ووضعت الوزارة لكل هذا عدداً من المبادرات التي دخلت حيز التنفيذ وأسهمت في عام واحد في نمو القطاع غير الربحي بنسبة 20%، وأعطت زيادة ملحوظة في عدد المتطوعين والعاملين في منظمات القطاع غير الربحي، إضافة إلى برامج بناء القدرات التي شملت 12% من العاملين في القطاع في وظائف مختلفة وحوكمة الجمعيات والمؤسسات الأهلية. إن التغلب على التحديات وتحقيق الطموحات فيما يتعلق بالقطاع غير الربحي وتمكين الشباب وتفعيل أدوارهم في المجتمع جزء أصيل في رحلة المملكة العربية السعودية، كما هو كذلك في كل دول العالم. الحضور الكرام، يأتي هذا الملتقى الذي يحظى بهذا الحضور اللافت من مختلف دول العالم وبهذه الشراكة الاستراتيجية بين منظمة عالمية مرموقة كاليونسكو ومؤسسة وطنية محلية كمسك الخيرية، منصة لتبادل الخبرات والتجارب ومساحة مفتوحة لإبداء الآراء وتداول الرؤى، وأرضية خصبة لتوليد الأفكار والمشاريع والمبادرات. وفي الختام، نتطلع في وزارة العمل والتنمية الاجتماعية رؤية نتائج هذا الملتقى برامج عملية في أرض الواقع، ونتمنى للملتقى حافلاً ومليئاً بالفائدة في رحاب هذا البلد الطيب الكريم الذي تحلون ضيوفاً عليه. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay, have you downloaded the app yet? I'm going crazy about the app, but you'll thank me later. You really will. It's important that you have the app because, listen, we're here to have conversations and to engage and to talk and to get to know each other. And the app is one platform that will allow for that engagement to take place. Okay, so download that app and make sure you put it to use. I am ambitious enough to say that I would like to speak to everybody here by the end of the next couple of days. If you find me somewhere, just drag me aside. Let's have a conversation. I want to hear your stories. I want to get to know who you are. I've already met a couple of friends from the Sudan who are doing amazing things. And I want to get to know you. Okay? And I encourage you to get to know people as well. Make those connections. And this is a brilliant place to do that. Now, next, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce a video from the Director General of UNESCO. And that's Dr. Irina Bokova. She's not with us here today, but she'll be joining us live tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Irina Bokova.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored to address the 7th International Forum of NGOs in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I thank Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Philanthropic Foundation, MiSK, and the authorities of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this initiative. This is the first UNESCO Non-Governmental Organizations Forum to be held in the Arab region, co-organized by the NGO UNESCO Liaison Committee and UNESCO in partnership with MiSK. This reflects the depth of partnership between Saudi Arabia and UNESCO, building on shared aspirations and common goals to take forward the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This must start with young women and men, with their empowerment, with their participation in their societies, communities, and the world. This must build on new partnerships with civil society, with non-governmental organizations, to listen to all voices, to nurture every source of innovation and dynamism. These are foundations for the inclusive knowledge societies we need for the century ahead. This is also the spirit of all UNESCO's action and our cooperation with the MiSK Foundation, embodied in the agreement I signed last September with Secretary General Mr. Bader Al-Saker. The world, ladies and gentlemen, has never been so young, and it is getting younger every day. Together, we must do everything to support them, to advance new forms of dialogue and cooperation, to tackle the challenges facing all societies. Today, more than ever, we need the ideas, imagination, creativity, and resilience of young people to build a better future for all. This is the importance of this groundbreaking forum. I thank all participants for their support to the goals we share, and I wish you a very productive and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
حضورنا الكريم، رحبوا معنا بالسيد إريك فالت، مساعد المدير العام للعلاقات الخارجية والإعلام في اليونسكو وممثل المدير العام لليونسكو.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Eric Falt, Assistant Director General for External Relations and Public Information, representative of the Director General, UNESCO.
Your Excellency, Dr. Ali Nasser Al-Ghafis, Mr. Chairperson of the NGO UNESCO Liaison Committee, dear Philippe Bosson, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. As you could see, although she was unable to travel to Riyadh today due to previous commitments, the Director General of UNESCO, Mrs. Irina Bokova, wanted very much to show her support to this forum from its very beginning and also acknowledge the most valuable contribution of our hosts as well as our partners to the advancement of UNESCO's mandate and missions. I'm happy to tell you also that the Director General will indeed be able to join us for the closing ceremony of this forum, and I'm sure that in the meantime we will have impactful and intense discussions throughout all of the sessions. أنا سعيد بوجودي هنا في الرياض، فاسمحوا لي أن أكرر شكر المديرة العامة للجهات الرسمية السعودية الدائمية، وأيضاً لمؤسسات MiSK التي سمحت لهذا المنتدى بأن يكون، وعلى جميع الجهود المبذولة لنجاح هذا الحدث الهام. إن الروابط القوية التي تجمع اليونسكو مع المملكة العربية السعودية وأسس التعاون الكبير نتيجة التزامنا القوي بالقناعات والقيم والمبادئ المشتركة. ربما لم تكونوا تعرفون، ولكن المملكة العربية السعودية كانت من بين 20 دولة صادقات دستور اليونسكو في عام 1946، ومنذ ذلك الوقت حافظت على صميم مهمة اليونسكو. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today for the 7th Forum of NGOs, jointly organized by the NGO Liaison Committee and UNESCO. And I would like to emphasize how important these forums are. They are first and foremost designed by and for the NGOs. Wherever they are held, they represent an opportunity to raise awareness and support on the issues that are crucial to UNESCO's mandate and, of course, very important to our NGOs' priorities, putting them at the center of national and international agendas. They're an occasion also to discover new partners and interact with them, as well as develop initiatives which might result in concrete and ambitious projects. Our forums have traveled the earth, but never before have they stopped in the Arab region. We very much hope that our presence here today will result in a greater interaction and cooperation with civil society throughout the Arab region. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic chosen for this forum, youth and their social impact, is very much in line with UNESCO's mandate, but it also meets the strong focus on youth decided by the NGOs themselves when they met for the last International Conference of NGOs held in Paris in December 2016. This is truly what has brought civil society representatives from around the world together in Saudi Arabia. And we are here in many ways because we must consider that youth is a strength. They hunger throughout the world for social impact and change, and we must encourage and guide them positively. Who else than our youth is most affected by sustainable development? Can we imagine talking about education today without associating our youth to the debate? Can we talk about the digital revolution without engaging with our youth? Can we talk about creativity without referring to young people? And I hope that we will all agree over the course of this conference that the message that we want to convey is very simply that youth matter. Youth matter not only by their numbers, youth matter also because of their energy. Youth matters obviously because they are the custodians of our common future. Mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes toutes et tous ici engagés dans la même voie, celle du progrès social et d'un avenir durable, et celle d'un développement harmonieux de notre humanité. Ce travail, nous ne pouvons le faire qu'ensemble, avec tous les acteurs concernés, y compris, et je dirais aujourd'hui en premier lieu, avec les organisations représentant la société civile, femmes et hommes venus du monde entier. Les ONG partenaires de l'UNESCO sont présentes en force aujourd'hui, je suis heureux de les saluer. Cette participation démontre très clairement leur engagement dans le concept de ce forum. Nos ONG ont toujours été des porte-drapeaux de questions sociales essentielles, comme démontré par leur implication active dans la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030. Et je suis convaincu que ces 2 jours passés ensemble vont enrichir notre réflexion commune et garantir que les voix de la société civile et de la jeunesse vont être entendues. Aujourd'hui, il est plus important que jamais de montrer que notre travail conjoint fait une réelle différence et que les discussions qui seront menées en ces murs se traduiront par une synergie encore accrue entre l'UNESCO et ses partenaires de la société civile. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude by quoting Ibn Khaldun, an Arab historian who lived in North Africa and Andalusia in the 14th century. He wrote, and I quote, "He who finds a new path is a pathfinder, even if the trail has to be found again by others. And he who walks far ahead of his contemporaries is a leader, even though centuries pass before he's recognized as such." Young women and men are already walking ahead of us, even if we don't see it or don't want to recognize it. New leaders emerge, genuinely interested in their environment, pretty much every day. And we know also that digital natives are being born every day in our globalized world. Never before has the generation been as connected, as outspoken, and I would dare say as open-minded as this one. Today we are here, I think, to recognize that more than ever, young women and men are change makers, building new realities for themselves and their communities. All over the world, youth are driving social change and innovation and seeking new opportunities to learn and work together for a better future. So in this spirit, I would like to thank all participants who came here to Riyadh to reaffirm their commitment to our common convictions and values, to develop ideas and to foster social engagement. I very much look forward to the forum's conclusions, and I wish you fruitful discussions over the next 2 days. Thank you. Shukran.
حضورنا الكريم، رحبوا معنا بالسيد فيليب بوسان، رئيس لجنة الاتصال بين المنظمات غير الحكومية واليونسكو.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Philippe Busson, Chairperson, UNESCO NGO Liaison Committee.
Son Excellence, Dr Ali Nasser Al-Ghafis, ministre du Travail et du Développement social d'Arabie Saoudite, Monsieur Eric Falt, sous-directeur général de l'UNESCO pour les relations extérieures et l'information du public, Mesdames, Messieurs, chers collègues et chers amis. Nous voici donc au 7e Forum international des ONG en partenariat officiel avec l'UNESCO. Je me réjouis de vous retrouver très nombreux ici à Riyad, en Arabie Saoudite. Vous avez récemment reçu le programme détaillant les diverses activités et les sujets abordés lors de ce forum qui, comme vous le savez, va se concentrer sur le thème de la jeunesse et de son impact social. Je suis pour ma part très satisfait de la grande participation des ONG, partenaires officiels de l'UNESCO, d'autres ONG collaborant avec l'UNESCO et de jeunes hommes et femmes impliqués dans nos réseaux de jeunes, avec un total de 300 participants de nos réseaux venus de plus de 70 pays, et donc l'occasion de créer de nouvelles initiatives, de partager des idées et de bâtir des liens durables. Dans ce monde tourmenté, parfois violent, il est indispensable que la société civile, à travers nos ONG, montre le chemin de l'espérance, du partage des cultures, des échanges de paix, afin de créer un monde meilleur, ouvert et fraternel. Je suis persuadé que toutes et tous, nous sommes réunis ici à Riyad pour cela. Ce forum est un beau challenge pour toutes et tous. Je suis certain qu'il sera un grand succès et qu'il ouvrira une nouvelle page de nos relations avec l'Arabie Saoudite et tous les pays de cette zone du monde. Merci infiniment à la Fondation MiSK pour son soutien indéniable et généreux qui a permis l'organisation de cet incroyable événement et la présence d'autant de personnes et amis venus du monde entier. Je voudrais remercier le comité de liaison ONG UNESCO pour son active et importante collaboration pour la réalisation de ce forum, sans oublier le secrétariat de l'UNESCO et toute l'équipe de Sabina Colombo pour l'aide efficace et indispensable qu'ils nous apportent en amont et pendant le forum. Je voudrais vous présenter rapidement l'esprit dans lequel nous avons préparé ce forum en partenariat avec la Fondation MiSK. Des interventions de grands spécialistes jalonneront le forum durant ces 2 jours et s'alterneront avec des séances interactives articulées notamment autour de 4 thématiques qui nous ont semblé les plus pertinentes. L'engagement des jeunes et son potentiel pour le changement social. Quel est l'impact du numérique sur la jeunesse d'aujourd'hui, notamment pour ceux qui sont nés à l'ère du numérique? Quelles compétences doivent acquérir les jeunes pour relever les défis du monde d'aujourd'hui? Et l'éducation pour un avenir durable. Autour de ces panels seront organisées plusieurs sessions de discussion interactives qui permettront d'approfondir les thématiques abordées dans les panels. Permettez-moi de vous présenter très brièvement le comité de liaison ONG UNESCO. Le partenariat de l'UNESCO avec les organisations non gouvernementales, ONG, représentant la société civile, constitue un réseau précieux de coopération au service des peuples pour le développement, l'égalité, la compréhension internationale et la paix dans les domaines de compétences de l'UNESCO. La conférence internationale des organisations non gouvernementales se réunit tous les 2 ans en vue d'examiner l'état de la coopération entre les ONG et l'UNESCO, d'examiner les grandes lignes des programmes de l'UNESCO et de faciliter la coopération entre les organisations ayant des intérêts communs. La stratégie développée par le comité de liaison ONG UNESCO pour 2017-2018 prend appui sur le mandat du comité de liaison ainsi que sur les travaux de la conférence internationale des ONG de décembre 2016. Renforcer la culture de partenariat entre la communauté des ONG et l'UNESCO, notamment en matière de coopération intellectuelle dans tous les domaines de compétences de l'organisation. Prendre en compte la diversité culturelle de la société civile dans les actions collectives conduites par les partenaires non gouvernementaux de l'UNESCO en associant davantage les ONG implantées dans diverses parties du monde. Promouvoir une information continue des ONG par différents supports dans les réseaux sociaux et les nouvelles technologies. Renforcer la crédibilité et la visibilité de l'action collective des ONG, en particulier auprès des États membres. Favoriser une participation plus importante des jeunes et des organisations de jeunesse aux événements que le comité organise et collaborer davantage avec le programme de la jeunesse de l'UNESCO. Faire du programme du développement durable à l'horizon 2030, Agenda 2030, le cadre d'action de la politique conduite par le comité. Merci encore à toutes et tous de votre présence. Je vous souhaite un excellent forum dans l'esprit de partage et de fraternité qui nous anime toutes et tous, afin d'assurer un plein succès à ce 7e Forum international des ONG en partenariat officiel avec l'UNESCO et la Fondation MiSK. Merci.
Mr. Jacques Attali is a French economic and social theorist and a political advisor. Aiming to provide access to a better life, his NGO Positive Planet takes a positive economy approach.
Thank you very much. It's for me a great privilege and a great honor to be one of the first speakers at this very ambitious and important forum. It's an honor for many reasons. One of them is that it is under the umbrella of the UNESCO. And because it is under the umbrella of UNESCO and that French is an official language of UNESCO, therefore I will speak French. C'est aussi un grand honneur d'être ici pour d'autres raisons. D'abord parce que c'est sous l'ombrelle de la Fondation MiSK, dont je salue le directeur général et dont je salue aussi le président, Son Altesse Royale Mohamed Ben Salman, dont l'action et la vision pour la transformation de ce pays est si stratégique, si essentielle et si prometteuse pour l'avenir tant de l'Arabie Saoudite que de la région et du monde tout entier qui a besoin de stabilité, d'harmonie et de prospérité dans le progrès social, moral, éthique et économique. C'est aussi un privilège que d'être ici dans une assemblée qui rassemble tant d'organisations de type ONG qui sont très chères à mon cœur. Ce qui est moins agréable pour moi, c'est qu'on m'a demandé de parler de moi, ce que je déteste faire. Mais je vais essayer d'en parler le moins possible et simplement d'essayer de mettre humblement, avec humilité, en perspective l'action que je mène, que nous menons globalement depuis de longues années pour un monde plus positif auprès des jeunes et pour les jeunes, pour essayer humblement et avec modestie, d'essayer de donner quelques idées d'exemples à suivre. J'ai longtemps été d'abord un professeur en université, puis le conseiller d'un président de la République française, puis un écrivain, essayant de faire tout cela à la fois. Et j'ai même eu à fonder quelques institutions internationales et j'ai très vite compris et pensé que l'action qui méritait véritablement d'être menée était une action qui avait du sens à l'échelle mondiale. Parce que ce qui n'est pas fait à l'échelle mondiale, ce qui n'est pas fait pour être un exemple mondial, a peu d'impact dans la mesure où les choses sont véritablement aujourd'hui aussi globales que possible et il faut pouvoir être un exemple qui puisse être utilisé ailleurs. J'ai aussi très vite compris que ce qui était mené à l'échelle des nations, des États, était très souvent non seulement essentiel, fondamental, mais aussi limité par les délais, les bureaucraties, les difficultés à faire passer des idées, la complexité des organisations, tout à fait nécessaire, car les nations ont besoin d'États structurés et organisés qui ont besoin de procédures extrêmement longues pour agir. C'est pourquoi j'ai pensé qu'il fallait aussi chercher à agir à l'extérieur, et pour agir à l'extérieur, rien n'est meilleur, rien n'est plus efficace que les ONG. Parce que les ONG, par définition, sont transfrontières, sont transnationales, sont globales, parce que les ONG sont par nature, lorsqu'elles veulent bien respecter leur éthique fondée sur le respect de l'intérêt général, elles ne sont pas là au service de ceux qui les dirigent, mais ceux qui les dirigent sont là au service d'une cause qui les dépasse. Et aussi parce que les ONG sont plus que personne en situation de pouvoir travailler pour et par les jeunes. Rien n'a de sens, à mon avis, dans une vie si elle n'est pas au service des jeunes. Tout simplement parce que, quel que soit notre âge, nous sommes tous jeunes par les projets que nous avons. Nous sommes tous jeunes par les enfants que nous avons. Nous sommes tous jeunes par les enfants qu'auront nos enfants et par le monde que nous leur laisserons et les conditions que nous préparons pour eux. Il suffit pour chacun d'entre vous, chacun d'entre nous de cette salle, de penser simplement à la petite question suivante. En quelle année vos enfants auront-ils l'âge que vous avez aujourd'hui? Pensez simplement à cette question. En quelle année vos enfants auront l'âge que vous avez aujourd'hui? Je ne vous demande pas votre âge, mais je vous demande à chacun de faire ce calcul. Et vous verrez que ça nous amène, pour beaucoup d'entre nous, très loin dans le temps. Et c'est notre responsabilité que de créer les conditions pour que ceux qui viennent aujourd'hui avec nous et demain après nous aient un monde qui soit au moins aussi vivable que le nôtre, et en fait bien plus vivable, car la logique voudrait, vu les circonstances et ce que nous avons créé, que bien des choses soient demain moins vivables qu'elles ne le sont aujourd'hui. C'est la mission que nous nous sommes donnée dans la fondation que je préside, Positive Planet, qui vise modestement à sa place d'être parmi 1000 autres ONG ici présentes, travailler dans l'intérêt des générations suivantes, travailler pour les jeunes d'aujourd'hui, de façon à ce que le monde de demain soit le meilleur possible. Travailler pour cela, pour améliorer l'éducation, améliorer l'environnement, améliorer la justice sociale, créer les conditions pour que chaque jeune d'aujourd'hui puisse réaliser son potentiel, faire ce que nous appelons devenir soi, créer les conditions pour que chacun existe véritablement et réalise son talent, parce que non seulement c'est bon pour lui, mais c'est bon pour chacun d'entre nous. C'est bon pour chacun d'entre nous, c'est bon pour les autres. Il n'y a rien de plus utile à soi-même que d'aider les autres. Il n'y a rien de plus égoïste que d'être altruiste, parce que c'est en aidant les autres qu'on est heureux et c'est en aidant les autres qu'on crée les conditions d'un monde meilleur. Ceci pour dire que l'action des ONG, à mon sens, est essentielle lorsqu'elle vise à travailler pour les jeunes. Et je viens de dire pourquoi travailler pour les jeunes, c'est travailler pour soi-même, quel que soit notre âge. C'est aussi travailler pour soi-même parce que c'est créer les conditions d'un bonheur personnel lié à l'accomplissement d'une tâche utile. Et c'est ce que nous faisons dans la fondation Positive Planet que je préside, qui travaille dans 40 pays dans le monde à lutter contre la pauvreté, à améliorer les conditions pour chacun de créer sa propre entreprise et à ne pas dépendre de la charité. Mais quand on travaille pour les jeunes, il n'y a rien de plus exaltant que de travailler avec les jeunes. Et il n'y a rien de plus fantastique, et je le constate tous les jours dans le travail que je mène, de constater combien dans la jeune génération, partout à travers le monde, en Arabie Saoudite, en France, aux États-Unis, en Chine, en Inde, on voit se lever dans la jeunesse du monde une jeunesse formidablement positive, au sens que nous définissons dans la fondation Positive Planet. C'est-à-dire une jeunesse qui pense que bien sûr le monde est difficile, bien sûr la vie est difficile, mais le monde de demain peut être meilleur que le monde d'aujourd'hui. Nous ne sommes pas condamnés à penser que c'était mieux hier. Nous ne sommes pas condamnés à penser qu'il faut en rester à ce qui nous a fait organiser le monde comme il est aujourd'hui. Nous sommes certainement en situation, et les jeunes nous le disent tous les jours, oui, demain peut être meilleur qu'aujourd'hui. Non seulement pour chacun d'entre eux, mais parce que chacun d'entre eux, en travaillant dans des ONG ou en travaillant avec les ONG, nous donne un sentiment d'optimisme. Et c'est quand on voit tous ces jeunes dans les ONG, tous ces jeunes que les ONG aident, tous les jeunes qui prennent peu à peu le pouvoir dans les ONG, qu'on comprend combien le monde de demain va être meilleur. Moi, je le vois en travaillant avec des jeunes dans l'ONG que je préside. Je le vois en travaillant avec des jeunes à qui nous avons mis le pied à l'étrier en leur faisant confiance, en leur donnant les moyens de créer leur entreprise, en leur donnant les moyens d'être eux-mêmes. Combien de jeunes à qui on a fait confiance sont aujourd'hui en situation de devenir des acteurs de la société, soit des acteurs dans les ONG, soit des acteurs dans la vie publique, soit des acteurs dans la créativité intellectuelle, soit des chercheurs, soit des innovateurs. Il n'y a rien de plus important que de faire confiance et de montrer tous les jours par notre action que c'est simplement en ayant confiance dans les jeunes, en ayant confiance dans l'avenir, en ayant la certitude que demain peut être meilleur, non pas d'une façon naïve, je sais mieux que personne, ou aussi bien que chacun de vous dans cette salle, la misère du monde, la brutalité du monde, la violence du monde, tout ce qui autour de nous est dangereux dans l'environnement, dans la misère, dans les risques de toute nature, de l'intolérance et de l'injustice qui pèsent sur le monde. Mais en même temps, je sais que lorsqu'on n'a pas peur, lorsqu'on sait qu'on peut créer les conditions à la fois par l'innovation technologique, par l'innovation artistique, par l'audace éthique et démocratique, le monde de demain peut être un monde magnifique, formidablement positif. Et dans ce monde de demain, les gouvernements joueront un rôle très important, car ils sont les conditions de la stabilité. Les organisations institutionnelles comme les Nations Unies et à l'intérieur des Nations Unies, l'UNESCO joueront un rôle essentiel parce qu'ils sont l'esquisse de la règle de droit planétaire dont nous avons besoin pour que le monde soit meilleur. Mais en même temps, d'autres acteurs joueront un rôle important. Les entreprises, bien sûr, parce qu'elles fournissent l'essentiel de la richesse qui doit être créée, mais aussi les ONG, les associations, les fondations de toute nature qui sont aujourd'hui le lieu d'expression majeur dans lequel les initiatives, les créativités s'expriment et dans lequel nous pouvons trouver chacun d'entre nous et chacun d'entre vous les conditions non seulement de notre épanouissement, mais d'un monde que nous pouvons regarder avec les sourires. Je vous remercie. I've been asked to stay available for questions, and therefore I'm available for questions.
Give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very important points there, Mr. Charlie. Very, very important points. I'm going to start by asking the first question. By the way, this session is yours, but I'm going to take the first question because he said things that I found very interesting. Anybody with a question? Anybody with a question? Good to see you there, madam. If you have any question at all, please put your hand up and I'll come to you. We shall start with the lady that's sitting at the very front. But before we go to her, what is education? You talk about improving education. What does that look like? What type of education is sufficient education? And also, on top of that, what is more important? Inclusive production, where people are actually taking part in the production process, or education? Because again, education is amorphous. It's an ambiguity, if some will say.
You're right to say that, and I'm happy that you mentioned education and production simultaneously. Because what is important is to consider one, that education is a lifetime process. You have not to be educated when you are young and then work, because what you learn when you are young is obsolete immediately. Then the education process is a lifetime process. Second, education is mainly, in my view, to learn to work, hard work, to learn to be creative, and more than anything else, to learn to be yourself. I'm deeply convinced that each of us have deeply in his mind a kind of genius. The tragedy of mankind is that 99% of human beings have not discovered for what they are genius. And the role of education is to help each of us to find why am I on earth? Why is the reason for me to be here?
But is the education system that exists in the world today, does it achieve that? Because it's education, different systems in different countries, and yet we are all pushing for the same.
This is an ideal, what I describe. And I can enter into details to tell you that in some countries the primary education is good, and we can enter into technicalities. But I believe that two things are more important than anything else to improve. One is the education for very young children. It's where the difference begins. If you are born in a wealthy family or in a family not with money but with networks, then your life is decided and could be good. If you are born in a place where you are not wealthy, or if you don't have a network, then it's much more difficult for you to achieve what you have in your heart, in your soul.
To pursue your passion.
Yes. And therefore what is important is to reduce that inequality of chances at the beginning. And the second process, which is important, is to educate people all along life to learn, improve, and to increase what is fundamental in life, which is curiosity.
Okay, ladies, please. Who else has a question because we're running out of time? Anybody else? Yeah, yes, sir, we'll come to you shortly thereafter. Briefly, madam.
Good morning. I allow myself to speak in French as I am Algerian and French. Thank you so much, Mr. Attali, pour cette présentation. And thank you very much to UNESCO NGO and MiSK also. Je voudrais vous demander, c'est tout à fait beau ce que vous nous avez dit, mais ce que j'entends moi autour de moi par rapport aux jeunes, c'est qu'on me dit comment voulez-vous que je puisse accéder à quoi que ce soit, puisqu'il me faut une autorisation des autorités, par exemple, pour créer une association. Je viens originaire d'un pays qui s'appelle l'Algérie, bien que je vive en France. C'est extrêmement difficile, par exemple, de créer une association. Ces jeunes ont besoin d'être aidés. Ces jeunes ont besoin de relations en dehors des frontières. Et c'est ce qui souvent manque entre certains pays, en particulier entre les pays d'Afrique du Nord et les pays du Golfe, que je remercie de nous accueillir.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's get that question in first. The question from the gentleman as well, and then you can answer the two questions as we wind up. As brief as possible, please, sir. Yes? Let's keep it brief.
Good morning. As a French person, I've known you for many years now, and I really admire what you do, but I have a very simple question. How do you measure the success of your initiatives? Thank you.
Vous avez raison. Je vais répondre à cette question d'abord et à l'autre après. Vous avez raison, il est très important de mesurer l'impact social de ce qu'on fait. Et nous avons dans notre fondation l'impératif de mesurer en permanence l'impact social. Nous le mesurons d'abord simplement par le nombre d'emplois que nous avons aidé à créer. Nous avons aidé à créer des millions d'emplois à travers le monde, des milliers d'emplois en France, et nous mesurons cela en permanence. Et c'est très important pour une organisation de quantifier, pour une ONG comme un gouvernement, de quantifier son impact, de savoir quels sont ses objectifs et de les quantifier. C'est une règle morale très importante, même si pour nous, nous avons d'autres objectifs que le nombre d'emplois que nous aidons à créer, qui sont en particulier liés à l'éducation. Sur la question que vous avez posée, madame, vous avez raison de la poser. Je suis moi-même aussi né en Algérie et français, donc je comprends ce que vous voulez dire. Il est normal qu'une nation pose des limites à la nature des associations qui peuvent être créées, dans la mesure où il faut éviter qu'elles portent des valeurs qui ne soient pas conformes à l'éthique et à la morale. Malgré tout, tout ce qui va vers la liberté, vers la créativité libre d'associations, si elles sont, on le voit en France aussi, nous avons des limites. Personne ne peut créer des associations qui seraient contraires aux règles de la démocratie. Et ceux-ci doivent être posés. La Charte des Nations Unies fixe très bien les principes de ce qui doit être autorisé, ce qui ne l'est pas. Et puisque nous sommes ici sous l'ombrelle des Nations Unies, je pense qu'il faut se référer à cette charte comme base fondamentale de l'action des ONG. Je vous remercie.
Ladies and gentlemen, any more questions? One last question. Yes, sir. Can we get him a microphone as quickly as possible, please?
Merci beaucoup. Moi, selon votre conversation tout à l'heure, vous avez dit qu'il n'y a rien de plus égoïste que d'être altruiste. Et ça, c'est la partie qui m'intéresse pour poser ma question. Moi, je suis du Bénin, mais j'ai mon organisation United Tank au Rwanda, qui a connu le génocide. Et j'ai quitté ma zone de confort, où je n'aurais pas, peut-être en faisant des actions positives au Rwanda, espéré des votes, parce que je ne suis pas citoyen. Alors, quand vous dites une phrase comme être altruiste, c'est la façon d'être égoïste. Quel conseil voulez-vous donner à ces jeunes présents ici pour qu'ils puissent, qu'est-ce qu'ils peuvent espérer en quittant leur zone de confort? Quel autre avantage pourront-ils avoir s'ils vont quitter leur zone de confort et servir des gens sans espérance de quelque chose? Merci.
D'abord, on se rend compte très vite quand on aide les autres que ça augmente la zone de confort. Car la zone de confort dépend de la stabilité de son environnement. Et si on est entouré de gens avec lesquels on a créé les conditions d'un meilleur environnement, évidemment, la zone de confort augmente. Même si il faut se garder d'y attacher de l'importance. Il faut savoir aussi que rien n'est plus humain que l'ingratitude et que ceux qu'on a aidés peuvent se trouver en situation de vous détester justement parce que vous les avez aidés pour se prouver à eux-mêmes que vous n'y êtes pour rien. Il n'empêche, c'est dans le bonheur qu'on donne qu'on trouve la réalisation de son accomplissement personnel. C'est vrai pour un professeur, c'est vrai pour un boulanger qui ne trouve son accomplissement que dans le fait que ses clients soient heureux. Parce que si ses clients sont heureux, ils vont revenir. Et donc, de façon extrêmement pragmatique, le bonheur de ceux qu'on sert est la condition de sa propre réalisation personnelle. Je vous remercie.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Mr. Jacques Attal, who is the founder and president of Positive Planet. Now, if you download the app, you'll be able to get the messages directly to him. If you'd like a chat with him, you'll be able to arrange a meeting with him and to exchange details so that you can engage any further. Thank you very much. In a few moments, we shall have a session that's coming up. It will be a session talking about youth engagement and its potential for social change, so stay with us. It's coming up in a few moments.
Since 2016, Her Excellency Noura Al-Kaabi is the UAE Minister of State for Federal National Council Affairs. She is also chairwoman of 2454, enabling a new generation of creative leaders.
شكراً. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صباح الخير جميعاً. طبعاً أحلى صباح في الرياض، وأتشرف بوجودي اليوم معاكم أخواني وخواتي الشباب، معالي الوزير، أيضاً جزيل الشكر والتقدير والاحترام لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان على هذه المبادرة التي هي أكثر من مبادرة. هذه نظرة سديدة لمستقبل، المستقبل يعي بأهمية دور الشباب وأيضاً كيف أنهم جزء مهم من هذا من مستقبلنا هنا في المنطقة. في كثير من المناسبات تحدثنا عن الشباب وعن أيضاً التحديات التي تواجههم والاهتمامات، وأيضاً نؤكد مرة أخرى أن هذا الموضوع، موضوع الشباب، لن يفقد أولويته. دائماً هذا موضوع له أولوية، فأنتم أكثر من النصف هنا في عالمنا العربي وفي الخليج العربي وفي المملكة العربية السعودية الحبيبة. الشباب ليسوا فقط قادة الغد، إنكم أنتم صناع المستقبل وأنتم الأمل، وعلينا أيضاً أن نخاطب الشباب ونتواصل معهم باللغة التي تناسبهم وتنسجم مع تطلعاتهم وتصوراتهم. في حقيقة الأمر الشباب هم مجتمع الغد بأسره، وفي ضوء هذه الرؤية يجدر بنا هنا السؤال: كيف يمكن لمثل هذه الشريحة من المجتمع أن لا تكون في صميم كل ما نقوم به من أعمال، سواء كنا حكومات أو منظمات مدنية أو غير حكومية أو أيضاً هيئات دولية؟ إذا أردنا الاستثمار الحقيقي في المستقبل فيجب علينا أن لا نحصر تفكيرنا واهتماماتنا في بناء وإطلاق مشاريع ضخمة فقط، بل يجب علينا الإضافة إلى ذلك والبداية في استثمار الشباب، تثقيفهم وتعليمهم وتأهيلهم لتولي مهام المستقبل هي مهمة رئيسية قصوى. وكذلك علينا إحنا كأشخاص مسؤولين في الحكومات أن نشجع إطلاق المبادرات والعمل ليس فقط من أجل جني العوائد أو الأرباح المادية، بل من أجل التمتع بالقيمة والخبرات العملية والمعرفية. من هنا انطلقت فكرة الشباب فكرة البرامج التطوعية للشباب، لنستثمر من قدراتهم، فهم لديهم الطاقات والإمكانات والحماس والرغبة في العمل ومساعدة الآخرين. الطاقة الشبابية تحتاج إلى من يأخذ بيدها إلى الطريق الصحيح ويوظفها بالطريقة التي تعزز من خلالها قيمة وأهمية ما تقوم به من أعمال ومبادرات في مجتمعنا. أي حكومة لا تكرس اهتمامها ومصادرها الكاملة وتضعها في خدمة شبابها فإنها بالتأكيد تعرض مستقبلها، أتمنى لا للخطر ولكن يمكن أن يكون للخطر. حسب الإحصائيات الأخيرة الصادرة من منظمة الأمم العالمية للتعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية (OECD) أن المتوسط العالمي لبطالة الشباب يصل إلى 13%. هذه النسبة تعني أن هؤلاء الشباب لم يأخذوا فرص في المساهمة في تنمية بلدانهم أو في العالم أو في البحث أو التفكير للأسباب عن وجود هذه البطالة. وهنا تدعونا للتفكير عن الخسارة أو الخسائر التي تلحق بالمجتمعات جراء عدم المشاركة الفعالة للشباب. ولا شك أن الكثير من الدول النامية وفي أجزاء كثيرة من منطقتنا يعاني الشباب فيها من عدم اهتمام أو فقدان أيضاً الفرص المناسبة لتوظيف قدراتهم، وبما يساعدهم على أو يساعد مجتمعاتهم قبل أن يساعدهم. من هنا أن قضية الشباب هي أهمية كبرى في منطقتنا العربية، فمثل ما ذكرت أننا نمتلك طاقات شبابية تتفوق بها عن دول العالم الأخرى، حيث يصل عدد الشباب إلى 200 مليون شاب. وحسب استطلاع رأي الشباب العربي لعام 2016 فإن ربع الشباب العربي تقريباً أي 24% يعتقد بأن عدم توفر الوظائف والفرص لهم يعتبر أحد أهم أسباب ظهور الجماعات المتطرفة ويلتحقون بها للأسف. وهذا يدعونا أيضاً للتفكير ملياً بحال الشباب وإيجاد الحلول لهم. حكومة دولة الإمارات ومنذ تأسيسها تنبهت أن هناك أهمية للشباب، وحرصت على وضع سياسات واستراتيجيات التي تتضمن من أولوية أيضاً استراتيجيتها وحكومتها، وتجسد هذا في أيضاً السياسات التي قام بها سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ خليفة بن زايد حاكم دولة الإمارات رئيس الدولة في عام 2007 بإطلاق صندوق خليفة لتطوير المشاريع الذي يهدف إلى تطوير المشاريع الإماراتية برأس مال يقدر ب2 مليار درهم إماراتي. كما قام صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم إمارة دبي رعاه الله بتعيين وزير الدولة للشباب، والتي أيضاً اعتلت هذه المنصة قبل ما أعتليها أنا، وللشرف أن تعتليها قبلي. وجه سموه بتشكيل مجلس الإمارات للشباب الذي يعقد حلقات شبابية دورية تعمل على إثراء النقاش في العديد من المواضيع والمتنوعة. أنا كوزيرة في حكومة دولة الإمارات وموظفة حكومية ساعدتني وزيرة الشباب الحلقات الشبابية هذه إلى الوصول إلى فئة الشباب، إلى التواصل مع الشباب، إلى أيضاً الحديث معهم بطريقة ولغة تتناسب معهم. وزيرة الشباب والحلقات الشبابية يساعدون حكومة دولة الإمارات ويرفعون أيضاً من استراتيجيتها وأهدافها التي تتطلع إليها. يجب أن نؤكد أيضاً على جوهر مهم وجوهر أيضاً من جواهر أيضاً أعمال مسك الخيرية، وهو التطوع. التطوع لا يقتصر فقط بالأعمال الخيرية، فحيث أن التطوع هو يشجع أفراد المجتمع والشباب على التطوع، وأيضاً يمكن المتطوعين سواء كانوا الشباب أو أيضاً الإماراتيين على مساعدة في الكثير من المبادرات سواء كانت محلية أو إقليمية عالمية. في شبيه المثال التطوع الشباب الإماراتيين في معرض إكسبو أستانا 2017، ما شك فيه أن هذه البرامج تساعد الحكومات على الاستفادة من طاقة هؤلاء الشباب. كما يمكنني أيضاً أن نقول أننا قمنا بإنشاء مجلس الإمارات للعلماء الذي يتكون بالكامل تقريبا من شباب إماراتي، ويضم أيضا في عضويته 3 أعضاء لديهم براءات اختراع مسجلة بأسمائهم. هذا أمر يدل بالتأكيد على أن في هذه الحال توفر فرص وإمكانيات للشباب، فإنهم بلا أدنى شك سيكونون قادرين على تحقيق إنجازات كبيرة. ربما سمعتم عن الخلوة الشبابية التي أطلقناها في الفترة السابقة، وهي عبارة عن تجمع استمرت فعاليته عبارة عن يومين، شارك به مسؤولون وفي الوزارة وفي الحكومات، وأيضا شارك فيه سيدي صاحب سمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد. وفي هذه المنصة أوجه الدعوة للجميع إلى تعميم وتوسيع هذه التجربة، وعبر التنسيق والتعاون مع منظمات الأمم المتحدة لإيجاد نوع من الحوار العالمي للشباب وفسح المجال أمامهم للارتقاء بهم. يمتلك الشباب نافذة، وسائط متعددة، الخبر أصبح يصل بطريقة لحظية سريعة جدا، التواصل أصبح أسرع، هناك الكثير من المشاريع الإعلامية التي تنطلق من الوسائط بالتكنولوجيا، والتي أيضا توصل الرسالة في أقل من 15 ثانية. ونحن أيضا اللي يمكن من فئة الشباب أصبحنا نتلقى المعلومة، ونريد أن نتلقى المعلومة في أقل عن دقيقة واحدة. كيف نصل إلى ذلك؟ لقد أصبحت مشاركة الشباب مهمة جدا، وكيف نشاركهم في هذا الحوار عبر هذه الوسائط وتوصيل هذه المعلومات. لقد كشف تقرير WPP كذلك أن الحكومات حول العالم لا تقوم بما يكفي من أجل إشراك فئات المجتمع، كما أن 31% فقط من المسؤولين الحكوميين الذي شملهم استطلاع الرأي قالوا أن مشاركة المواطنين أولوية بالنسبة لحكوماتهم، في حين أن 14% فقط منهم يملكون أي شكل من أشكال التدريب في هذا الموضوع. يتواصل سمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد بين شرائح الشباب على تويتر، وأيضا في فتح باب الحوار معهم، ومثال على ذلك في 2016 أطلق الحلقات الشبابية وأيضا الناشنال يوث دايالوج عبر تويتر. لم تتوقف دولة الإمارات في دعم الشباب فقط، بل إنها وعبر تلمسها لواقع الشباب العربي والتحديات التي تواجهها المنطقة، فقد أطلقت مبادرات مبتكرة للمساهمة في تطوير مهاراتهم وقدراتهم، وكان آخرها المبادرة الإعلامية للشباب العربي التي تم إطلاقها ضمن فعاليات منتدى الإعلام العربي في دبي قبل يومين. كما أطلقت وعبر منصة القمة العالمية للحكومات بدورتها الخامسة في فبراير 2017 استراتيجية الشباب العربي، والتي تشكل خارطة طريق لتمكين الشباب في المساهمة الفاعلة في خدمة مجتمعاتهم. هناك الكثير من القضايا التي يمر بها الشاب ونمر بها أيضا، وحان الوقت أن تكون فئة الشباب هي مضمونة مع فئة المجتمع بأسره، وأن عندما نتحدث مع الشباب يكونون هم الذين يعتلون المنصة، وهم اللي يناقشون، وهم الذين يحاورون. فهذه المبادرات يجب أن دائما نسمع منهم قبل تلقين أو إعطاء الرسائل أو الوعظ أو الإرشاد. دعونا نسمع منهم قبل ذلك، وبعد ذلك نحدد ما هي الاستراتيجيات والأهداف التي نسمو إليها. في الختام، مثل ما ذكرنا، كيف أن نسأل نفسنا سؤال: كيف أن نحن نصل ونتواصل مع الشباب قبل أن يتواصلون معنا؟ هذا سؤال مهم جدا، ويجب دائما أن يكون في بالنا. خلنا دائما نحن نتواصل، نحن نصل إليهم قبل أن يصلون إلينا. أخيرا أترككم مع هذه الكلمات الحكيمة للمغفور له بإذن الله الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه، الأب المؤسس لدولة الإمارات، والذي قال: إننا ننتظر من الشباب ما لم ننتظره من الآخرين، ونأمل من هذا الشباب أن يقدم إنجازات كبرى وخدمات عظيمة تجعل هذا الوطن دولة حديثة. وبلداً عصرياً يسير في ركب العالم المعاصر. شكراً لكم.
Let's give Her Excellency another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there are no prizes for guessing what I'm here to talk about. What am I here to talk about? Say that again. The app, the application. And this is why. First of all, can I have the slides up, the slides that are going to show us where to get the app from? Just go to, if you have an iPhone, go to the App Store and search for UNESCO 2017, and you will be able to download the app. It's very important that you have it because, again, it will allow for you to engage, for you to talk, to get to know each other, for you to exchange contact details, for you to send me messages and say, let's have coffee, let's have lunch, let's talk. I'm very keen on that sort of thing. So please download the app. It will be great for you. And then also there'll be all sorts of polls taking place in the course of the day and also tomorrow as well. And so using that app, you'll be able to participate in the polling. We want to hear what you think. Okay, so download it right now. Go to UNESCO, whatever it is, whether it's the App Store or Google Play, UNESCO 2017, and you'll be able to find it. And if you have any problems at all, mobile app at UNESCO NGO Forum 2017.com. Any questions? You see, when I say any questions, it's because I'm buying time to figure out what's coming up next. But I have it. If you have any questions, yes, please, sir, please. Yes? Sorry? Her Excellency is off stage now. Again, using the app, you'll be able to get in touch with her. If you have any questions, please go ahead. There is someone with a question somewhere. Yes, please. What is your question? We have a microphone coming to you very briefly. Any questions relating to the app? That's what I'm asking for. Questions relating to the app. I'm very unlikely to answer most of them because I'm not technically savvy like that, but we'll figure it out together. Yes, sir. What's your question?
Thank you, sir. My name is Chintan. I'm from India. I would love to use the app, but the internet is not working for most of us because so many people are using it. So we have the app downloaded, but we can't use it.
Duly noted. I'm about to fire someone. Don't you worry. But I promise you that the internet will be working in the next 2 minutes. Okay, importantly, download the app. In a moment, I'm really excited about the forthcoming conversation. It's one that you really ought to look forward to. But I shall let my friend Ahmed introduce it and moderate it. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the next session. I usually get a round of applause when I'm walking, so feel free to.
Her Royal Highness Princess Bandari Abdul Rahman Al Faisal is the Director General of the King Khalid Foundation. Active in social development initiatives, she promotes a strategic philanthropy as a powerful concept. Ms. Hila Azadzoy is part of the Kairan Open Higher Education, an innovative social startup which removes barriers for refugees to higher education through smart digital solutions. Ms. Tanzila Khan is committed to ensuring the empowerment and capacity building of young and disabled people. She has received the Young Connector of the Future and Women Deliver Fellowships awards. Mr. Benjamin Lowe is an associate professor at the School of Social Work, University of Illinois, and faculty director of international service at the Center for Social Development, Washington University. His research interests include civic engagement, community development, volunteerism, and nonprofit management.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Hope everybody's doing well today. My name is Ahmed Ashkar. I'm the CEO and founder of the Holt Prize Foundation. We're here for a very, very important couple of days, and I'm so excited to be here with such a wonderful panel, an inspiring panel about how to get youth involved in the conversation, how to engage them. 28% of the Middle East is represented by those 15 to early 30s. Brookings Institute estimates within the next 3 years, we'll have an 80 million job gap for youth around the world. They are as much a part of the solution as they are the challenge. At Holt Prize, we've been successful engaging tens of thousands of youth to volunteer and build a program which is for youth, by youth. And we have with us today a wonderful panel who's going to talk to you about the opportunities to engage youth, the challenges, and provide you, hopefully, with some take-home substance that each and every one of you can literally implement in your own organizations. If you're somebody looking for an opportunity, we hope to inspire you. And if you're somebody who doesn't know what the next steps are, you'll get an action plan going forward. So we're going to start off with our first poll of the day. And we just want to go simple. And throughout this session, that's why downloading your apps was so important. We're going to be polling you, a real-time conversation between us and the audience and our viewers around the world. The first polling question is, are you engaged in volunteerism or not? Yes or no? And we don't need our app. We can do a show of hands. Are you engaged currently? Yes? Fantastic. It's about half to 3/4 of the crowd. So great. We'll start off with you, Princess Bendera. Can you tell us a little bit about how you engage youth at the King Khalid Foundation? Not so much directly, but how are you even enabling and doing the capacity building to keep youth involved in the conversation?
So we started out having a forum in our development dialogues that we do annually about youth and sort of what are their hopes and aspirations. And the interesting thing is one of the biggest challenges was that they felt that they were not engaged or involved in what's happening in decision making, in what's happening in their lives. And so we, from there, we decided to actually focus on youth. We have capacity building for organizations that focus on youth and enabling them. We also work on preparing them for the workforce and integrating them. However, it's been a challenge. And two sides. I think on the one hand, the youth were very much engaged vocally, but then when it came time to do the nitty-gritty work, it was more difficult to keep the engagement.
What's the best program that you guys currently have put in the market that engages youth?
I think, to be honest, I don't think we've cracked we haven't figured it out yet. I would say that we don't know yet.
Well, that's why we're all here. These are big challenges, and the market. A lot of people will point fingers on: is it the opportunities that the youth lack, or is it the inspiration? Are everyone's organizations aligned? Are they purpose-driven, aligned? And as we go to our next panelist, Hila, you started a company that you saw an opportunity to align your mission and your values to inspire and activate youth. Can you tell us a little bit about how you've cracked this idea of getting youth engaged and volunteering?
Absolutely. I think one aspect that you highlighted already, that from my personal experience, I feel that the youth is actually quite engaged, is seeking for opportunities, and it's more of a matter of how can we provide that. And my organization has been actually started by a youth movement. It's also, Ahmed, as you say, it's a product that we're creating for youth, by youth, which I think is very relevant. And Overall, we're supporting refugees in accessing higher education, and for that we realized at some stage to provide a sustainable solution, it's much more about making use of existing resources, and volunteerism would be one valuable resource for
what
that.
kind of resources? What's your kind of call to action? How do you go from this idea of getting youth engaged to getting them involved? What's the main kind of substance or the magic?
I think it's showing up a big vision. I think it's showing that you can have impact and that you can also contribute in whatever way you think it's best. You have maybe a distinct skill set that can be blended into becoming active with an organization, whether it's contributing marketing skills, whether it's saying I'm an expert in higher education, for instance. I think you need to show a concrete pathway and you need to show the large vision of what are we working towards to. So in our case, that would be supporting refugees in accessing higher education, making sure that everybody has an equal chance, and to deploy a digital model that we can really ensure that everyone, anytime, and everywhere has access to higher education. And I think if you can show that big picture vision, this is automatically attracting a lot of young people.
Yeah, vision and impact. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you're talking about a marketplace which is different than any other generation that came before it. You have to communicate differently. You have to sell differently. You have to literally connect differently, and we'll talk a little bit more how you've cracked that code. Tanzila, I want to turn to you. You faced some tremendous challenges. You were telling me a story backstage about, challenges from the moment you came onto this earth to all the way fast forwarding to, just trying to get here yesterday. You faced some tough challenges with your natural disability, but you taken that as an opportunity to engage youth in the conversation around how to move forward. And mashallah, you've made quite a career taking on those challenges. Can you tell us about your personal journey in the volunteerism and youth activation?
Thank you, Ahmed, and assalamu alaikum, everyone. My journey to Riyadh actually reminds me of my journey to Saudi back in 2009 when I came for Hajj, and that really taught me patience and teamwork and what is collective compassion. As for you asked about my story, I had a very dramatic entrance in this world. I was born with a disability, but it's all about the vision, and with time, I realized that it's a great opportunity because I come from a stable background. I could get an education, and I could actually step forward and empower young people that have disabilities or don't have disabilities. I remember at the age of 16, I said, I want to be a life coach. And they said, you haven't lived enough. And I said, you haven't lived my 16 years also. So I'm going to help you live those. So it's all about the vision, and I'm glad that I used my life as a story to empower other young people, because sometimes, though I have a very visible physical disability, but sometimes young people believe that they have disabilities, and those are mental disabilities. To crush those walls are very important, and that is exactly what I'm doing back in my country. I'm helping young people shatter their own walls so they can come forward and explore their own opportunities and create them.
Are your people that you work with paid, or do they volunteer?
They're paid.
Are they all paid, or?
They are paid because as young people, we're smart enough to create solutions that generate funds.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I like that. Good job.
Ben. So Ben's our resident expert. He's a professor at the University of Illinois. He's had plenty of time in the industry as well as teaching professionals, young people, and NGO partners how to engage the masses. So you've had multiple kind of scenarios. You've had institutions, you've had startups, and you've had somebody who's focusing in specifically on a specific sector. What's the magic? Everyone in the audience wants to know. How do you get, and again, folks, volunteerism is not free labor. And while when you said paid, that's an important designation, because whether it's monetary or in social impact, it's still a remittance. So what's the magic here? What's the secret of getting volunteers to engage, especially young people?
Yeah, I'm glad that you actually mentioned that volunteering isn't free, because I think that's a big part of why people don't engage, is that there's not institutions in place to get them engaged in a meaningful way. We often think that they're not motivated, but the fact is that the number one reason that people volunteer is because they're asked. And so if we create institutions that ask young people to volunteer, chances are they're probably going to say yes. And that could be any kinds of institutions, NGOs certainly, government institutions, faith-based organizations, increasingly corporations are also involved in asking people to volunteer and get involved. So certainly there's a lot of internal motivations that people have, but creating incentives and asking them is, I would say, probably the biggest magic that we're going to find.
It's great. Sometimes it comes down to the simple basics. I want to take this moment to turn to another poll and ask the crowd. Why do those of you in this room, if you have volunteered, the 3/4 of you that said already you are engaged, we want to know why. So we've got 4 solutions, 4 answers up on the board. If you can open up your apps and poll. And as you're doing that, I think I'm going to have to human poll as well, because I know technology can be difficult. So for those of you, the first question is, it helps me express my values. Who volunteers because it helps you express your values? Panelists as well. We can up that music a little, it's okay. Okay, the second is you volunteer because you want to make the world a better place. Show of hands. I hope that app has multiple options. Third, you volunteer because you want to have an impact. There's everybody, of course. And last, for social reasons. You want to get to know new people. You want to increase your networks. How many volunteer because of that? Wonderful. We'll take a minute, finish those polls. We'll get the results back up on the screen. Wow. So you guys see those results? Great. So again, almost even except for the social element, which I'll challenge with our panelists here in a second. But you want to make the world a better place and you want to have impact. And I think our panelists said it best. It's really about aligning yourself with purpose and impact. And in this second part of our panel, I really want to talk about why people don't engage. And we've seen some concrete examples of youth engagement, but let's talk about some of the real concrete challenges on why it's not happening. So I'll start backwards this time. Tanzil, you said you pay most of your employees and your volunteers, but obviously you're not able to compete, I'm assuming, with the traditional capital markets, and you're asking people to take some kind of a resource modification to be able to work with you. What are the challenges that you face in recruiting young people to engage in your organization?
That's very true, Ahmed, that we're actually in a sense of competition with the corporate world out there because they have the funding and they have better resources to do the things that we want to do. But I remember back in the days, even when I started my work, I was on basic pocket money from the family. And I knew that this can't go on. And if we really want to create an impact, we need to have solutions. So I think as young people, we bring a really fresh perspective to how we can create models that not just generate solutions, but also funding. So back at home, I have a model that we follow. And that is every time we do any project, we train young people, we charge them a fee, but then they can go and train other people and charge other young people a fee. So we create this system where we're giving away skills and solutions, but we're also generating funds. And so far it has been great. If I have to speak in the business terms, we have had a profit margin of 80% of anything.
Did you say 80%?
80%, yes, and it's possible.
How many of you have 80% margins in any of the businesses you run? So, and you're talking about a social enterprise model.
Yes, Ahmed, and I understand that, again, we're young and sometimes we're not taken seriously. Like I said, they tell us that you need to live enough first to do something, which is extremely unfair. Because as young people, even science would tell you that our bodies are so, they haven't like gone really further, and we bring a really fresh perspective to everything we do because we're young. So I think it's unfair and it's a big tragedy if young people are not used as a resource because we can contribute a lot.
Wonderful. Yeah. So the biggest challenge that I heard is the underutility of the resources that exist. Yeah. And Hila, what about you? You're a young millennial. You've created a radical startup. You've raised millions of dollars in startup capital. You are by the full sense of the word, also a social entrepreneur. But tell us about how you got there and how youth played a critical role. Obviously, you're a youth and you built the company, but tell us how youth played a role and the challenges that you faced in getting your company to market and your offering to refugees in education.
Absolutely. I mean, when we started off, we were literally motivated young students, 4 co-founders that were sitting together, and we felt we need to create a sustainable, holistic solution for the refugee crisis when it comes to the access of higher education. And I think what was crucial was that we were able to show up a very large vision, how this can be done in a scalable way, because we all know that the numbers are really, really high. They're up to millions of people that really have the capability to study but are denied to do so. And from then on, I think what was crucial for us to be able to raise enough funding to also have to at some stage pay employees and to build really a large international organization was that critical moment that we were able to gain through youth involvement and youth essentially pushing us and creating a kind of movement that attracted such large attraction, then also for public funding, for private funding, and to really show that this is of relevance. And there was all of a sudden, like from when we started off, we had over 300 volunteers worldwide engaging, trying to build bits and parts of the organization that we're doing, that then also lifted us off to say, okay, on the one hand, we're now at 100 employees in our organization, but we will nonetheless continue the work with volunteers because it's an essential part of the model that everybody who really wants to contribute something is able to do so.
So when you had 300 volunteers, were you able to sustain those volunteers? What challenges did you have? It's very difficult to manage 300 volunteers.
Absolutely.
With a very lean organization. And Princess, you're smiling on that one. You're going to talk about that here in a minute. But how did you get the 300? Are they still with you? And what are the challenges you face in keeping them engaged? Because I think everyone in this audience believes that you can recruit volunteers to begin with and get youth involved for a very short period. But we know the millennial generation's attention span is probably 7 seconds. So how do you go beyond that to keep them engaged, and what did you do?
Absolutely. The fluctuation is a challenge because people at the same time, they're contributing certain hours, but they have their lives, they move on, and fluctuation is something where you need to be able to show a way that is to be able to sustain your contribution in a longer lasting time period. So that means for us to create really concrete pathways, and that's, I mean, it sounds boring, but it would be really things like a concrete role description. This is what you can do. This is the hours that you can contribute, and to narrow that really down, and then you have a structure. You need to be able to provide the infrastructure for volunteerism. So that in itself has to be taken into account when you build an organization, because it's not easy. But at the same time, I would nonetheless say it's so rewarding that building up that structure is definitely something that should be experienced.
Thank you. Princess, here's a kind of twist on that. You've obviously had experience. You've been at the King Khaled Foundation. You've helped build that institution from the ground up. What have you seen about youth from previous generations to kind of this new millennial generation? You face challenges of getting them involved in the conversation. What challenges have you faced? And what's the main difference that you say is this generation versus the previous one in the participation?
So I think this generation is far more engaged. They're far more engaged in the discussion. I think social media has enabled youth to express themselves far more. I think the mistake is when we think of youth as one entity. And young people as one entity. They're very diverse, they have very different needs and very different aspirations and reasons why they volunteer and why they participate. And so I think that as organizations, we should look into what motivates the youth in, let's say, the geographical area we're working and target them specifically. I think it's a mistake to think sort of as with an umbrella perspective. I also think that it's very important that these things are engendered, and I'm talking specifically in Saudi Arabia, is that the education system has to encourage and enable volunteerism. It should be part of, so you build the mentality and the preparedness, and then I think also the values, because we give, we donate a lot in terms of money, but to donate time and effort, this is something that I think can be embedded within schools and universities.
Wonderful, wonderful. And if you could boil down the challenges you faced into one word, maybe this is putting you on the spot too much, but what's the, for the crowd, because I'm sure many people have faced challenges, but with all your experience, what's the biggest challenge that you faced, if you could summarize it in one or two words?
Engagement.
Engagement. And I think that's been a consistent. Now we're going to get the science behind it. We'll go to you, Ben, and have our panelists hit. They talked about engagement, alignment, like you said when you opened, not asking. Are those really the key drivers of why are you? Is it that simple?
Yeah, I mean it's not that simple, right? Nothing's that simple. With this poll, I think we see that people have different motivations for volunteering, and there's different reasons why people volunteer. And so wanting to engage and make the world a better place is certainly one of those. Wanting to be social is another one. I think one of the important points, at least for this crowd maybe, is thinking also about the issue of inclusion and what's a challenge for different groups of people that volunteer. For example, challenges for low-income youth are going to be very different than those for high-income youth. Because, again, volunteering isn't free. So I think we need to think not only about personal motivations and engaging youth in that way, but also, again, the institutional environment, the enabling environment that's either allowing or prohibiting people from volunteering.
It's great. Well, I think we're going to turn to the crowd now for another poll. We think we know as your panelists, but we want to know from you. So if we could put another poll question up, I want to know why the people in the crowd that didn't raise their hand, or even those of you that did, right? How come you don't volunteer on a regular basis? Or how come you haven't volunteered at all? So there's 4 or 5 selections on Open Your App. I'm not gonna actually do a human poll on this one. I want those answers to really come up, and we'll just take a couple of seconds. If you've already completed your poll, as we wait for those to finish, start thinking of some Q&A. We've got a few minutes at the end of this panel for some Q&A. So take a couple minutes to fill out those polls, and we'll talk about those results. That's it? Wow, 15 seconds. Let's get those results up on the screen. I feel like Bob Barker on The Price is Right. It's an American joke. All right, I'm too busy, number 1. And guys, we can look right up here. We've got the results. Number 2, I don't know where or how to volunteer. I think that's a big one. And then focus studies and competing interests. So I'm gonna take the first one. I'm too busy. So I just want everybody to know that if being too busy is hindering you from volunteering, us in the impact community have made a mistake, because the future of impact is not separated from your daily activities. Folks, there's $65 trillion of wealth in this world, which is being transferred from the existing generations that lead to the millennial generation. So how many of you know the age groups of millennials or have heard about the crazy millennials? Not too many. So millennials, people born from around 1980 to the late 90s. So you're anywhere from 36, 37 years old to 19 or 20. This generation, if you haven't seen the data yet, and you guys will comment on this here in a second, 8 out of 10 millennials prefer to spend their times having impact than otherwise. They choose products, services, etc., based on the brands that they can literally identify impact. 6 out of 10 even pay a premium. Their buying behaviors are unlike any other generation that's come before us. $65 trillion over the next 75 years will move from the existing leadership, presidents, UN directors, CEOs, private wealth, to my generation. We look, act, feel, and behave differently. Guess what we value? Impact, giving. We don't differentiate between bottom line and charity. We're looking at integration. And this move is sparking everything and changing conversations about everything we know or what we thought we knew about society and impact. So as we look at these poll numbers, I'm too busy. What that means to me is that we in this region, and we failed on the social enterprise, on the NGO, and the government space to not create solid lines in the sand of doing good and doing well. Everything we do in our lives should be interconnected. And I just want to get, my panelists may agree or disagree with me, and I want to start, we'll start with you. Hila, what's your take on this separation of doing good versus doing well? Are we going into a world where there's a difference between your day-to-day activities and quote-unquote volunteering and getting engaged?
I think it's really the opposite of that. We're going into a world there where it's deeply intertwined, where it's part of your identity. And I think what you mentioned is that we have to also create the framework that there is not a trade-off, that you can do well and that you can have social impact at the same time. Because I had, for instance, a lot of volunteers that came to me and they were previously in the corporate sector, and then they said, okay, even if they wanted to start full-time, now I want to do something with impact. And they would be willing to say, okay, you know, maybe I'll be in the social sector, I might be earning less and everything, but nonetheless, that was the overarching frame that they had to say, no, now I want to have impact, and therefore I need to do that trade-off. And I think for the future, the way I see it is that this has to diminish, that there shouldn't be this trade-off, because that's a strong incentive to become active, to create impact, and all of that without feeling guilty.
And that's true in your personal case as how you engaged in the social impact space and started your company?
Yes, I mean, for me, it was since I was 15, 16, it was always clear to me that I want to do, whether be in human rights or in the NGO sector, or then I found that was for me very enlightening to find, okay, there is something that is social entrepreneurship. There is this way to combine things, to have an entrepreneurial mindset, but to focus on the social impact. And that for me was very liberating when I found, okay, there is this niche, and that's what I'm going to focus on because it's part of my identity.
Wonderful. Ben, do you agree?
Yes and no. I mean, I think
we got to know. Now we get a little debate on stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely see that the young people are more and more wanting to make a difference in the world, and that's a really important, motivating, driving force. On the other hand, we also see that many youth are, unemployed, and so they're thinking about, how can they make a difference while also juggling this idea of not being jobless, right? And this is an area where I think volunteering can really make a difference as well. There's an empirical connection between volunteering and as a pathway in terms of learning these skills and getting social connections, but also and learning to really see how what they're doing in a job situation can contribute to the world in a bigger way. So I don't know if that quite answers the question.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is, look, you're being a realist, and some people just don't, they have to earn a living. And how can, until the market catches up, volunteering could be a great segue. And we'll talk about one concrete solution of how to get there as we conclude. But Princess, what's your thoughts? Is there a line drawn between doing good and doing well, or are we still at a place where these are two different categories for youth to consider?
I mean, I think perception is reality, right? And I think that so far that's the perception, that you can't do both.
Right.
But I think that the failure is on the part of existing NGOs and nonprofit organizations, and on part in government and legislation. I'm talking specifically in this part of the world, and Saudi Arabia in particular, is that the environment does not enable youth or does not encourage and make it easy to be active, to participate. It's still it's much easier to create a non-profit organization, but it's still difficult. There's still a lot of regulations, and in order to create volunteer groups, it's not easy. And opportunities are not available, as the audience said, as to where do I do it?
Do you think it's cultural? I mean, as Arabs, I'm originally Jordanian Palestinian, you know, and it's hard for me to explain to my mom and dad. You know, at the Holt Prize, we launched business startups around the world that are both for good and for profit, and they can't wrap their heads around that. Do you think it's part of our cultural heritage and trying to protect the identity, specifically here in the Middle East?
I don't think it's cultural. I think it's just a question of awareness. I mean, we have a long history of people being engaged and socially engaged in their communities. However, to maximize this and upscale it where you can get numbers of youth and people engaged, and because it's such a youth bulge in the region, so there's so many more people. So I don't think it's cultural. I think it's environmental and yes, legislation, I think, is
wonderful.
a barrier.
Tanzila, what are your thoughts on the separation of kind of, you know, state and private? I mean, you know, is social capital and social good and volunteerism separate from our day-to-day activities in the traditional private sector, or is it something that is combined? What are your thoughts?
I believe that it varies from region to region, and it varies from, for example, problems or the complexities in the global south for young people are pretty different when it comes to the compared to the global north. And as you asked, you asked about the social enterprise is different. It is different because, of course, the challenges are pretty much there, and we are on our way to address those challenges. But even today, success could mean different for one young person to another. For one young person, success could be to be famous. And that's exactly why the social media out there is a big hit, because everybody gets to express. That is great. But is really being famous successful? So we need to monitor, and we have challenges like that where we have technology that are giving open space to young people. We have corporates, we have the development sector investing in young people, but there has to be a check and balance, keeping in mind the communities, and within those the gender aspect, and of course the aspect of inclusion also. Something applicable to my colleague here might not be applicable to me because of our physicalities. So we have to keep that in mind.
Relevance, great point. I think you also brought up a great point. You know, our youth workforce, Middle East specifically, we're only at 28% on women engagement. So while we know there's a huge unemployment gap, we also know that we're performing in this region at a rate of 1 to 3 compared to the rest of the world on women workforce. And maybe that's be covered later on in the next couple of days, but it's important as you talk about youth engagement and volunteerism, it needs to be equal opportunities for engagement. And I think that's critical to the way forward. So we're gonna leave the panelists with one final closing remarks. In those closing remarks, and then we're gonna turn it over to the crowd for a little Q&A. But I'd like, and those of you that want to take notes, this is a good time to do it. I'm going to ask every one of our panelists for just one concrete item on how do we make this idea of engaging youth easier for the NGOs in the crowd, for the people watching online, for those of us that just want to understand, how do we get youth involved? Volunteerism, showing up, mentoring, providing this kind of give back to the community. Princess, we'll start with you.
I'd say have them involved from day one. Have them involved in developing your organizations, developing your strategies, and engage them, have them be part of the process. I think that's
amazing. Co-creation, instead of telling them what to do. Yes, great. Hila?
Yes, so I would definitely say, if I just look at the poll back that we had, what makes you volunteer, I think there was maybe one line missing, and that would be an opportunity to learn, because I think it's crucial to show that you are not just giving, but that you can also take a lot back, and that you can learn a lot, whether it's skill-wise, experience-wise, and then on top of that, like I highlighted at the beginning, I would definitely say showing up the large vision. And now I'm I'm maybe not sticking to your outline by having a third key point, but that would be actually to say the framework around that by valuing also as a society and community volunteerism. So whether that's an employer that values that commitment that you've given, so in a form of a credential, or generally having also the capacity to do so, I think that's something that we all have to work on.
Wonderful. That's great advice. This is good advice. I hope somebody's putting all these out on social media. Phenomenal. Tanzila?
Yes, so this one way that we follow back in the country is that we get young people excited about problems. And instead of feeling frustrated about something, they are tuned and they're sensitized to immediately come up with solutions. For example, when they come to our workshops and our programs, we show them problems and we tell them that, okay, you're one individual. What action can you take that will impact an entire community? It puts them in the center, it gives them the power, the importance, they feel good about themselves, and then they want to make a difference because they feel like superheroes. So we always tend to get them excited about anything that's wrong with the community, and then they want to work towards it. Yeah.
Great. I love the superhero analogy. So my takeaway on that one is make it easy for them to be superheroes, right? Ben?
Yeah, and so I want to come back to the poll where it says, you know, I think it was between a quarter and a third of the audience said they don't know how or where to volunteer, and I think that's pretty telling. We're currently working on the UN State of the World's Volunteerism Report, and some of the background information there is also that you know, a lot of countries don't have policies that enable people to volunteer. So coming back to, I guess, my theme, in terms of creating opportunities and institutions that enable people to volunteer is going to get us a long way in getting people engaged.
Can I just add one thing?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
I'm taking notes, so.
Okay. I think also one thing that can be done, so we at the King Khalid Foundation, and I'm talking as institutions, we have as part of our every staff member's KPIs is that they should volunteer in another organization for 3 to 5 days.
Wow.
And it's part of their evaluation.
Is that paid time off?
Paid time off.
Did everybody could say that again? That is huge. One more time, and then we're going to give you a round of applause for it. So
our staff have 3 to 5 days paid. It's their decision. Paid time off to volunteer in an organization or not even an organization for a cause of their choice.
Huge. So I was recently at a UN meeting, and paid time off for volunteerism and for impact-based spend is actually now a recruiting tool, which some corporations are installing into their HR departments. Because the millennial generation, they don't just respond to the number of zeros on the paycheck. They will ask the employer, what are you doing for impact? And employers actually can recruit better if they do that. I'm sure your staff is filled with
I'd also like to add something.
Yes.
Since the state is said, I'd also like to mention that when it comes to people with disabilities, and I think I am a real example of what happens when you empower a girl with a disability living in South Asia. This is where she ends up. So it's very important for the NGO fraternity over here to keep in mind that whatever work they're doing, that's amazing. But if you involve people with disabilities as part of your staff or as part of people that you are targeting for your work, that would make a big impact. We cannot rely on governments. We cannot rely on programs to be initiated. But we have the CSO that can really make an impact and act as a catalyst. So that's a message for you all to please work with that.
Good. Good. Thank you guys so much. So again, we're going to re-engage our panelists, but I would like to take a chance to open it up to the audience. We can ask questions. Do we have a question there? Okay. First question. There's microphones going around. 4. I don't know what 4 means. 3, 4. They've got numbers all around here.
I think you have to say the number.
Oh, number 4. Question number 4.
Hello. I have a comment and then I'll ask the question.
Great.
Everyone has been raising the comment that there are no job opportunities. The problem is that we have to create the job opportunities. I think what we're missing out that we are not being socialized when we're kids to become entrepreneurs. We are socialized to find a job, and there are no jobs. So as youth, we are supposed to our upbringing should reflect that we are supposed to be entrepreneurs. We're supposed to participate in incubators, to come up with ideas and test these ideas and then develop them, and then maybe we can create job opportunities. So I think this is a very important point that the Arab world is not focusing on, and that we should focus on. Another thing is I want to say about volunteering that many people, they volunteer because they want to gain experience, because everyone, when we're looking for jobs, they want like 2 or 3 years experience, which a fresh graduate usually does not have. So many people, they volunteer to get experience, to show that they are serious, even though they are young, but they are passionate and they want to work and they can make an impact. So I think these two things are very important. And sorry, one more thing, I think we should add mandatory volunteering in our curriculums, and also awareness on entrepreneurship and how it can make youth make change and social impact and create job opportunities.
Great, thank you very much. So I'm going to actually take your comments and I'm going to turn them into questions for the crowd. For our panel. First, who's going to take this one? How do we convert the Middle East region from job seekers to job creators? It's a tough one. 1 minute answer.
I'll go for it.
Okay, Hila.
I think what you highlighted is very important to, again, provide incubators, provide accelerators, show that there is, because what every entrepreneur needs at the very beginning is the support of the network, whether that's for funding, whether that's for people that start engaging, and then exactly like you said, jobs will also be created, and I think that could be one.
One practical piece of advice to the crowd, and then we'll move. But how do you do that? That sounds super easy to do, but what's the plan? What's one tangible thing we can do?
I think what part of entrepreneurship is that there is not always a plan, in a sense, that you sometimes just have to start and also see how the surroundings and the community is reacting. I think there would always be, you need to have a starting point, and whether you are going to be then in the Middle East one of the first incubators, that's something that you could seek for, learn from the international community, and then have your own spin to it, how to do it in your local community.
So it's not easy, but it needs to get done.
You need to get started.
Number 3, please.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أرحب بجميع الحضور في المملكة العربية السعودية وأتمنى لهم طيب الإقامة إن شاء الله. موضوع التطوع من الظلم أن نطلق على شبابنا خاصة في المملكة العربية السعودية أنه لا يعرف التطوع. التطوع في المملكة العربية السعودية معروف منذ القدم، والشباب تطوع في أيام غزو العراق للكويت، وتطوع الشباب في الجيش وفي الدفاع المدني، ولا زال التطوع مفتوح في الهلال الأحمر وفي مساعدات الحج والعمرة، وهذه أمور معروفة عندنا وموجودة ولله الحمد. كذلك باب التطوع مفتوح في جميع جامعات المملكة، وهذا ملموس ومشاهد، والشباب من الجنسين أبدوا فيه وأبلوا فيه بلاء حسنا. أيضا لي ملاحظة في قضية الاستفتاء الذي وضعتموه أو السؤال الذي وضعتموه، لماذا أتطوع؟ المسلم يتطوع أساسا في طبيعة حياته أنه يتطوع، لأن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول في الحديث: خير الناس أنفعهم للناس، ولم يقل للمسلمين وإنما لكل الناس. من هذا الباب ومن هذا المنطلق يتطوع المسلم الشاب من منطلق شرعي يتمنى فيه الأجر من الله. فالأسباب التي أوضعتموها بأنه أريد أن يكون العالم أفضل، أريد أن يكون كذا، السبب قبل هذا أن أكسب رضا الله سبحانه وتعالى وأستفيد من هذا التطوع في حياتي، لأن الله يعوضني فيه عملا وأجرا كبيرا لا يغفله المسلم. أيضا أشيد قضايا عندنا في المدينة المنورة ومكة المكرمة. الشباب الذي يرى الصور طبعا ولا يستطيع أن يحضر إلى مكة والمدينة أو يحضر، يعلم بأن هؤلاء الشباب أيضا يتطوعون في قضية سفرة الحرم في رمضان وفي غيرها. فأنا أقول أن شبابنا في المملكة العربية السعودية متطوع بطبعه من واقع دينه وشريعته. شكرا لكم.
So I think I'm going to respond to that. I think fundamentally, yes, you're right. We live in a great culture, and our religion as Muslims is fundamental to charity, impact, volunteering. But somewhere along the line, we've gotten so busy in the society that we feel like we have to make time to do good. And I think all of our panelists today are saying, you don't just have to make time. It needs to be integrated into every step, every breath, every action you take needs to be one of service. And I think that's where we're trying to get to as a society. Question number 5.
Hi, Ahmed. Claire Woodcroft, CEO of MiSK Foundation. Just wanted to say that a lot of what we've heard on the panel certainly resonates with us. We have 2 volunteering programs, over 40,000 young Emiratis now, but 10-year-old programs, so they've been going a long time. Still, retention is a big challenge. So we get the attraction, but keeping them on board is a challenge. We are now launching in a few weeks' time a UAE-wide platform for volunteering in partnership with the government, where we will be building an online, basically, community so that any individual volunteering initiatives can also then be aggregated with bigger programs like ours. But my question to the panel is, how can all of us working in the volunteering space get better at articulating the value proposition that we've already heard about? In other words, youth benefit hugely from this kind of engagement. We see that volunteering, perhaps some of our most powerful programs, even beyond those programs that help them become entrepreneurial or get jobs in the private sector, because they do 2 things. They give youth confidence and the ability to speak out, have voice. And secondly, they build very powerful networks. And they give them a sense of purpose that goes beyond simply having a job or a paid employment. But I think there may be opportunities for us to do more to get that message across. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for the wonderful question, Claire. I'm going to shoot it over to Ben, because we need to how do we get granular about, again, this, we talked about it in the panel, but to Claire's great point, and Claire is one of the great foundation CEOs in the Middle East. And you know, she's saying, look, like, we need more volunteers. We need more participation. How do we demonstrate the purpose that's behind it? What's your solutions?
Yeah, I'm just going to say that the research is definitely out there. We know why people volunteer, and we know what leads to positive volunteering and positive outcomes and impacts. I think what we don't often do is use that research to then seek funding opportunities, other things from the governments, private sector. So, I mean, I guess part of it is drawing on the knowledge that we already have. As a researcher, I always think about research, but using that research to really then leverage opportunities for young people.
Great. Let's go to this side of the room. Number 2.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام.
السؤال الأول، لما نكون في مؤتمرات دولية، هل ال NGOs أو مؤسسات المجتمع المدني هي نفس المؤسسات اللي نتكلم عنها سواء في الغرب أو في الوطن العربي؟ وأنا أشك في ذلك، لأن ما هو موجود في الوطن العربي محكوم بنظم وإجراءات، وينتهي به المطاف إلى أن يكون كيان حكومي بشكل أو بآخر. الأمر الآخر، هناك دراسة عملت بأن هناك جزء من الشعب العربي أو الخليجي ملول أو متملل، برغم أن لديه من الإمكانيات المالية أكثر، ولكن لديه من الخيارات أقل. الأمر الآخر، أجد أن العمل التطوعي أفسد عندما أدخل فيه المكافآت المالية، خصوصا في المناطق العربية والخليجية، وأصبح فيها محباة في الدفع، وصار هناك فواصل كبيرة. الأمر الأخير هو إمكانية، خصوصا في منطقة الخليج، إحنا لدينا هجرة عقول معاكسة. كنا نتكلم عن هجرة العقول العربية، والآن وجد عدد كبير من ما يسمون بالإكسبات. فهذول الإكسبات الموجودين في هذه البلدان العربية وخصوصا الخليجية لا يستفاد منهم أكثر من أنهم جائيين للعمل في المناطق الخليجية، برغم أن ساعات العمل قليلة جدا. وعندما يتحدث هذا الأجنبي أنه يجد فرصة لأن يتطوع، لا يجد أن هناك استقلال، برغم أني أعتبر أن هذه العقول تعتبر أصول لا تقل عن أصول النفط وأصول غيرها. لذلك أنا حاولت في فترة من الفترات أعمل ما يسمى بالإكسبات engagement، لأن الشخص ممكن يتبرع بhis talent، يتبرع بوقته، ليس بالضرورة أن يكون التبرع وبهذه التكنولوجيا الموجودة الآن ما زال فكر التطوع محكور على وجودك شخصيا في المنظمة لتقدم عمل، بينما اليوم ممكن أن تستقل الديجيتال لايف وتكون متطوع بأفكارك، تتطوع بقدراتك وإلى آخره. أرجو الأمر الآخر إذا كان ممكن أن صاحبة السمو تجاوب عليه، هو أن هناك دراسة عملت في الوطن العربي وكان هناك أمل كبير بأن ما سمي بالربيع العربي أن يكون مخرج لكثير من طموحات الشباب، وهذه الدراسة أنتجت بأن الشباب اتجه إلى ما يسمى بريادة الأعمال، وتفسيرها من الناحية الاستشارية أنهم فقدوا الثقة أو فقدوا الأمل في تحقيق أهداف الشباب الشخصية من خلال الحكومات، فلجأوا إلى الاعتماد على النفس. شكرا للجميع.
جزاك الله خير.
أنا ما أقدر أسمع.
Who can I lobby that one to?
عفوا. الصوت
Okay,
كان
so,
واضح.
yeah, so I
Maybe
can.
if you summarize the question again, that would be
So
great.
basically, again, I think this is similar to the point we had before, in that, you know, our youth are great, and they're inspired, and I think the question is, what's the challenges that are there seems to be a disconnect between opportunities and willingness and action, and what's the cause? What's the solutions? And maybe Princess, you take that as a localized question.
So I think I'll answer in Arabic because I think
Sure.
يعني طبعا احنا عندنا في السعودية تاريخ عريق في التطوع، خاصة في مواسم الحج. زي ما تفضلت حرب الخليج أنا كنت متطوعة في مستشفى الشميسي وقتها. أعتذر السؤال ما كنت سامعته بوضوح، بس إحنا أعتقد الخلل ما هو في الشباب، الخلل في الفرص. وكيف الواحد يخلق الفرص؟ لازم نخلق الفرص بمشاركة الشباب في خلق هذه الفرص، وكيف إيش الأشياء اللي هم يطمحوا لها. إحنا بنتكلم عن مناطق مختلفة جغرافيا، ثقافيا، الجنسين، ومثلا اللي في حايل غير اللي في الرياض وغير اللي في المدينة. فأعتقد أنه هذه كلها لازم أنه في كل منطقة وفي كل مدينة تخلق فرص بمشاركة الشباب وموجهة للشباب.
Great, that's a co-creation is key. Okay, we're going to do one more poll, and maybe we'll try to sneak in one question. And can I get the last question poll? So basically, this poll is going to ask you, has this session been effective for you? Are you more likely, less likely, or just the same likeliness to engage in volunteerism? And I think this is from both the offering and the person participating. So take a couple seconds. Polling music, please. Right on cue. Thanks, guys. Great job. Ding, 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 ding. And our responses. Big round of applause. Thank you. Guys, that concludes our session, but let's look at the numbers, folks. 71% of the people in this room attending, watching, are now more likely to engage, and that's a big thank you to you, Ben, Tanzila, Hila, and Princess Mandela. Thank you guys so much. Big round of applause for our panel today. Thanks, everybody.
What a fantastic panel. Let's give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They were amazing, amazing. Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. Now it's time for a coffee break. We're going to have coffee over there and outside there. Great opportunity for you to interact, to get to know each other, to meet a few people from different parts of the world, parts that you've never heard of. Now is the time. It's a 30-minute break. Be back here at exactly 11:40. 11:40, please. Let's get back in here after the 30-minute coffee break. Thank you very much.
سيداتي سادتي، بإمكانكم الجلوس في مقاعدكم. برنامجنا سيستأنف بعد 10 دقائق.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume in 10 minutes.
سيداتي سادتي، بإمكانكم الجلوس في مقاعدكم. برنامجنا سيستأنف بعد 5 دقائق.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume in 5 minutes.
سيداتي سادتي، بإمكانكم الجلوس في مقاعدكم. برنامجنا سيستأنف قريباً.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly.
PhD in biotechnology. Ms. Hayat Sindhi is the director of a non-profit institution named Diagnostics for All, a point-of-care diagnostics organization. UNESCO Goodwill Ambassador since 2012, she is also the founder and president of the I2 Institute in Jeddah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Good evening or good afternoon. I'm really honored to be with you here and welcome all of you to Saudi Arabia. I'm going to tell you about a true story. Not a fiction, no. This is real. When I was around 20 years old, I was going through a major transition in my life. Moving to England, moving alone, to a different culture, different language, and different education standards. Many people in England and in Saudi Arabia, except my family, told me I'm not going to make it, and I will fail. They indicated that they know the fate of my life, and they want me to believe them. What did I say then to myself? I said, Hayat, no one can know the future. No one can feel how much you wanted to be a scientist except you. So follow your passion. And I said, Hayat, the universities are full of human beings, just like you. So trust yourself, be confident. And I said to myself, use this opportunity and grab it tight and do not let go of your dream. Then what happened? I graduated with honors in pharmacology from King's College University in London. Some people will always try to demotivate you, indirectly or directly. They can have an opinion about everything you do or you have done. The way you dress, where you come from, the way you talk, and what are you going to be in the future. So I said to myself, look at this differently. Embrace the beauty of differences. See this as a color, as a power of various cultures, rich with many opinions of life. And you can be who you are. Be proud of your identity. Of course, life, it doesn't stop there. You're going to face other type of challenges. Even when I finished my PhD in biotechnology from Cambridge University, and I went to Harvard University, I really very much wanted to link science and society, to benefit the society and the community with the power of innovation. At Harvard, a low-cost health diagnostic tool to the needy. But people will always stand up and try to deviate you from your goals. They were even accusing us we were not doing science. So what did I say to myself? I said, if I really do believe in the power and the fire of imagination to raise life to the highest standard, if I do really believe in the power of social innovation, linking science and society, I shouldn't stop. I must continue and capture that benefit for the poor. Guess what happened? After 2 years working hard at Harvard Business School with my scientific and business team, things emerged. We won the first prize from Harvard University in social innovation and the first prize from MIT for introducing a new type of innovation out of the box, save people's life. No team coming before us has ever won until now both prizes in the same year. And we start an NGO called Diagnostic for All. Science for me is unlimited. So what we can give civilization, what we can do for civilization is unlimited. When I was at Harvard, I said to myself, what of my training and of my education can I bring back home to my country and to the region? For me, the answer to start an institute can help to bring back innovation to the region and can serve as a model to anywhere in the world. I started I2 Institute, an NGO, Institute for Imagination and Ingenuity for the Youth in the region. I have been imagining the detail of this institute for the past 15 years, collecting ideas, being engaged with so many individuals around the world, being truly inspired, energized by everyone involved, with one big goal in mind: to create a practical ecosystem for entrepreneurship and social innovation for scientists, engineers, and technologists in the Middle East and beyond, so they can fulfill their dream, they can translate their ideas, their invention to new markets, to new opportunity, to new economy, benefiting the region. Again, people would like to stop you and tell you this is impossible. I said to myself, this is a difficult challenge. It didn't emerge overnight, and it's not going to be solved overnight. But if there is anything I have seen, and that all of you know, is that with the right spirit, with the right tools, change is possible. And I can feel it right now happening. I have come from a traditional family from Mecca with no extra luxury, and I'm now one of the 10 scientists, experts, important by United Nations to use the tool of innovation, the tools of science and technology for sustainability in a developing world. I'm also Goodwill Ambassador for Sciences at UNESCO. So to you all, if you are 20, 30, 40, 70 or above, this is what helped me. First, I have taken inspiration from heroes who did something amazing for humanity, and I have tried to learn from them as much as I can. Second, I have always moved forward with action, and I have found the most common way to fail in life is not to try. So start, persist in climbing, listen to your inner voice, and do not let people to tell you this is not possible. Third, I have risen to the world challenges by working with so many individuals across the world. And I have learned from my experience, from my study, and from my travel. 1,000 miles or 1,000 years. You can find still people just like you and I. So everything in science, everything in business, depends on connecting together, creating strong, passionate teams. Fourth, I haven't forgotten the inner journey. I treat my mind a bit like a garden, cultivating the good things and the beautiful things. I found we need to keep our thoughts healthy. The greatest mind had always positive, unbeatable energy. Finally, it is crucial to surround yourself with people who really believe in you too, and keep imagining the next steps and keep going strong. Because by allowing yourself to be who you are, you're going to be, without realizing, a guiding star, guiding someone else in a dark sky to better life. Thank you very much. And I would love to have questions from the audience. And I can start with ladies first. Yes?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. دكتورة مها الكلاب من جامعة دار العلوم. سعيدة جدا وفخورة فيكي وفي الحضور والكلمات الجميلة اللي يعني وضعت بداخلنا كذا حماس من جديد. الله يعطيك العافية. سؤالي دكتورة حياة، كيف الجيل الصاعد اللي احنا بصددهم اليوم والشباب اللي هم يعني نواة لهذا الملتقى، كيف أقدر أأثر عليهم بتأثير إقناعي؟ كلنا نعلم أن الآن الشباب لم يعد المحاضرات والخطب هذه هي الطريقة المثلى لإقناعهم. كيف تعطينا كذا آليات بسيطة حلوة جميلة بعد تتم عملية إقناع وشحذ همم هذه الشباب بالطرق الحديثة؟ شكرا لك.
Okay. You want me to speak in Arabic to answer you back, or are you happy with English? The question how we're going to encourage or motivate our young generation to come to lectures, for example, and be part of the education system or love education is a common question I get everywhere. I think the equation is not simple forward. I think it starts also from home. I have been really inspired with my family, and we keep always talking about global family or global citizen, but we forget about what is meant by global family. We need that stability from home. I've been encouraged with my parents, especially my father, who are really introduced to me the heroes who did something amazing for humanity. And also, you know, he told me, you know, by education, by learning, you can be one of them one day. So I really love that, and I took it seriously. And then when I arrived to school, also I found great teachers. So we really need both ways. Because how many of us change their life because inspired by a book or a personality or a teacher? So also in education, we need to have leaders, visionary leaders. You know, a leader, he can take you from A to Z, but visionary leaders who can even learn another language. So even the teacher in a class, they need to be also creative, how they can create this inspiration in a classroom. How can I get, you know, hands-on with the students, how they can get them involved, engaged, make them feel they are really part of this, you know, change, and they are the future. So engage them, look for the good in them, because they are there because they want to make a difference of this life. So also, I am saying that we need a visionary leader, not just only leader, take you from A to Z. No, when you stop at Z, I can learn another language to take you somewhere further. Another question here. Yes, please.
عبد الرحمن القحطاني أمين عام جمعية حماية المستهلك. شكرا لك دكتورة حياة حقيقة على هذه السيرة الذاتية الرائعة والطموحة. حقيقة خليني أرجع إلى يوم كنت 20 سنة والمهارات التي امتلكتيها يعني تتعايش مع الموقف الذي كنت فيه. وهذه النقطة اللي حقيقة الجوهرية والمهمة جدا، ما تسمى بالمهارات الحياتية، اللايف سكيلز، اللي جزء منها ما يتعلق بالتفكير الناقد، اللي جزء منها في كيفية اتخاذ القرار، جزء منها البروبلم سولفينج. ما تسمى باللايف سكيلز أو المهارات الحياتية هي جزء مهم جدا المفترض أن يركز عليه في البرامج التي تقدم للشباب. نحن في الدول العربية لو قارنا أنفسنا بدول مثل أوروبا أو الدول الأوروبية أو كندا أو غيرها أو أمريكا، اللايف سكيلز المهارات الحياتية هي جزء في المناهج التي تدرس من الابتدائي إلى أن يصل إلى الجامعة. فأعيد وأكرر قضية المهارات الحياتية، هذه جزئية مهمة جدا، وهناك جزء كبير في اليونسكو يطالب بإدماج المناهج الحياتية أو المهارات الحياتية في هذا الجانب. شق آخر احنا نريد أيضا أن نتطور في هذا الجانب فيما يتعلق بالشباب إلى مهارات أخرى أكثر تقدما، وتسمى الأدفوكاسي بيلدينج، بناء التأييد لقضايانا، لقضايا الشباب تحديدا. وإن كنت أنا أكبر شوي من الشباب حاليا، لكن بناء التأييد أيضا من المهارات المهمة جدا أن احنا نزرعها في شبابنا حتى يستطيعوا أن يصنعوا التغيير، أن يصنعوا التأييد لقضاياهم في المجتمع مع صانعي القرار، مع صانعي السياسات، مع الداعمين للبرامج والأنشطة. مثل هذه المهارات أنا أعتقد مهم جدا أن احنا نركز عليها حتى نصنع التأثير لدى الشباب. وشكرا.
Thank you. Another question? Yes, go ahead. Number 5.
السلام عليكم. دكتورة حصة القويعي
أشكرك دكتورة حياة على كلمتك الملهمة. You mentioned inspired heroes. Who is your hero? And I want to mention the importance of a mentorship around you. So who was your mentor? Who inspired you? Second question is being a PhD here in Saudi, تكلم عربي، في صورة نمطية أن خريج الدكتوراه لازم يكون أكاديمي. يا ريت تتطرقين لهالموضوع أنه مو بشرط أنه ممكن يدخل في مجالات ثانية غير الأكاديمية، وبالعكس زي ما أضاف الأخ أن المهارات الحياتية اللي اكتسبتيها من دراسة الدكتوراه تسهم أنك تحدثين تغيير في أكثر من مجال غير الأكاديمي. وشكرا.
Thank you. I'm going to summarize your question, and I focus on something that's really important you mentioned about mentorship. She asked me who were my heroes. My heroes, actually, every part of your life or period, you have so many people around you who really keep inspiring, because without inspiration, every day we need hope. We need an inspire to get up in the morning on time, to get to work on time. Inspiration is the umbrella of what we do in life. So always surround yourself with the people who really inspire. So my heroes in the past are Al-Khwarizmi, Einstein, the Muslim Arabic scholar Einstein, Marie Curie, and I really wanted to be like them. And same, your point here, when I was growing, I was asking my father, are they really human being? Because I couldn't see any one of them look like me. And for the child, for you, this is impossible to be like them because they don't look from this planet. So my father told me, yes, they are a human being, and by his simple answer, by education, you can be anyone, and you can be one of them in life. So it's very crucial also what we learn, we go back to society to feel the community, and be us as a role model. Not the way of a sense of all complete, we're not an angel. A role model of the way you are persistent, the way you choose certain field, the way you don't give up, the way you are confident, the way you are really wanted to link science and society. And you're right, if you are academic, doesn't mean you stop here. You mentioned about life skills, whatever you learn, you give back to the community, whatever you can, and that's be part of that. So great question, mentorship is important, and until I die, I need a mentor around me, because we learn and life so much challenges, and each period there is different challenge, and you need to learn from the people who done it before you, and not necessarily inventing the wheel, but learn from the experience, and avoid things or get better in things, because that's life. One more question, because I know my time is up. Yes, number one.
Thank you, Dr. Cindy. I just wanted to ask you a simple question. I study social innovation management, and we were just 27 students, but it costs like $10,000 every semester, and I know Harvard costs much more. Now, my question to you is, some of us who had the privilege to go to those elitistic schools that are not accessible to everyone, how do we use that power to empower many more young people instead of oppressing them through like this kind of presentation where sometimes they feel like intimidated because they did not have the same chance that we have in this social innovation management term? That's my question.
So let me just, I hope I understand the question. How are we going to inspire the less privileged students?
Yes, those who have not gone to the school we have gone to.
Sure.
Yes.
So it's an amazing question, and that's what I do in United Nations. How we are going to empower the community, especially for the least developed country or the least privileged, because for me, al-hajam al-ikhtira, necessity, breed innovation, and the most needed one is the one that should really get it full, not to be deprived of it. So we need to really reach to them, and also who are really part of that community. It's not necessarily you're going to create another Einstein in that community, especially in social innovation. You need change aging. You need a solution to problem exists. A simple technology to clean water for children who are dying, or 2 hours of electricity in a rural area. You can have 2 hours in operating theaters, 2 hours for women to cook and sell the food, 2 hours in the classroom. So we always look at science and technology or social innovation, something really out of reach, something complicated. In the contrary, a problem in society, and the best inventors are there from the community. So we need really engage them and find simple solution to address the problem, and gradually they get better. But you're right, we are in a developed world. We like to donate and give things that doesn't fit with the infrastructure. But we need to create and inspire community, and with the tools from the people from abroad, because we need to be in one pot, but really encourage the skill within that community and find for solutions. And Einstein is important. I'm not saying it was not important, but now we are the world face famine, sorry to say, killing viruses, depression in the East and the West, and the way the market is going. So we need solution to existing problem so that we can move forward for better solution. I really would love to stay with you longer, but I have to go. But I'm not going anywhere. I'm here with you for 2 days. If please, you can look to the web, and if you need anything, I can answer and meet you. And thank you very much. And I'm so honored to be here. Thank you very much, and take care.
In her role as Acting General Manager, National Digitalization Office, Ministry of Economy and Planning, Ms. Dima Al-Yahya is instrumental in empowering the digital transformation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Mr. Kamal Al-Asmar is an Arab social entrepreneur, founder of NACWE, the Arab World's Network for Volunteerism and Development. He received in 2012 the King Abdullah II Award for Youth Innovation and Achievement. Mr. Jonathan Birdwell is Head of Policy and Research at the Institute for Strategic Dialogue and Director of Strong Cities Network. He oversees and provides strategic direction on ISD's policymaker networks. Mr. Dejan Bojanic is the Vice President of the European Youth Forum. He is one of the most influential Europeans dealing with policy and advocacy in the world of youth organizations. Khalifa is an associate professor at the University of Sousse. Member of the scientific committee of the Institute of Knowledge Management and Distance Learning, she is a pioneer in her field.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اللهم صل وسلم على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. الحين بعض التذكير أول شيء بعد إذنكم. لو تكلمنا على أنه خلال الجلسة هذه للنقاش حيكون في عندنا استخدام للغة العربية واللغة الإنجليزية وإن شاء الله أيضا اللغة الفرنسية، فحاولوا تعتمدوا على أكيد السماعات اللي موجودة عندكم متوفرة لكل اللغة حسب القناة اللي تحتاجوها. بالإضافة إلى التطبيق، تطبيق جدا مهم حتستغلوه خلال الجلسات بإذن واحد أحد، لأنه خلال جلستنا حيكون في أسئلة جوهرية محورية للنقاش، وأيضا أنتم اللي حتساهموا في الإجابات على أساس نعرف واقع المجتمع من ناحية هذه الأسئلة. اسمحوا لي أقدم نفسي أخوكم فيصل السيف، مهتم في التقنية، مهتم بالتقنية بشكل جدا كبير، وفي الإعلام انتقلت من الإعلام التقليدي إلى الإعلام نقدر نقول الديجيتال المعاصر، نتكلم على السوشيال ميديا، الإمباكت والأثر الكبير اللي تقدر تسويه في الشباب من خلال الإعلام. عرفت بشكل جدا كبير الشيء اللي تقدر تسويه كشاب لما يكون عندك وسائل تقنية متطورة. قبل 20 سنة نتكلم على التطور في المجال وأنك بحاجة تعلم، بحاجة ورقة وقلم. الحين نوعا ما أنت بحاجة اتصال كويس وجوال. منها نبدأ بالسؤال الأول معكم. لو تكلمنا على السؤال الأول اللي حيكون عندنا في البول. So we'll take the poll with the first question. And the question you'll have it there on the screen, hopefully, if they get the questions up the screen. First question will be, do you think that going online is a risk for young people? هل أنت تتوقع أو تعتقد أن وجودك على الإنترنت هي مخاطرة للشباب؟ If the answer is no, please vote no. If the answer is sometimes, number 2, number 3 will be very, number 4, Don't know. Hope I don't get a lot of don't know. Please, no number 4. بإمكانكم الحين أنكم تجاوبوا. طبعاً نتكلم على أثر جداً كبير، وكلنا عارفين الأثر الكبير اللي شكله الإعلام الجديد، السوشيال ميديا في عهدنا وعصرنا هذا. الإعلام اللي له أثر في الشباب وقوتهم. وانتهى التصويت. And if we go to the results please، إذا ذهبنا للنتائج. بعض الشيء. أكثركم يتوقع بعض الشيء. ومن الآن نوعاً ما حتحول للغة الإنجليزية. So if the majority of people attending here think it's sometimes, which is very interesting, because I know for a fact a lot of different opinions do settle here, the people in the panel. So, assalamu alaikum, first of all.
Alaikum assalam.
So, if we're talking about, let me start with you. أستاذة ديما. طبعاً للتوضيح أيضاً هي الأستاذة ديما ال HE هنا مكتوبة في الغلط، ولكن برضو نتشرف فيك دائماً وبسم الله ما شاء الله في مبادراتك. لو تكلمنا على أنه الناس تتوقع بعض الشيء، والناس مو عارفة الأثر الكبير اللي موجود في السوشيال ميديا والإعلام الجديد المعاصر وخطره على الشباب، فتعليقك من هذه الناحية.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله. First, أشكر MiSK وأيضا اليونسكو for having us today. دائما احنا تبهرنا بالinitiatives والprograms اللي تطرحها لدعم الشباب وللارتقاء بجيل تقني خلينا نقول واعد. بالنسبة لي الوجود اليوث أو الشباب على الإنترنت بالعكس أنا أرى أنه شيء جدا مهم في وقتنا هذا، لكن ما هو أهم من ذلك أنه كيفية طرح وجودهم على الإنترنت.
طرح اللي هو أنه المواد اللي تشوفوها وشيء؟
لا، طرح الإنترنت لهم أو كيفية استخدامه. فإحنا ما نعطيهم زي ما تقول الكيكة ونقول كلوها كلها. it should be a collective effort to توجيه الشباب إلى استخدام والاستخدام الصحيح، وكيفية استخدام المعلومة، وكيفية إنه نحتوي الشباب من مستهلكين أو نحول الشباب من مستهلكين للتكنولوجي إلى منتجين للتكنولوجي. فمثلا في سبيل المثال في شاب في الثاني ثانوي من عمره تعرفت عليه في منطقة الباحة، صنع كلاود سحابة إلكترونية. وكيف صنعها؟ لما سألته قال تعلمت عن طريق اليوتيوب. فهي طريقة استخدامه للسوشيال ميديا وطريقة استخدامه للإنترنت اللي صار منها برودكتيف وصار منها منتج. فبالعكس أنا أشجع وجودهم على الإنترنت، لكن بضوابط معينة ليست لتحكرهم أو تحكر المعلومة، بل ضوابط بالأويرنس وكيف إحنا نعلمهم على الاستخدام الصحيح للإنترنت.
ممتاز. وهذا الشيء اللي ياخذني على طول كامل. Kamil, this is absolutely the point we should be talking about with you, because literally Nakhwa is about trying to minimize the affecting gap available online with social and technology, and let's say the content available online, and try to get the content, the valuable content, directed to youth. So directed content, or let's say valuable content, is available online, yet not a lot of people generate it. It doesn't bring in enough money. And not a lot of people consume it. So how can we get that whole content, valuable content percentage leveled up?
That's a perfect question, especially that it doesn't generate money. I've been working for 8 years. So basically the idea of Nakhwa came out of my personal passion about volunteering. I was a volunteer. I'm a graduate of computer science. I was a coder, so I just merged my technical ability of building a website with my passion of volunteering to create a volunteer matching portal that started in Jordan 8 years ago. Then it grew to cover 17 Arab countries. And we lately changed it from Nakhwa to Nakhwa just to make it more Arab. Then it grew by itself to reach the point where it became a distribution channel for social change or social initiatives taking place in the region. And mostly, we're talking about individual initiatives that are being launched by youth, not only NGOs or social enterprises that are big and famous. So we were discussing backstage the ability of youth to actually understand what they should absorb on social media and what they should ignore. And the best case scenario in our educational systems in the region, youth are not able to explore their passion, and they're not learned they're not being taught on how to critically think about what they see online, whether it's online or offline. So that's a responsibility on the educational system and NGOs. NGOs are addressing education in general and mainly access to education, but the quality of education is very important. So it goes back to the basics, to schools, on how youth should be taught on how they absorb content online and differentiate between whatever is beneficial for them and whatever is destroying for their mindset.
So we're talking about, let's say, directing children, directing students, directing people in universities, let's say attendees in universities, to create the content if they're, let's say, certified enough, or they do have value to give, and as well to consume that content and direct the right audience to consume that content. And this is a major issue in all the Arab world. If we're talking about content that goes viral, it is always content. Like the rest of the world, it's always content that is more fun, less educational. And then that takes us to an issue. 20 years ago, one major issue in the world, if we're talking, it was talking about literacy. Literacy was an issue, everybody was talking about it. Now the biggest issue might be digital literacy, which Mr. Jonathan might tell us a bit about it. So digital literacy does exist, but are we doing anything against it, or let's say to fight it?
I don't think we're doing enough. So the concept of digital literacy is something that's emerged in the past few years. And really what it is a combination of two things. It's a combination of traditional critical thinking skills, so the ability to recognize an argument, to assess the quality of that argument, to look for assumptions, to look at the source and the potential bias that they might have, to seek out other sources and alternative points of view. This is something that we've always had in terms of reasoning and logic, but it's even more important now because on the internet, it's just a deluge of information. And we, and young people in particular, need to have those skills, those traditional skills, to be able to assess and wade through that information. But that's not all. The other component of digital literacy is understanding specifically how the internet works in some ways. For example, when you type something into Google, Google doesn't give you those results on the basis of truth and accuracy. And there have been surveys in the UK showing that actually quite worrying numbers of young people think that it is on the basis of truth and accuracy. So we need to also teach young people about how people can manipulate things like search results. And that, essentially, the combination of those two things make this concept of digital literacy, which I think is so vitally important. And you see some NGOs doing really interesting work, but I don't think it's being addressed on the scale that it needs to be. And I think that's partly because teachers are often behind the curve in terms of technology. They don't feel as comfortable with the technology as young people, so we need to find a way to go around that.
Definitely, and there should be as well some regulations over all companies that, let's say, base their business online. If they're basing their business online, it shouldn't be only the revenue that their first thought about how to arrange the content. It should as well have some ethics and manners into the way they arrange their content. So, but for example, if you search about something viral these days, the first usually results will be the more viral results. And those results, as you said, they might not be accurate, they might be lies, they won't have such truth or educational value filled into them. Which take me to Diane. I mean, literally, they don't have any educational value, as well as, if we're talking here in the UNESCO, we're talking about NGOs. NGOs, with the UNESCO, for the past, like, if we talk 20 years ago, youth are totally different than now. Youth now, if you want to talk to them, you send them a text, you send them on social media, you try to direct them and talk to them there. So is there an actual change within NGOs in the way they approach youth so that they approach youth in the appropriate tools within social media and digital content, valuable content?
Yes, thank you, Faisal, for the question. I mean, I think that it is a lovely time to be kind of maneuvering around social media world as representatives of NGOs. I think that we have to be online. Everyone is online, so everyone kind of relating to our work is using social media. So politicians are there, institutions have their official accounts. More and more people now are, I think we reached the point where being politically kind of opinionated on social media is a trend. So a lot of people now are starting to get engaged kind of because there are flashy celebrities associated with social cause, that, you know, it's good kind of for self-image or for entertainment to be online and to express your opinions online. So everyone is there, and even groups, other organized groups, not NGOs, but the extremist groups, rebel groups. I have a friend who's an ambassador in a conflict-affected country, and he recently went for a peace negotiation with a rebel group. And what happened at the end, that the leader of the rebel group wanted them to take a selfie so they can kind of post it online and kind of talk, you know, but the point is that everything is happening online right now. So to be an NGO means to be maneuvering around the social media world. And what I think that so far, we haven't done that great of a job fully understanding what the social media world entails. Because what I think is that if we kind of, by having everyone there, a lot of NGOs assume that this is the place where we also have a direct political power and political influence. And I would argue that that's not entirely the case. In social media, people, you know, we can mobilize people, we can spread good values, but it's not a place to influence political decisions. If you think about what kind of power means in that regard, you know, we as NGOs cannot take decisions through social media. We can definitely not stop decisions from being taken, and we cannot really set the narrative in which decisions are being taken.
True. As well as NGOs are not the first wall of talk, let's say, or let's say the first wall defense if we're talking to the audience. If you're talking to youth, and you need to talk directly to youth in a valuable manner, you need to talk to them as well, not only with the right tools, but through the right people. And here comes the role of new era influencers. We all know influencers these days in the digital era, and we know that influencers do an amazing job in spreading information, and as well, sometimes not a lot of valuable information, but spreading information, knowledge, entertainment, and everything. And there are, let's say, other influencers who use their power, like the example you shared with me earlier regarding influencers within the tourism industry, and them talking and, let's say, having a major impact on tourism in Tunisia.
Yes, thank you for the invitation. It's a real pleasure for me to be here today. One of the young researchers in my team, I will switch in French.
Please, please.
Une des jeunes chercheurs de mon équipe de recherche avait diagnostiqué et cartographié les acteurs influents en écotourisme en Tunisie. Et on était tous surpris de voir que le principal acteur influent actuellement sur cette nouvelle forme de développement est les ONG. Donc je crois qu'aujourd'hui, il y a 3 acteurs. Il y a une quête de changement auprès des jeunes. Les jeunes, ils sont à la recherche d'un changement suite à une série de crises auxquelles ils s'affrontent, une crise d'autorité, une crise de l'éducation, une crise de représentation dans les pouvoirs politiques en place. Il y a les ONG qui cherchent à accélérer, à opérer un changement. Et donc, il y a une complémentarité entre ces deux premiers acteurs. Et un troisième acteur qui est un outil, c'est les outils, les technologies de l'information et de la communication qui ont le pouvoir, un pouvoir viral de dissémination et de contamination, si je peux dire. Donc aujourd'hui, cette jeunesse, comment les ONG pourraient créer une complémentarité ou un bon usage des technologies de l'information par un capital présent et qui pourrait être moteur de changement dans le monde, surtout dans les contextes dans lesquels nous vivons. Par contre, j'aimerais bien réagir par rapport à ce qui vient d'être dit dans le panel. Toute la difficulté, c'est de comprendre ou d'essayer de voir que les technologies de l'information, c'est des outils. La technologie, elle ne développe pas forcément des compétences. La disponibilité de connaissances sur le net ne peuvent pas forcément développer des compétences. Et donc, tout le génie aujourd'hui, c'est de trouver, d'abord de savoir qu'est-ce qu'on veut faire et avec quels moyens et pour quel public.
Definitely. This takes me to an interesting thing. Okay, definitely there's a huge role to be played by NGOs to approach, let's say, to know the right way to approach youth. and to empower youth within the right means. Of course, I'm definitely keen on questions as well. So everybody in the audience, if any of you have a question so far, is there a question regarding what's been said? Okay, so we got a question number 2 there. So please, if we go with that question.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
We are talking about youth, but I see that none of them are on the stage.
Oh, there is. We're all youth in heart. We're all youth in heart. Okay. But it's not about being on stage. If we're talking about youth, we're definitely talking about how to talk to them, how to reach them. And if we're talking about knowledge, if we're talking about experience, we're definitely talking about people in such fields. And if we're talking about reaching the right people, it's about finding the right tools. If we were just here to empower youth and have a room full of youth, there's no experience to be delivered to them. So I would definitely, appreciate just knowing that experience is the thing that we're trying to deliver to youth. So definitely, I'll go to a question with the female.
Faisal, can I add, please? Because
Please.
I kind of got.
Please go ahead.
We're still young, basically, and I'm not sure about the definition.
I know
of
your
youth.
age.
Yeah,
okay, but please.
The definition of youth varies from a place to another. It's not only about being young; it's also about relating to young people. So if we're able to relate to how young people think and what young people want, we're able to address it.
Definitely.
Yeah, but can I interact as being a young person on a panel and also coming from a youth
please.
organization? I would respectfully disagree with you because I do think it's important to be, there is not better experience of what it's like to being young than by being young. So I think that it's very important to do have young people at the panels and also youth organizations in the audience because we, I think, know the best, most effective way of how to talk with our peers.
Definitely, and to talk to the peers as well, you need to have the content, the knowledge to deliver to your peers, and that content and knowledge usually comes with experience, with years of research and years of delivery. So it's about minimizing the gap, and this is what we're keen on. From number 5, please. Yes. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum. Rima Al-Harbi من MiSK Systems. We believe that we have 70% of the population under the age of 30. And one of the things I've noticed when I go to social media is cyberbullying.
Yes.
And unfortunately, most of the time it's under fake names, fake accounts, fake whatever. So I wanted to understand from those people who are on stage and who are making an impact, is there a way to address this?
Definitely, definitely. And I believe you do think that skills is more valuable to be taught than some other, let's say, NGOs-based, say, fields. But skills within NGOs would go again, try to minimize bullying and cyberbullying.
Exactly, and that's referring back to also being online or the internet, is that it's an end-to-end solution. It's not like it begins with awareness, to skills, to rising these digital skills, ethics, and using internet. And now digital, we're using digital even to have a, let's say, seamless, diverse environment. Using the social media, using the collaboration platforms as well. So all of these contribute in more maturity and even the communication with ta'amulat, everyone with each other as well.
Definitely, and we'll definitely talk about that in more depth. I'll go with question number 4, then I'll go with the poll again, please.
Good morning, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Nikita Shield-Roll. I'm the founder and CEO of a nonprofit organization in the Bahamas. And I found the topic about digital literacy extremely interesting because I know that's something that we're seeing way too often within the community in the Bahamas. Just the amount of times people will post and repost and share things that are not grounded in facts. They've never done any research. They just see it. They think it's interesting. And then all of a sudden, people are making decisions based on lies. And so my question is, what do you think, how can we tangibly go about addressing this? And how do we, because it's a serious issue. And it's sort of increasing the shift, I think, that we have in society from a knowledge and fact-based society to something that is really sort of based on these alternative facts and things that aren't really true.
True. Jonathan, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll comment on that, and I think the other question as well about cyberbullying. And really it's to focus on this concept of not only sort of digital literacy, as we spoke about, and I think the tangible thing there is really to have good programs in schools that are getting people, getting young people to think about the consequences of their actions when it comes to online. You know, if they retweet something, what does it mean? If they share something, have they thought about what the source is? I mean, I think a lot of people are guilty about that because it's too easy just to click retweet without thinking about what the implications of that. So we really need to embed programs that help to teach what we call digital citizenship, because we think it's important that citizens, we have responsibilities. And those responsibilities, we think, are also applied and need to be applied in the online space. And so far, they're not. And part of that responsibility is thinking before you share information. Another part is responding to cyberbullying and not just ignoring it and hoping that someone else will deal with it. It's about, you know, defending people. I wouldn't say aggressively sort of having arguments against people who are cyberbullies, but because there are better and more, there are better ways of handling that, but not just to ignore it, to report it to the platform, to think about more innovative ways of which you could tackle that. And I think, to go back to the one point, I think young people will be the best, they are the credible voices to design the most effective programs to tackle cyberbullying.
Definitely.
They're the ones dealing with it on a daily basis, so they're the ones best to design programs to tackle it.
Definitely, definitely. Now we'll go with third question, please, number 3. After that, we'll go to the poll, please.
Good morning. I'm agree with you that we as young people need effectively tools to filter this information, to have critical thinking. But I think that also these filters and all this critical thinking comes from family. I mean, we can't let everything to schools or to social media. So I want to ask you, what can you suggest for parents? What tools can we get for parents to give those tools after to children and to young? Thank you.
If we go about parents, definitely. Do you think that parents should have specific tools, even if the answer, please, in French?
Moi, je crois que ce n'est pas uniquement les parents, mais je ramènerai ça à tous les acteurs d'une société, dans une société. Tout l'environnement socio-économique dans lequel l'enfant est né, il devient adolescent, il grandit, contribue au développement de schèmes et de compétences et de comportements. La crise de la jeunesse, à mon sens, aujourd'hui, et la crise du développement aujourd'hui, aussi bien dans les pays développés que dans les pays émergents ou qui le sont moins, hein, c'est une crise de rupture de contrat social, de non-identification et l'absence de sentiment d'appartenance du jeune dans son environnement. Et aujourd'hui, avec la globalisation et les technologies de l'information, il faut faire attention parce que ça peut même désagréger ou encore accélérer cette rupture du contrat social. Le rôle aujourd'hui, vous l'avez bien précisé, il faut développer l'esprit critique. C'est à l'école qu'on commence à le faire, mais aussi il faut essayer d'investir le web. C'est pas pour rien si le web aujourd'hui, je prendrai l'exemple de la Tunisie, c'est un cas que je connais très bien, c'est la première source d'endoctrinement dans la radicalisation violente, aujourd'hui, c'est le web. Et donc, on ne peut pas contrer contre ces fléaux si d'abord on ne révèle pas, et là les ONG pourraient jouer ce rôle, avec ce regard extérieur, les ONG pourraient révéler la richesse et l'originalité de ce qui existe à l'échelle locale. Et donc si on le révèle, on va aider à amorcer un processus de patrimonialisation et donc de fierté, d'appartenance dans son environnement et d'un ancrage territorial. La deuxième possibilité, c'est d'investir le web. Donc plus un site est visité, plus il monte dans les global rank. Donc il faudra investir le web et il faudra... c'est une mutualisation sociale de tous les acteurs pour essayer de faire quelque chose.
Definitely. Now, this takes me to an interesting thing. The thing is about, I mean, if we talk about the topic of social, let's say online bullying is tragic thing happening worldwide. And there are two ways of fighting it. One of the ways is to fight it from the source that creates the side of bullying, and the other, let's say, source of resolution of, let's say, to resolve the whole issue is to know how to face cyberbullying from your side. Now, I'll go with the second poll, which is very interesting. I'll give you the comments about it. So I'll go with the second poll question, please. And please be ready with your applications to answer this poll, because I think it'll raise quite interesting topic. So the second question for the poll would be, have you signed an online petition? Let me, out of curiosity, the females, how many have signed an online petition ever? Okay. Males, how many times did you sign an online petition? You can as well submit your answers. Shockingly enough, from where I'm standing, I know that females are more active signing petitions. I don't know, we're like, we got to give an opinion, gents. Okay, so the answer would be, hopefully, if we get the results, oh, that's very impressive. I never thought that would be the answer. Signing petitions and, let's say, running petitions online will give you a thought of direction, of where to go with opinions as well, where to go with actions. And usually actions, they are the core of making youth have an impact in society. If youth were never involved in the petition, if youth never had a side to say in the petition, then all actions will be not relative to empowering youth. So that takes me to an interesting thing. How correct, Ms. Dima, do you think? How correct do you think polls these days are? When we're talking about making a change, when I'm talking about empowering youth worldwide, do you think that we're using the tool, as in the petition tool? We're using it the right way? We're getting like 3,000 results and we don't know who signed the poll, the petition itself. So, please.
No, I don't think we're getting accurate data out of petitions. We're not using it the right way. Not only that, we're not using data.
At all?
At all.
Okay.
To analyze the behavior of youth and for us to understand youth. Is it enough that we send a survey and we get their opinion? We have to analyze the data and the activities that they do online, and that's how we are going to listen to them. It's not about a survey, because you never know who is signing that petition or a survey. So we have lack of open data and lack of providing, or let's say be more proactive and analyzing the behavior and providing the services and what the youth really needs before even them asking for it.
It's interesting that petitions usually, when we're talking about petitions in the Arab world, even in the worldwide, if we're talking, petitions usually are not signed online, or let's say petitions that take massive effect never happen online. There are petitions that need proof to be like pen and paper. These are better petitions. Are we really there yet, Kamil? Kamil, what's going on with taking petitions and taking actions? You love this topic, Kamil.
It's very easy for someone to go to a page and write a name and sign, whether it's a real name or not. But it takes some effort to actually go offline and do it, take it the extra mile. So you can't really understand or know if these people who are signing these petitions or taking these surveys who are genuinely doing it or doing it out of interest to just being part of a bubble or a group of people.
So you're with or against online petitions?
I'm with online petitions that are more focused on not majorly opened on the internet, basically. So, and if they're able to actually verify who the person participating in the petition or not. So, for example, I'm not going to talk about petitions, I'm going to talk about surveys more. We've done a lot of surveys at Nakhwa that are focused on volunteerism in specific, and they were targeting our network of volunteers, which exceeds 25,000 people. So these were very specialized surveys that no one can answer them unless they actually got involved in volunteerism in a way or another, because they were based on real stories that took place. So that's a way of doing it. But opening a petition or I've actually signed a petition that I'm not interested in back in the days because I just wanted to know how the platform works. So that's an example, yeah. There was platform, and I don't even remember what that petition was. I just wanted, because I'm a techie, by the way, by the end of the day, I wanted to see how the wizard of the petition goes on. I just signed it.
What if there was like, I mean, some sort of a tool, that online tool that verifies users, and then from verifying users, you would know that people who join the petition, or let's say participate in a petition, really matter. Do you think, Dan, that is a tool that would be like of use in, let's say, a population in the world which is young, full of youth?
Well, in the future, certainly yes, and already some countries now are moving towards online voting in national elections, which is one way of a form of pooling or serving a population about a cause. So I think we're going that direction. It's a good direction to go to. But I think that what prevents us right now is the biased nature of social media. Let me tell you what happened when I joined Twitter the first time. I thought that I was joining a neutral place. You know, I thought I'm going to reach out to a lot of people from all over the world. You know, I think UNESCO was one of the first accounts that I followed, but then I got, do you want to follow UNICEF and ILO and, you know, maybe Education International and Malala? And all of a sudden, I created this space which completely fitted my interests entirely. So I created a bubble. And within that bubble, the more kind of I got engaged, the more I was getting the content that I want to get. And I think that's where the neutral space that social media is supposed to be became biased. And I think what happens if a person has been marginalized, bullied, already kind of offline world, if they've had the difficulties accessing their rights, what is the bubble that they create then? So I think that's one of the bigger threats now, and that's why I think that with the pooling is not so efficient right now, because we would launch a pool that would very likely just go within the bubble within which we already are, and we're going to hear the results and see the results that are kind of that we want to see. Because also at the end of the day, I mean, Twitter and social media is kind of it's a service from a company, and what they want to do, what any kind of service wants to do, is to give the consumers what they want to see.
Definitely. I mean, most of the consumers would like entertainment. Entertainment is the biggest thing, entertainment, sports, and things like that. Not a lot of people online are willing to make change, are they?
If I can build
please.
On that, please. As you said, like, it's not about like going back to technology or digital is only a tool at the end of the day. It's about a mindset. Now, how many of us, when we download an app, we rate it?
Yes.
Or we write our recommendation on it. Or when we buy a product from Soot.com or from Amazon, that we actually go in and write the recommendation. So I think it's a matter of a mindset of changing is giving your opinion and how to give your opinion.
And as a community as well, being aware of exactly how big the effect would be if you participate in taking decisions, even if they're at the moment not online available, the petitions and stuff, but going outside and doing, let's say, actions to make change. And let us go to questions now. And if we have any questions available, mashallah. Please, not the same youth thing, huh? Shabab. Please. So go with the question. Of course, mic's available here. I would go, the gentleman here, please. Yes. Would need the mic, the gentleman here, please. By the time we get that microphone ready with you, sir, let us go with the question with, as well, number 4, please, because I don't see the numbers here. So we'll come to you, sir. Number 4, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. أنا رشيدة النفسي من تونس عن جمعية مرحمة. أشكركم على هذا وضع اليد، خاصة على هذا الموضوع الشيق. في الحقيقة نحن المحاضرات السابقة والندوة السابقة كنا نتحدث عن الإبداع وهذا الجيل الرقمي في الحقيقة والإنترنت والتواصل، وسائل التواصل هي منتج من منتجات الإبداع. لكن أرى أنه تفعيل هذا المنتج ينبغي أن تساهم فيه الأسرة وتساهم فيه المناهج التربوية والمناهج التعليمية حتى يؤدي الدور الذي ننتظره، وحتى يترك الأثر في المجتمع، وحتى يكون يتحمل الشاب ومستعمل هذه الوسيلة يتحمل مسؤوليته في التغيير في نفسه وفي التغيير في مجتمعه لصالح الإنسانية ولصالح القيمة الإنسانية.
بالتأكيد. And this is a major point. I just got a comment, then I'll go to you, sir, the mic here. This is a major point. In our curriculum in the Middle East, How many are aware of such part in the curriculum that teaches students how to act on Twitter in appropriate matter, how to act on Facebook, how to act on Instagram, how to be a nice person, how to write the right post? Nothing like that exists. Not here only in the Middle East, but worldwide. Not such thing exists in a massive scale. So going from there, please start the question.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
صالح الأنصاري مش على مركز تعزيز الصحة.
نعم.
أنا حقيقة عندي اهتمام مرة بموضوع صحة الشباب. وقديش الشباب ممكن يكونوا هم بيكونتريبيوت للصحة لصحة أقرانهم، بحيث إننا نستثمر السوشيال ميديا في إنهم هم يعني يهتموا بالقضية، لأنه في كمية إعلان ودعايات وفي نوع من الهيلث الليترسي موجودة في الشباب. تجدهم مهتمين بالعالم الافتراضي ومش مهتمين بصحتهم. أنا عندي تجربة في هذا الموضوع، تعزيز الصحة والنشاط البدني للشباب وغيره. السؤال كيف إننا نجذب الشباب للاهتمام بالأهم؟
Perfect. How can we attract youth to give more importance to the more important stuff?
Can I?
Please.
اتحمست. So I got excited. Well, for them being part of the change, for them solving the solution. So they need a sense of direction. Youth need a sense of direction is that, okay, we have a problem in healthcare. وليكن diabetes, for instance. Now, you know that there's a problem. I need you to come and be part of that change and be part of creating a solution for that. You love working in being in your artificial intelligence or virtual land. How are you going to use that artificial intelligence to actually solve that very important factor or very important cause in the community, and you can save lives with it? Then you will not just only have a solution, you will only change the mindset of that person, and then it will organically grow within his community and then the ecosystem.
Jonathan.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point about, so the education programs, I obviously made the point, the importance of education programs, but I think you really need to make sure that you're making it cool. You know, this has to be cool. It has to resonate with young people. And I think to do that, it's really important you think about how that's done. And I think the involvement of social media companies, Facebook, Google, Twitter, Instagram, they're starting to, a lot of pressure is being put on them. They're starting to recognize they have a greater role to play in social responsibility. So we at the Institute try to partner with Google, partner with Facebook to run initiatives like Internet Citizens, which focuses on digital citizenship and youth clubs across the UK. Because it's got to be cool. It can't just be something that's put into the curriculum and then is just sort of taught alongside arithmetic. It has to be cool.
Quickly, Kamil.
I think there is a role for role models as well.
Influencers.
Exactly. So
Perfect.
our role models now on social media are actually influencers. And you're talking about social responsibility. We just created a term backstage, which is ISR, influencer social responsibility. Governments and NGOs have to approach influencers online to make them understand the importance of the message they send, or they send out about certain causes, whether it's healthcare, whether it's energy, whether it's volunteerism. There are many challenges out there that we have to address. So these people who are very famous, where young people look at them as role models, have a big role in addressing societal challenges.
Definitely. Now we got a third question for the poll. Then from the, okay, I'll take a question here, then we'll go to the poll quickly. Please, if you give us your question in brief.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. عبد العزيز الحارثي من الجمعية السعودية لحفاظ التراث. Saudi Society Heritage and Culture Preservation. أول شيء أحب أشكر NGO واليونسكو ومؤسسة MiSK الخيرية على أنه جابوا لنا الروائع هذه عشان نستفيد منهم. Thank you for sharing your trade secrets and experience. I'm 20 years old and I'm a youth, and I thank you for this platform. Although we do need more youth to hear our thoughts and our opinion, and you can guide us and put the skin on the bone and guide us to better ideas and better platform. Thank you very much.
Definitely guidance is an importance. Let's go with the third question of the poll, the last question of the poll. Then from there, that's the thing, I want to finish the question so I get more time with the great audience. Go into the third question of the poll. So definitely going to, did you do more for that cause than sign a petition? We're following up from the previous question, as in did you ever sign an online petition? Of course, please submit your answers through the applications. There are 2 answers, either yes or no. And from there, we'll have even more interesting things to talk about. Because definitely influencer, and I think that's a cool initiative to start with. I mean, influencer, let's say, what was the initiative again?
ISR. ISR, influencer social responsibility, yeah.
Influencer social responsibility, definitely that should be adopted. The answers for the poll. Oh, okay. That's the thing. That is exactly what previously the panelists have said, that not a lot of people do take action. And this is why the importance, or let's say the importance of you doing online actions, mini actions, let's call them, then going in real life and doing better, bigger actions. And yet, it all goes back to awareness, education, NGOs using the right tools, bringing the appropriate skills to minimize the gap that was created or that does exist in the digital era. If I go with a question, Kamil.
I just want to give an example about the story that happened yesterday. I was on Instagram and I got a message from a random person. She's saying, oh my God, and I could see the excitement because of the amount of spelling mistakes she had in the messages. So, oh my God, I didn't know that Nakhwa exists. I had this idea for too long. Finally, someone made it happen. And I was like, if you had this idea for too long, why didn't you actually implement it? So I've been accused for stealing the idea of Nakhwa for the longest time because everyone had this idea except for me, apparently. But I'm the only one who went out and implemented it. So why, if you have these good intentions and you have the tools to actually implement these good intentions, why don't you go out and do it? It's very easy to go and implement something like Nakhwa without a website. Just do it on a Facebook page. And we're actually counting on a Facebook page more than the website itself.
Absolutely. And this is something, I mean, I'll be switching to Arabic as well now. So if you want to know the translation, put the headset for Arabic. في المملكة العربية السعودية والوطن العربي العقول الشابة اللي موجودة عندها قدرات مو طبيعية بفضل رب العالمين. وطبعا هذا في العالم كله، ولكن همي المملكة العربية السعودية والوطن العربي. لو تكلمنا على العقول والمبادرات والأشياء اللي موجودة عندنا شيء خرافي، ولكن يظل عندنا نقص كبير في وعي الشباب في أنهم يأخذوا الخطوة، يبدأوا يسووا شيء من فكرتهم. وهذا الشيء اللي أتوقع شيء جدا جميل لما قاعد يصير من مسك وغيرها من المؤسسات اللي موجودة في المملكة العربية السعودية، إنها تشجع الشباب إنهم يأخذوا هذه الخطوة. ودور أخذ الخطوة علينا كلنا اللي موجودين هنا. إذا إحنا بالفعل قاعدين نفكر إنه نقلل الفراغ اللي موجود بين ال NGOs، بين المؤسسات وبين الموجود الغير الحكومية، وأيضا بين الشباب، تكلموا لغة الشباب، أعطوا الشباب ما يريدون، وأعطوهم التشجيع، بالإضافة أعطوهم الحرية في أخذ القرار، على أساس بإذن واحد أحد. لا إحنا قاعدين نتكلم الحين في المستقبل، بإذن واحد أحد في المستقبل شبابنا هم العماد، هم اللي يشيلون الوطن بإذن واحد أحد. ولما يكونوا يتعاملوا مع الأدوات اللي كلنا لما وجدنا الأدوات جديدة علينا، معليش يعني ما كان عندنا زمان قبل 20 سنة تويتر ولا شيء كلها، لازم يكون عندنا مبادئ في استخدام هذه الأدوات. المبادئ لما نبدأ نعلمها للناس، نعلمها للشباب، ساعتها بإذن الله حيصير في إفكت ويصير في إمباكت بإذن واحد أحد. And from there, let me take a summary from each of you about how do you think, or let's say, what do you think the next step should be? الخطوة الثانية أستاذة ديما.
Well, taking the risk.
The risk of what?
For our youth to take the risk, dream bigger, and go and approach their dreams. The thing is, our youth is always conservative, and they're not taking the lead and really thinking that it can happen.
Definitely.
And the change can happen. So be producers, don't be consumers. Be job creators and not job seekers.
Definitely. Kamil. Yes. Kamil.
I'm going to build on taking the risks, but for regulators and policymakers. Take the risk and reform our educational systems, because that's the first thing should happen in the world, basically, not only in the region.
Jonathan.
I think it's, for me, it's this concept of digital citizenship, to recognize, to take responsibility and recognize your own responsibilities for, as I like to be producers, not consumers, but produce information that you can be proud of, that is ethical, that is moral, that lives up to your responsibility as a good citizen. I think everyone should make sure to do that.
Diane.
Yes, I'll take us back from what we are here for. There was from the audience observation that we need to include education system and family, from the panel also about businesses, entrepreneurs, and role models. But we're here at the NGO Forum. Have values. We offer education, non-formal education, which can also kind of be expressed to teach people skills such as digital literacy, such as critical thinking, etc., etc. So then my kind of final advice would be here at the NGO Forum for everyone to join an organization and then follow up from, taking the survey to actually doing the action.
Definitely. I'll go with questions, but of course, first, Stada Samiha.
I think that the challenge actually is il faudra apprendre à travailler ensemble, il faudra mutualiser les efforts, il faudra comprendre que les technologies sont obsolètes, c'est un moyen, c'est un outil, c'est pas une fin en soi, et il ne faut pas perdre de vue le développement de l'être humain et la gestion de la diversité et de la richesse culturelle et l'ancrage de chacun, de tout un chacun, de chaque jeune, dans son contexte, dans son environnement et dans sa culture. C'est la seule façon que nous aurons pour relever les challenges annoncés.
Definitely. Thank you for that. Now we go to some of the questions. Of course, number 2, we never had the opportunity. Please, a question with number 2. And quickly, if we prepare number 4 as well. Please, تفضل.
شكرا للجميع. أنا أتصور أن هناك حاجة في المنطقة العربية بالذات إلى ما يسمى digital parenting. يعني أولياء الأمور يجب أن يكونون على مستوى عالي من معرفة هذه الحياة الافتراضية. 2 الخطر في الحياة الافتراضية في تصوري لا يقل عن الخطر في الواقع، وهذا يجهله كثير من الناس. 3 كثير من الشباب عنده شخصيتين، شخصيته العادية اللي يعرفونها العائلة، والشخصية الأخرى هي شخصيته في السوشيال لايف. أنا أتصور منطقة الخليج بالذات لابد أن تنتبه إلى 3 أشياء: الشخصية الافتراضية وهي قد تكون أفضل من الشخصية الواقعية وقد تكون أسوأ. 2 الديجيتال بيرنتينج، أن أولياء الأمور يجب أن يدخلون في جانب تدريب حواري ونقاشي. شكرا.
Definitely. شكرا لتعليقك. تفضل رقم 4.
عسلامة. فدوى قميدين من تونس. So my question is, so I'm a student. I study in a Tunisian university. So the thing is, at many times, I look for the class on Udacity or Udemy or anything, and the moment I find that class, I just don't go to school anymore. Because it's more fun, it's more cool, at the same time, it's less time, and it's just more engaging for me to be present on an online platform. So what is Tunisian schools gonna do about that? Because we have internet. Like a lot of people, if we see the people and the youth in Tunisia and how much they use internet, like when the Tunisian university is going to be part of the digitalized, kind of.
So we'll conclude on that with Stada Samiha. If you tell us, how can we make online learning more fun for youth?
D'abord, il faudra dire que même en présentiel, on peut introduire de la gamification et être ludique. On peut même en présentiel enrichi utiliser une pédagogie active dans laquelle l'apprenant ou l'étudiant, il est actif dans son processus d'apprentissage, et c'est ce que les jeunes sont en quête, sont à la recherche, sont en train de chercher. L'université tunisienne, moi j'ai commencé à utiliser le e-learning en 2002 dans le cadre d'une université tunisienne. En 2006, nous avons mis en place, en 2002 c'était la formation continue, en 2006 c'était un master de recherche totalement à distance à l'international. Sauf qu'il ne faut pas oublier que parmi les milieux les plus conservateurs sont le monde universitaire, d'abord. Et deuxièmement, il faut dire que certains pays arabes ne reconnaissent pas, tels que le Maroc, le Liban, ne reconnaissent pas les diplômes à distance. Donc je crois que la Tunisie, elle est en avance. Nous avons une université virtuelle, nous avons un portail national de MOOC, nous avons des formations à distance. Donc, mais c'est vrai qu'il y a un effort à faire.
Thank you for that comment. And at the end, we should make that's it. That concludes our session. Yet at the end, we would like to say, inshallah, بإذن واحد أحد, with more of such initiatives, with more of minimizing the gap between decision makers Inshallah, a lot of decision makers here today, and as well, we're talking about youth. Definitely an impact would be change. Please give a round of applause to our panelists, أستاذة سميحة, أستاذ ديان, أستاذ جوناثان, كامل, أستاذة ديما, يعطيكم ألف عافية. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. شكرا لكم.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, let's give them a round of applause, I promise you. If you're hungry, the food is coming. It's around the corner. It's going to be great. It's going to be a real treat. Lunch is going to be fantastic. But just before I let you go, just a couple of comments. Someone said that, oh, we talk a lot about using young people. Young people are not tools. Where's the lady who told me that? Sarah. Where are you, Sarah? Yeah, just make your statement. Just give her a mic if you can, please. Let's give her a microphone over there. And then someone else also told me that we need to see a little bit more action. There's a lot of talk that happens in these sorts of places. Who agrees that there is so much talk and little action? Who agrees? Let's put up our hands. Lots of people agree. Where is Jack? Jack is somewhere here. Jack, where are you? Well, Jack might have stepped out already. Yeah, okay. Yeah, what's your point? Really briefly, 23 seconds.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm Sarah from the International Young Christian Workers. And I was just a little bit struck because this morning when we talked about us as young people who are here at the present being engaged to be used as resources. And I think we have to be very clear that we're not used as resources. We are here as actors of change.
Okay, you heard that, so young people are partners in this effort. The lady over here, great talking to you earlier today. She tells me, where is the money? It's great to talk about all these youth initiatives. It's great to talk about the stuff you need to do, but who's funding this stuff? Where is the money? Okay, and then someone else told me, I tell you, it's good to talk to me when I'm outside there. Come to me, man. I quote you, come to me. There's a lady who made an interesting point. She said she's not seeing enough young people involved in these conversations. Where is she? Where is she? I don't know if she's going to put up her hand right now. But she said she'd like to see a few more young people involved. I think the challenge is thrown back to you. If you're a young person, yeah, where is she? Where? Yeah, there you are. Yeah. Please. So where is she? Okay, fair enough. Listen, if you're a young person and you feel like you're being left out of that conversation, I think it's your fault, right? Put up your hand, speak, make your point, and you'll be heard. There is one last person over there. Madame, what do you want to say? Really briefly, please. You have about 23 seconds.
Okay, thank you for giving me the floor. I will speak in French. Je suis Madame Abenaoud, je viens du Cameroun. C'était très intéressant ce thème. Déjà, je ne remercierai jamais assez l'UNESCO et MiSK pour les opportunités qu'ils nous offrent. En fait, quand on parle d'optimiser l'impact des jeunes au numérique, en plus d'interpeller les ONG que nous sommes, les jeunes eux-mêmes et les outils, nous, les pays, certains pays, nous avons des problèmes de fossé numérique. Donc, en plus des ONG, des jeunes, des outils eux-mêmes, j'aimerais que les gens partent d'ici aussi en se disant ceci, optimizing the impact of digital natives where there is a digital gap. I want people to think about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's give her a round of applause. I didn't understand a lot of what she said, but I'm sure someone here did. I think just the fact that you spoke, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then I want to hear from one more lady, please. One last voice. Number 4? No? Number 4? Yes, madam? One last voice there, yes?
Sorry. السلام عليكم. ثريا البدوي أستاذ الإعلام. الحقيقة أنا عايزة أركز أكتر على إن فعلا في مناهج بتدرس في الجامعات العربية والجامعات المصرية أيضا، واسم المنهج ميديا إديوكيشن اللي هي التربية الإعلامية. إزاي بنعلم مهارات التفكير الناقد لدى الشباب في الجامعات. لكن اللي احنا محتاجينه فعلا أن هذا المنهج اللي بتتبناه أيضا اليونسكو في أنشطتها وورش عملها أن ينتقل أيضا إلى المدارس الابتدائية، لأن تعليم النشء أو الأطفال في المدارس كيفية التعامل والتفكير الناقد مع وسائل الإعلام هنا الأمر في هذه الأهمية. تاني نقطة اسمحوا لي أقولها هي إن إحنا يعني من خلال جلستين وبانلز أنا شايفة إن إحنا بنلقي العبء الكبير على الشباب ويعني وبنترك تماما جانب الان جي اوز. الحقيقة الان جي اوز هو سب سيستم لسيستم كبير بيعيش فيه. ولو جينا قلنا ان ظروف الان جي اوز في المنطقة العربية بتختلف عن الدول الأوروبية أو الأمريكية، وأيضا داخل المنطقة العربية بتختلف من دولة إلى أخرى، وبالتالي هناك أيضا فيما يتعلق بالعلاقة بين وسائل الإعلام والإعلام الرقمي واقبال الشباب على الان جي اوز مرتبط ايضا بسمعه ريبيتيشن مانجمنت للان جي اوز في المقام الاول، ودي نقطه مهمه جدا لازم نركز عليها ومرتبطه اكتر بازمه التمويل ومرتبطه اكتر ايضا بمحاولات التدخل باسم المنظمات في بعض.
Okay, I really need you. I need you to come to. Yeah. We need to break for lunch, madam. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but please make the last point so that we can go for lunch. Yes. The last thing you want to say.
لا ما عنديش نقطة أخيرة غير إن إحنا يجب أن نطبق مفهوم الاتصال مع الشباب على أساس كلمة empathy، أن نضع أنفسنا مكان الشباب وأن نتكلم بلغة الشباب وليس بلغتنا إحنا كقائمين بالاتصال في الان جي اوز. شكرا جزيلا.
Very important point. Thank you very much, madam. She's basically saying you need to connect with the young people. Hey, listen, there is food that's being served over there, just next door, not very far away. And please be back here at 2 o'clock because you have an exciting session this afternoon. And if you see me, please grab me so we can have a conversation. Thank you very much.
سيداتي سادتي، بإمكانكم الجلوس في مقاعدكم. برنامجنا سيستأنف بعد 5 دقائق.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume in 5 minutes.
حضورنا الكريم، ستبدأ فعاليات منتدى اليونسكو للمنظمات غير الحكومية خلال لحظات. نرجو منكم التوجه إلى القاعة الرئيسية.
Ladies and gentlemen, the UNESCO NGO Forum will commence shortly. Please make your way to the plenary hall.
Is the founder and executive director of Sugar Foundation. Helping rural women to evaluate and nurture their leadership skills, Sugar has sustained women-owned businesses since 2009. Founder of Humanity Helping Sudan Project, Mr. Man Yang Riyadh Kir is a respected and recognized authority on the South Sudanese refugee crisis. In 2012, the VH1 Do Something Award gave him massive recognition.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our NGO Forum. It's nice to see everybody return after the lunch break, and I was commenting to our friends from Richard Atias and Associates that we're running, I would think I was in Zurich or Geneva. We're running like on a Swiss clock right on time, which is incredibly impressive. We wanted to do so in part because everybody's back in their seats on time, but secondarily because we're doing this concurrently on both Facebook and Periscope. And I have a nice little iPad to my right here. The platform is open to questions from those who are watching from outside of Riyadh today or in Saudi Arabia, but not within the vicinity. So send your questions and I'll pick them up on my electronic device here and we'll pepper our two guests this afternoon. I have had the great fortune of coming to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia since 1991. I mean, part of my brief is covering energy as emerging markets editor for CNN, but came here after the invasion of Kuwait by Saddam Hussein and spent a lot of time in Dhahran, and then have watched the evolution of the kingdom ever since for the last 25 years. And I was doing a radio segment that I do every week for Dubai Radio from Riyadh Today, and suggesting that the amount of change that's taking place right before our eyes on a monthly basis in Saudi Arabia is nothing short of impressive. It seems to change in front of your eyes in every visit I come to from my base in Abu Dhabi. And I saw the Deputy Crown Prince, His Highness's interview on Saudi television and Al Arabiya last night, and he talked about the different pillars of economic development, the Saudi Aramco IPO, the diversification of the economy to privatize the healthcare and education sectors, develop the mineral sector, and push ahead with the Saudi Aramco IPO in 2018. They're all extremely important to deliver upon, and the global markets are looking for that to take place. But this event here is witness to the fact that it's important to have a complete view of your society and that is developing the NGO sector, how to give back to society, how to plant the seeds of the NGO community in a country that has hitherto been closed to the outside world, never really thought of bringing people to discuss their experiences. Our panel today is called The Hidden Heroes, and I've had a chance to read about both of our guests. Their names are up on the screens today. They're nothing short than miraculous. I really got to hold a candle to you, and it makes me wonder what I've been doing for the last 30 years chasing stories when you guys plant ideas and move right ahead on issues that are very, very important to both your communities, to your families, and the rest. So first, before I get into their individual stories, let's give them a warm welcome to Riyadh, and you'll see why afterwards.
Thank you.
Haladia Brohi is the founder of the Sukhur Foundation in Pakistan. Say it correctly for me.
Khalida Brohi,
Yeah.
Sukhur Foundation.
Oh, not bad. Okay, very well. And Mr. Manyan Reith Kur is the founder of the Humanity Helping Hand project, which is based in Sudan, and actually a refugee of his own at one point, and decided he was going to do something about it from both Ethiopia, and created an NGO that has done work globally. Now, this is one of those instances, and I'm not hammering away at my guests to get nuggets of information and news out of them, but to allow you to tell some stories, right? So one has dealt with refugee status and making sure that those in the refugee camps help themselves to help their communities in the future, and one who's tackled the very sensitive issue of honor killings in Pakistan. Do you want to, Khalida, to start on what was your inspiration and at what age, and what triggered you to jump in to tackle this issue?
Thank you so much for having me here. It's such an honor to come to Saudi Arabia to meet such amazing young people and feel like I don't actually, I should not be on the stage. They should be. But thank you for giving me this honor. What happened was I grew up in a tribal community in Balochistan, a part of Pakistan, and I come from a very small village with mountains and everything so beautiful and very indigenous still. We still wear our tribal dress, speak our tribal language. And then what happened was, as I grew older, I found out that there were some things that I was not seeing, because when you're inside a system, you don't really see the difference until you travel. And that's why in Islam, our Prophet, peace be upon him, suggests and actually encourages people to travel, because then you see what you're missing in your community. And that's when I started understanding that the way we treat our women was not right. But that was confirmed by a very, very big tragedy in my life when my cousin was murdered in the name of honor. And that's when I took the stand.
Okay, so how difficult was it for you to take the stand? There must have been incredible resistance seeing a 16-year-old, I think, die of such a horrible death through an honor killing, and the immediate family wondering what you were doing, the community probably questioning the same, and then this whole idea of finessing the challenge in front of you, not to fight the system, to work through the system and empower women.
Exactly. One of the biggest things that I learned from my life and my father's life was that he looked at life as if it was a struggle to be better and to do better every single day. As I had grown older, I used to cry so much when I found out about the way women were treated and the way I couldn't say anything about it because it was so much part of the system. And this is a very, very big part of my life when one day he caught me crying and I was just sobbing my heart out, and he held me and he's like, "Shh, my daughter, don't cry, strategize." And I was like, what? That doesn't even make any sense. But I still kept crying. But as I grew older, I realized that was the main thing to use in issues like this. You have to strategize, and the strategy in that time for me was to start very slow and get those people around me who are part of this tribal system to agree with what I believe, and then get them to work with me, and together we create the change we want.
You're very impressed with your father. He's done a lot of work coming from Balochistan and creating his business and starting an agriculture community.
Yes.
And you have a very tight relationship with your mother. So how did that relationship between the two And I always say, you know, how do children succeed in life? It's usually taking the best from both of their parents. But what sort of inspiration did they provide, Halida?
Well, my father was the diplomat, but he was also the realist. And anytime I would just fly in the sky, he would like pull me by the leg and he would bring me back to the earth. And he was like, think practically. And then my mother was more of the indigenous woman. She would look at the sky and see all the possibilities.
Wow.
She'd never gone to school. My mother was married to my father at 9 years of age, and my father educated my mother. But because of one day not actually understanding anything on the newspapers that she would see, the shreds of them in the fields they worked, she would look at the newspaper and she wouldn't even understand what it says on it. But after just a few months, she could actually read it. She thought the world was full of possibilities. She would look at anything and she would tell me just how it was just going to happen. And then my father would give the practical thing. So both of those were very, very important for me to move forward and to do what I've done today.
Okay. The next stage of the discussion with you is going to come to building the NGO, right? And building this organization to understand honored killings and how to rid them from society and your home city of Baluchistan, and then taking the concept well beyond the borders of Pakistan as well. Mangin, you were a refugee at 3. For those in the audience that understand the tragedy of the Sudanese Civil War, where 2.5 million people were killed, your father was one of them, a refugee in Ethiopia at the age of 3, grew up with your mom and your sister, but in different places, you were separated. Tell us how that led to what you did today in creating your NGO and the Helping Hand.
Well, what happened is this, you know, when I graduate high school, I look for the job that I can do. And then I think about, maybe I can work with UN, or maybe I can work somewhere. But then I look back, you know, I read all the report of the job creation that happening. So I say, maybe I can create a job for myself, or maybe I can help other people help themselves. So that is the idea that led me to create Humanity Helping Sudan. The goal was, you know, 3 things. One is the population in Africa is growing, and the young people have no job there. And if you look at that, you'll see maybe these people needed a job. Maybe I can be a part of the solution that help create a job over there. The third thing was, if the population is growing, what job is out there right now that can be done by young people, or that can be given to young people? The question is, there are very few jobs. And then you get these young people without education, without anything to compete with. And most people now, believe me or not, in Africa you can have even a master's degree and without a job. And then if you're looking for a job, somebody will ask you, what experience do you have? What have you done before? And you know, they hadn't worked anywhere else. There's no job they have done. So I say, okay, maybe the best thing is create a job opportunity, open a market for young people. And that is the idea of Humanity Helping Sudan.
Okay, let's go back just a second, because I think you're the story in between, because you came up with this idea in high school, but you grew up in Ethiopia during your formative years, away from your mom and your sister, and then you were able to secure a place in high school in the state of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. How did that happen? How did it transpire? And how did you open the door to that opportunity, which is quite a leap from Ethiopia?
Well, I don't know, Sudan has been at war before I was born, and it's been at war even right now. So for the most time, I never know what the problem is. But it hurt me more because I come from a family where they used to live in a city. And when the war happened, everything was burned. So I separated from my parents and my father at age of 3. and then I become a refugee in Ethiopia, without help of anybody. So we become children of UNs. So basically, without any protection, basically, and we live under UN protections, and they take our picture all the time to ask for a donor. We become the face of this, little poor children in Africa that you just see them on camera. They have big belly, fly around their mouths and all this kind of thing, which is sad. But that's part of my life, and I want to change it for myself. I want to change it for other young people, and that's why I work so hard to create job opportunity, to create awareness for those kind of issues, so that youth can have their job. They don't have to be 40 years old to get a big job. They can be like 19 years old and have a job, and they will enjoy it. I want to have money when I was young. I'm young. I want to have money. I want to go vacation.
Great.
That's all I want.
Was it the luck of God you got to the U.S. for high school? Tell us the story very quickly, and then we can move on.
Well, it's a hell of UNHCR. We were a group of co-lost boys of Sudan, and they interviewed us to have opportunity to go to America. So I was among the 4,000 lost boys that were choosing to go to United States, and then from there I started my own way. So
incredible story.
Yeah.
Very good. I want to open the floor to questions. I just want to make sure I can see the microphones that are out there. So if you have a question, just put your hand up and we can come back out. I want to spend 5 or 10 minutes at least and leave at least 5 minutes for questions if there are any. So any of the people who have the handheld mics, just come forward so I can see you, and if there's any questions, it's a very wide, almost 180 degrees. I see a question there, so we can get a microphone back there to start. And then we'll come forward, and we have one here. So we have 2 to start and 3. So we can spend the whole day taking questions from the floor. Halida, before we go to the floor, have you made a dent in the 1,000 honor killings that take place in Pakistan every year? Do you feel like you're moving the needle? It was hard enough to start an NGO. What sort of impact are you having on the mentality on honor killings and bringing a huge change to society?
What's amazing in issues like this is, it takes a long time to create a strategy that works. And I'm very fortunate that even though it's very frustrating the way behavior change is very slow, I let myself be patient throughout this whole time. From 2005, 6 to until now, we have been able to create a model that works, that is successful with the women, where their lives are transformed and their before and after is so drastically different, but they're still living in their tribal communities happily with their husbands, because the change process is happening both at the men and the women. And if you allow me, I would love to say how we do it.
Sure, perfect.
So the way we work in these tribal areas is we engage both men and the women. We go into a village and we work through the men first, because that's how you respect them and that's how you respect their values. And we get into the village and we create a place called Sugar Hub or Sugar Center. It's this room where women come every day to make embroidery and at the same time receive different classes on what their rights are and what Islam says their rights are. And this has been very, very important for us, because Islam says so much about women's rights, so much about how they can speak up, and what Muhammad, peace be upon him, did for his wives and his daughters. And there's so much that we can tell them about this every day. The other thing that we do is we evaluate their skills. So what I'm wearing is from my cousins and my mother. We make this all the time. But creating this for a Western market is what they lack. We don't tell them how to embroider, but we tell them what to make. And slowly they're like reaching out to a global market. They are learning about their rights. And this slow change is leading them to understand that they actually have a place in the society. But at the same time, when they're learning all of this, we work with the men. And that has been a little difficult. It took us a few years to come to this, but we found out that when you engage men on their level, where in our cultures, you see, honor is not a bad word. we come from a tribal community where there's poverty, there's nothing at home, but there's honor. People have dignity, people respect their guests, and when someone comes, we think they're God, you know, we provide everything for them, and that's how you keep your honor for the family. And so we build on that, and we say that there's nothing with honor, but honor killings do not make any sense. And that is against Islam and against teaching of any religion. Thank you.
Realistically, how difficult was it to change the mindset?
It was very difficult. I remember the man who told me on our second meeting in the village, it takes us 3 months to get inside a village, and we talk to the men over and over again. We bring men with us, we have women in our team, and this was our second meeting with them, and all the tribal people, the leaders had come, and it was kind of a jirga, but with more women present. And this guy said that if you talk one more time about sending my daughters to school, I would shoot them first.
Oh, jeez.
And I was like, okay, I think this is going to have to work differently. So in that village, we worked with the men first, gave them income opportunities, then to women, and then it worked fantastically. But the way we work with men now is we do 2 very big activities. One is called the monthly meetings, and one is the cricket matches. Cricket tournaments are very big in Pakistan. Everybody wants to watch a cricket match. So whenever we organize something, we text everybody, we send flyers and everything, and all the people come to watch that game, like after a few weeks of planning. And when they're watching, in between that game, because the commentary is being done by one of our team members, he talks about like, oh, that's a 4, or this opponent team is going to do a 6 now, or let's see who's winning, you know, creating the interest of people. And cricket matches are so, like, they would get you to just focus on who's going to win. And many times in villages, people bet on these. They never bet on money, but they say like, oh, this team is going to win. In the middle of all of that really serious cricket match, our team members are like, all right, now let's talk about women's rights from the perspective of Islam.
So you trick those kind of very innocent...
It's not a trick.
You trick the cricket players. We're so black and white, and we get taken into these pitches that you get. That's very clever, actually. You build a community is what you're suggesting. Very clever.
It's actually not a trick because
no, I know that.
Eventually we're just reminding them they're wonderful Muslims, and Muslim brothers really, if they are true Muslims, they know what women rights are.
Great, it's terrific. Mangyang, before we go to the floor, I want to pick one product that you've embraced.
Okay, thank you.
Quite an eye-opener all the way around, actually. It's terrific. Okay. Coffee. You thought you could create the opportunity, create jobs, create employment through Ethiopian coffee, which is fantastic quality coffee. Just give us a sample of what you've done with that product and how you made it work to create opportunity back at home in the camps.
Oh, here is the coffee, 734 coffee. You should just look at it over there. But yeah, it definitely looks 734 coffee up, you know. The reason I come up with this idea is very simple.
Don't be too close to the mic. Back up.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Close, right?
Yeah, don't too close.
Okay. Not too close.
I wasn't suggesting the holiday, just the microphone.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So with one specific question, is refugee. Today, there's about 60 million worldwide refugee being displaced. More than Sudan is the 3rd country on the planet with more refugee. But those people, the people that are displaced are younger. It's from, 25 to like 17 and downwards. And if you are displaced this time around, you would not get a home maybe till like next 10 years. The goal for me was simple. The world is in trouble. I don't know who created it. Young people didn't create it. I guess the politician created it. And they're the one who started the problem. And yet, they don't want to accept the refugee. I mean, if anyone create a problem, they should also be responsible for the refugee crisis. And that's my bigger worry. That's my bigger goal that, people now trying to displace refugee and say, you can't come here. Well, you already started the problem. If there was never been a war, there'd be no refugee. But if people start the war, there are people who are going to run for their life. They want to go to another country. You know, I was asked before, you come to America and you want to be smart. I say, no, I'm already smart in Sudan. I'll come here to look for opportunity. I'm not coming here. I'm not coming here to America to look for smart. I'm coming here to look for opportunity so I can help somebody else. And that is what I did, because 734 now, we reach over 40,000 people with job opportunity, with the farming and agriculture. Because of that number, 734 coffee. And they just only help me, one person, which is Manyang, is my name. Right? You know that, right? If you help one person, then you help a lot of refugees. And that is job opportunity. That's why I come up with 734 coffee.
Which are the coordinates for Ethiopia.
Which is a coordinate, yes. Where 250,000 refugees live. That's it.
Pretty clever, I'd say. Let's take some questions from the floor. We have 7.5 minutes. I'm going to ask, number one, we can go ahead and take that question. I'm going to ask those from the audience to stand up, mention your name, please, and keep it very tight so we don't have to interrupt you. Thanks.
Je suis francophone, je vais m'exprimer en français. Je suis Max Axel Bunda du Réseau panafricain des jeunes pour une culture de la paix.
Just a second, we had to get the headsets on. Sorry. And I unplugged yours because it was making noise.
That's okay.
You ready? You ready?
Yes.
Good. Go ahead. Thank you.
Ma question va s'adresser à M. Magnan, qui vient du Sud-Soudan. Le Sud-Soudan est un pays qui nous tient beaucoup à cœur, justement à cause de la crise qu'on y vit. Et
sorry. Why don't you take a seat for a second? Let's see if we can get the French translation up. It's not working. Yeah? We'll take the next question. We'll try to come back. Sorry about that. Let's take question 2 from the floor. Sorry. We'll see if we can get the translation working. Go ahead, number 2. You're behind the podium there, so. Okay, and we have one here. I'll take number 4 next. Do we have the number 2 with the microphone?
Hello.
Thanks.
My name is Chintan. I'm from India. This question is for Khalida. Really happy to see 2 delegates from Pakistan on the stage there. First Tanzila and then you. Since India and Pakistan have had this long-standing conflict where we are spending so many of our resources on defense and not on dealing with social problems, do you see any scope for cooperation between young Indians and Pakistanis on tackling gender-based violence?
Yes, I definitely do. You know, the way it's going to work is that we're going to have to find different platforms where we can work together. I would not want to go political because currently it's not very safe for me. But the way we've been doing it with my friends is that because we can't travel to each other's countries, I've been denied 3 times to India. I'm still going to try. But the way we can work is we can be in a different country where we can both meet together and create something together, and then from there benefit both of our countries. And many of the companies in America, in Australia, and everywhere are actually employing these 2 groups of people because there is so much love. There's so much understanding between young people. Like eyes fill with tears when they see each other, when they work with each other, because we really agree on many, many things. I don't know where the disagreement is, but I feel like we can value our connections and we can meet somewhere we can, you know, work together from, if that answers.
Thank you. It's funny, I went to Cyprus and saw the divided island of Cyprus. There was a whole generation that never saw a united island. And they said, come on, this is ridiculous. We're young people and we want to succeed on our own. Headsets back on. Channel 2 in the French. I'm going to ask our gentleman who had the microphone to be much more direct with the question. It's not a speech, but a question, please. Thank you. Channel 2. Channel 2.
Alors, je disais, ma question s'adresse à M. Magnan, comme il est du Soudan. J'ai cru entendre qu'il avait ouvert une école en Virginie et cela nous touche beaucoup parce que, comme disait le modérateur, la Virginie est loin du Soudan et loin de l'Éthiopie. Est-ce que ça ne vous fait pas mal de savoir que votre école sert d'autres jeunes d'autres pays, alors qu'il y a des Sud-Soudanais, des Soudanais et il y a des Éthiopiens qui n'auront pas les moyens d'aller aux États-Unis, déjà que la politique internationale des États-Unis va bientôt se durcir. Qu'est-ce que ça vous fait? Est-ce que ça vous fait pas mal?
Geographical distance stand in the way to success?
Well, if you Okay, good. You want me to start, respond?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's keep it very tight because we have a lot of
Wonderful,
questions.
wonderful.
Thanks.
By Sudan is in war. South Sudan is split from the North Sudan, and they split. But now there's more refugee who went to Ethiopia. And when they go there, they face challenges. It's no food and no education. So my goal would be, if I bring coffee from Ethiopian, I have one requirement. They have to hire refugee from Sudan. That's why I bring coffee from Ethiopia. So Sudan itself have a coffee. So if we bring a coffee from Sudan, they also have to hire a displaced people. So that's my requirement.
So the geographical barrier doesn't make a difference. You can close that gap is what you're suggesting?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
good. We have question number 5 and question number 4 thereafter. Number 5, please. Let's be really quick. Make sure the microphones are in the person that's going to speak.
Sarah Khan, master student in international law.
Great.
I have an interest in the topic of refugee, as we know that the number of refugees is increasing and the displaced people is an issue with no end. We have around, as you mentioned, 65 million people who are facing a new situation in their life. My question is how we can reflect your story on those people, and can we have only one advice for them to start, move, and create their own opportunities?
Great question. Let's have you both answer it. Khalida, do you want to start?
Yes.
When the obstacles that you faced early on, you probably could have folded your books and said, forget it. What's the key driver to push ahead?
I know I haven't really faced the same issue as the refugees, and it's not my place to say a lot, but I know one thing for sure, that the reason we launched Sugar means skilled and confident woman. It's a label used for women in many of the languages in Pakistan and India. And it's very, very rare. And it ensures that all women, all men, all children everywhere have skills and confidence in them. The only thing they need is opportunities. You know, the best thing that can happen to any refugee child or to anywhere you see them is to give them one single opportunity that would lead them to whatever they want to do in their lives. In that state, they are so ready and creative that they can make anything from anything. If you give them some money, they would launch a business. If you show them how to get online and launch businesses, they will do that. If you get them to people who can help them, they would actually use that opportunity. There's so much going on in their minds, and they are just looking for that one opportunity to be.
And Manyang, you were a refugee.
Yes.
You're too close to that mic again. I think you're tempted to eat it. You can back off a little bit. You got a good, strong voice.
Sorry. To be honest, thank you for the question. I spent 13 years of my life as a refugee. I know what it's like to be a refugee. I know what it's like to be overlooked by people, that you may not be smart, you don't know anything, and people look at you like, well, you leave your country, go away from here. And that's really hard, because we all human beings at some point, at some level. We run away for our problem in our country, which people like me never create that problem. They are politicians who create that problem. And we should care about those people, because at one point, you know, the population that is growing now will affect us, because that's how economic work. Economic work through movement. If you don't move, if we stay here now, no one would be benefit from it, because no one buying anything. But if you move, you combine the economic together. I think we should care about refugees. And thank you.
I think the awareness for refugees, no matter if it's Sudan or Syria or what we see today, is essential. We're going to take 2 more questions. I think we're good. The stage manager is excellent in guiding me here. So placard number 1, and then we have one over here, and we'll wrap it up. I ask you to keep it very tight, please.
Ok, merci. Je suis Brice Delagneau. Je viens de la Côte d'Ivoire, c'est en Afrique de l'Ouest, et je suis très engagé sur les questions environnementales. Alors, madame, je voudrais savoir comment est-ce qu'on peut motiver les femmes à prendre des initiatives? Parce que si vous êtes dans une salle, qu'il y a 5 hommes et 2 femmes, si on dit on veut un chef, tout de suite, vous allez voir que ce sont les hommes qui vont proposer la femme. Mais les femmes, très souvent, elles ne prennent pas l'initiative d'assumer des responsabilités. Moi, je travaille sur les parcs et réserves pour promouvoir le tourisme écologique. Donc, je fais tout pour que dans mon équipe, il y ait des femmes. Mais très souvent, elles ne prennent pas d'initiative et il faut toujours les pousser. Donc, moi, je me dis, elles ont des compétences. Mais comment arriver à déceler ces compétences si elles-mêmes, elles n'arrivent pas à prendre l'initiative, à proposer ce qu'elles savent faire? Donc moi, je veux savoir quel serait le secret pour motiver davantage les femmes à s'engager. Merci.
Thank you so much for this very important question. The reason Sugar's strategy is the way it is right now is because we learned something in 2009 after a failure of launching a campaign to change the policies in Pakistan against honor killings, which failed, which did not work because the women we were targeting live in tribal areas and they are ruled under tribal laws. My uncle is a tribal leader and it's very understandable that these tribal laws make sense to us. But the biggest thing we found out, which was very shocking, was that there are 3 reasons issues like honor killings exist. One of them is, of course, the policies are really bad. The second is men think that women are their property. But the third actually is, like among many, many women, is they think it's their fate to receive whatever comes to them. They actually tell each other, they tell their daughters that they should be humble, they should have sabr, patience to receive all of this because women are made like that, my daughter. That's like the sentence they repeat to themselves. So I would encourage anyone who's starting any initiative for women's rights is to enable peer education among these women. Get some women who are ready to talk about women's rights inside the villages that you want to work with and get them to tell the other women that they actually are the ones who are bringing all of this to themselves. They have to take a stand first, and then their husbands and brothers would start seeing it, and then the change would start. Thank you.
So peer-to-peer amongst women.
Peer-to-peer education.
That's great. Thank you very much. Let's go to placard 4. I know we're over time. You want me to continue? Because we have a lot of questions from the floor. You let me know. Let's take it from placard 4. Yeah? Right behind you, the question there? Just behind the plant there, yeah? Last question from the floor, please. Thank you.
رشيدة نفزي من تونس عن مرحمة. أنا أقول أنه صناعة الأبطال في الحقيقة هي نابع من الذات ومن إحاطة عائلية ومن إحاطة أسرية، والمثالين يعني يعتبر يعني أكبر مثال على أن التغيير يصنع في داخل كل فرد، المرأة أو الرجل، حتى يستطيع أن يغير في الواقع. فأنا أقول هل بالإمكان أن يكون هناك داعم قانوني، داعم سياسي، دواعم أخرى حتى تفعل الكفاءات الكامنة لصناعة النجاح وصناعة النجاح في المجتمع؟ هل واضح السؤال؟
I think it's crystal clear, but did you want to comment about it, either one of you?
It's more of a comment.
Yeah, more of a comment than a statement.
Yes, and I really agree, and I really respect that.
Great. Magnan, you wanted to weigh in? You were listening in.
No, I think it's very, you can tell from the way she's saying it is passionate about the change. And, people at some point like to change. We grow up to make change. And we have to support change in every society. Even human being, there's a level of growth in you that you change and accept certain things. But it's all up to us to make change to one another at some level.
And I also agree that it's more about the families that these children are brought up in. And there are many, many fortunate young girls who have parents who encourage them a lot, but then there are girls who have to fight against all of that. And can I tell you that there are so many women and girls I meet every single day who are actually the hidden heroes, not me. And they've done the biggest and best things in their lives, fighting against all these systems with love, because you can't really fight something like that. It's part of your identity. You finally make yourself above all of it and make yourself better and more special, and that's what these women have been capable of.
Okay, I've been given the tone to wrap, but we did get a question in from the audience outside of the conference hall. Very quick on the response, but for both of you, what's the one thing you hope everybody takes with them to their communities? So this is a new initiative here in Riyadh. As I said, it's broadening out the work of society. I know there's NGOs in place, but the one thing that you hope people take away from your experience to create the change that they're looking for? Monyeng, and then we'll come to Hale Dadarab.
I just say that remember there are 65 million people displaced worldwide. They needed your help because at one point we're going to need anybody. No one will ever go to their grave carrying their casket by themselves. They'll need someone to carry their casket to the grave. And that's why you should help while you're here right now. So just know that 60 million refugees are displaced and they needed your help. They needed your support.
I have...
We often have, I think it's fair to say, refugee fatigue. So people shut off or their TV set or online and the rest. You're saying you can't abandon them is what we, as a society, it's the numbers you're tossing around are big and we often forget it, I think is absolutely a fair comment. Halida, your final thoughts?
Yes, I actually really waited for this question because I don't want to leave without saying something that matters to the young people here. And they all are just so ready to make so much change in this world. There are two things that are very, very important. I'll be very quick. One of the things is you would hear that people would tell you, don't work hard, work smart. It's not true. Work smart, but then work really hard to make it happen. It takes a lot. Thank you. You would find yourself working, sweating, not sleeping, not eating, not talking to friends, friends really like texting you saying, never talk to me again because you never picked up my phone. There would be moments you would feel like it's not happening, but it is actually happening. The way you are so excited to keep going even in that sweat and less sleep is because it is gonna happen. Please work hard a lot and it always pays off. The second thing, thank you.
There's no substitute for hard work and determination. Unfortunately, there's no magic robotic solution to creating an NGO.
Satisfying
That's good. That's the best part of it.
The second thing is that I meet a lot of young people. I speak in universities and colleges, and everybody looks up to me as if I'm like this foreign, I mean, I am foreign, but like far away person who they can't...
I think you're human. I don't think... We're all humans here.
Exactly.
You're not that foreign.
That they cannot relate to. But one of the main things that I've learned coming from a tribal area is that the first times I was asked to go to America and be in conferences, I would sit next to Bono and I was like, what do you do? And then and Meryl Streep tried to talk to me and I was like, who's this journalist trying to get political statements from me? I ran off. But all these people I met, I never recognized them. And the amazing thing that happened because of my not recognizing them, I found out they're actually human beings. They have the same problems as us. So never think that people inherit leadership. It actually is in all of you. You can be better and even bigger like today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Right. For somebody that's usually has his head buried in oil barrel production and emerging market debt and all these great subjects, it's fantastic to sit down with two hidden heroes. I don't think I could have had a better time in a half hour together. First, let me thank the questions from the floor. Terrific management by our production manager in front of me because we could manage the time. And we're going to have breakout sessions right after. We give a nice warm thanks again to our two panelists on the session.
Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, John Defteris. You know, I used to watch him on TV. Yeah, when I was younger. Really good to meet you finally. Man.
Look at him. If I had a bad word for him,
Where's
I'd be in trouble.
Yeah,
look how big
take a
this guy
picture of
is.
us. Wow.
I always say I show up in your hotel room whether you want me or not.
I know, it's amazing to meet you, man.
My
He's a legend. Let's give him a round of applause.
very
Great
much.
to have him here. Okay, listen, breakout sessions are happening now. We need to move quickly. So go to your apps, decide on what breakout session you're going to be a part of. Where are the slides? Where are the slides, guys? The slides are going to come up in a second. But they'll show you what the breakup sessions are going to be. Okay, so if you're interested in youth entrepreneurship and volunteering, there. And then protection of cultural heritage, there you are. And number 3, using digital tools for the promotion of social interaction, and engagement, that's taking place in here. Okay, so stay here if you want to be part of number 3. Workshop 1, workshop 2 for number 1 and number 2 down the corridor. Okay, go as quickly as you can. First come, first served. And please don't just sit here, all of you. Come on, guys, let's move. And we need to do that really quickly, please. And then we'll all come back in here and exchange practical ideas on how to proceed. Thank you very much. And we'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, let me what is it? Okay, what is it?
Yeah, we're just getting the information.
Okay. What is it? Okay, just take a look at your app and make sure you get the right room. Just make sure you get the right room for your breakout session. Okay, just put the slides back up, please. Let's have the slides back up. Take a look at the slides again and make sure you go to the right room for your session. Yeah, where is 3?
Youth engagement stays here.
Youth engagement stays here. Youth engagement stays here. Okay? And then the rest will be taking place in the workshop rooms down the corridor. Just make sure you get your room right. Youth engagement stays here. Okay, how are you? Okay, let's just take a look at our apps again. Make sure that your app points you to the right room. In the meantime, youth engagement remains in here. The rest of them go to the other rooms down the corridor. I do apologize if I confused you a little bit, but you saw how heavy the lunch was.
Digital tools in here?
No.
Digital tool number 3 is where?
Down the corridor. Yeah.
سيداتي سادتي، بإمكانكم الجلوس في مقاعدكم. برنامجنا على وشك الاستئناف.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to resume.
For positive social change.
Mr. Ahmed Mader lives and works in Saudi Arabia, where he's both an artist and a physician. His work encompasses many forms of art and explores the narratives of Islamic culture in an era of globalization.
السلام عليكم، أسعد الله مساءكم جميعا. في البداية أحب أن أشكر منتدى اليونسكو وأشكر أيضا MiSK الخيرية اللي أعطتنا هذه الفرصة في هذا المساء لنتحدث عن الثقافة والفن كجزء رئيسي في تطوير المجتمعات وفي التغيير الثقافي والاجتماعي. في الحقيقة اخترت عنوان لهذا الحديث أو اللقاء أو وضع key ideas أو بعض الأفكار حول الثقافة والفن كمحفز ليس للتغيير بل للتطوير الاجتماعي. وكانت البداية في تسليط الضوء على فكرة الثقافة والفن في القرن أو المؤسسة الثقافية للقرن ال21. نسمع بالكثير من المتاحف، المعاهد الثقافية الفكرية، لكن السؤال كيف سيكون شكل مؤسسة الثقافة والفن للقرن ال21؟ كانت اختياري لأول سلايدة هي تسليط الضوء على تفكيك اللغة أو فكرة إعادة تفكير وإعادة رؤية جديدة. اخترت هذه اللوحة لفنانة سعودية بسمة فيلمبان، وهي كالضوء وتلاحظون الظل في الخلف يعطي لغة جديدة أو لغة أكبر. في الحقيقة سأتكلم عن تجربتي الشخصية كأحد الفنانين من السعودية، وأثناء حديثي عن تجربتي الشخصية في الفن سأتطرق إلى المؤسسات اللاربحية اللي عملت معها، أيضا بعض المؤسسات الثقافية والمتاحف فيها. لذلك فضلت أن أبدأ هذا الطريق اللي ترونه في هذا السلايد في الخلف، هو طريق من جنوب المملكة في السعودية. هذا المنظر في السعودية في أحد الطرق الجبلية. It's my زي ما يقولوا رود هوم أو طريقي إلى قريتي. اخترت طبعا دائما أقول دائما طريق، لم أتخيل أن الطريق في الحياة دائما مستقيم، فأحببت أن يختارها لأنه الطريق متعرج لكن جميل. لذلك الحياة رحلة وليست اتجاه، أو journey is the destination. ففكرة أن الحياة جميل أن نفكر بأن الرحلة هي الهدف دائما. فاخترت هذا لأبدأ من الطريق وأبدأ من هذه الذكريات. بدأت من قرية صغيرة في جنوب الجزيرة، في جنوب المملكة العربية السعودية، اسمها رجال ألمع في منطقة عسير. هذا المنظر في جنوب السعودية. اسمها جبل تهو. من هذه القرى بدأ الإلهام جزء منه من الطبيعة، جزء من الإلهام يأتي من الحوار الذاتي. قد تخلق متحف أو قد تخلق فكرة أو عمل فني، قد يكون إلهام بدون التوجيه المتعمد أو بدون أن نختار فكرة لتوجيه هذا الرسالة. هذه القرى في الجنوب تحمل فنون قديمة. لو تلاحظون في هذه الصور يوجد الكثير من النقوشات في داخل البيوت. هذه النقوشات هي فن المرأة في جنوب الجزيرة العربية وخاصة في منطقة عسير. النساء يزين بيوتهن بهذه النقوش كأحد الرسائل التراثية أو الفنية. كل بيت يحمل هذه الأنواع من النقوش، وكل نقش له رسالة اجتماعية. بدون أن نعرف كيف حالة البيت الاجتماعية والاقتصادية تستطيع أن تقرأها في القرى وتكون يعني شخص متواصل ومتفاعل مع العائلة بشكل أكثر تهذيبا. فكأن الفن جزء من الحياة الاجتماعية. الفن ليس مؤطر في لوحات في هذه المنطقة، الفن هو جزء من الحياة اليومية. فبدأت حقيقة أخذت أول درس في الفن من والدتي، هي كانت أحد النقاشين اللي ينقشون هذا البيوت. بعدها هذه المنازل علمتنا الحياة، الألوان علمتنا كيف أن تكون الحياة فعلا بالألوان. بعدها اتجهت اتجاه آخر غريب. بعد هذه الدراسة الفنية قررت، طبعا بحياتي الدراسية درست الطب ودخلت في دراسة الطب، ولكن أيضا كنت في البداية متخوف جدا من دراسة الطب وأنا أميل إلى الفن بشكل يعني واضح جدا. لكن في الحقيقة قرأت كتاب لأحد المؤرخين اسمه جامبريتش Art and Illusion، وكان من أجمل ما قرأته كلمة أنه قال آرت يقع بين الذاتية والموضوعية. Art stand between subjectivity and objectivity and medicine as well. في الطب أو في حياة الطب يجب أن تأخذ جزء كبير من الذاتية والموضوعية، لأنه في الأخير هو جزء من التواصل الإنساني قبل أن يكون علم بحت. فكانت جزء تخرجت من هذا الطب وعملت فترة طويلة. بعدها أخذتني الرحلة إلى قرية المفتاح التشكيلية في أبها، وهنا أبدأ بأول مشروع غير ربحي كان له أثر كبير على الفنون في السعودية. قرية المفتاح التشكيلية كانت أول محطة اتجهت فيها من العمل كفنان مستقل أو غير محترف في مكاني إلى مؤسسة فنية تقدم عروض. وأعتقد في هذا المؤسسة أول تواصل لي أيضا مع NGO أو المؤسسات الغير حكومية اللا ربحية. قرية المفتاح التشكيلية عبارة عن قرية أعيد تصميمها وبنائها بنفس الطراز المعماري القديم في المنطقة، وكانت عبارة عن مراسم تعطى مجانا أو بسعر رمزي للفنانين، وأيضا يأتي المعلمين من كل دول العالم وطلاب لكي يعني يقدموا كل ما يحتاجه الفنانين. هو مكان للحوار، مكان لنقل الأفكار، مكان لتبادل الأفكار. بعدها هذه طبعا قرية المفتاح، لو تلاحظوا على شكل طراز القديم، قرية جميلة جدا، أخذ حتى في معمارها اللي هو الطراز المدن العربية القديمة، دائما في ساحة فنية، وهذه الساحة مهمة لأنها جزء الحوار الثقافي بين العائلة وبين المجتمع وبين حتى الثقافة المحلية وتبادل أو تبادل المعرفة. هذا أول مرسم لي في المفتاحة في قرية المفتاح التشكيلية. هذا المشروع لو تلاحظون كنت أستخدم الإكس راي من المستشفى وأوديها المرسم. الإكس راي لما عندما يعني تكون غير صالحة أو يتخلصوا منها كنت أقول لا، هذه حسوي فيها لوحة فنية، هذه ذاكرة إنسانية. وفعلا بدأت أستخدم الإكس راي في أعمالي الفنية. بعدها قررت أني أسوي أنا ومجموعة من الفنانين مجموعة أخرى سميناها شتى. شتى معني متفرق، يعني نفكر بأفكار مختلفة لكن بطريق الفن. وكانت أول فكرة أن نعمل ساين لأنفسنا زي ساين هولويد بس في جبال عسير، وقلنا نبغى نسوي إحنا موفمنت جديدة في العالم ونبغى الفن يقود وهذه الأفكار. فكانت بداية هذه المجموعة الفنية. الحلم بداية الحلم هو أن تؤمن بالطريق، أن تؤمن بالرسالة، أن تؤمن بما تريد أن تقوم به. طبعا بعدها قررنا أن نسوي مجموعة أخرى اسمها إيدج أوف أرابيا. إيدج أوف أرابيا مجموعة فنية قررنا أن نشتى محلية جدا، وبدأنا من المحلية، وكل تجاربنا كانت فعلا من الأسفل إلى الأعلى. It's like grassroots movement. فعملنا إيدج أوف أرابيا، وإيدج أوف أرابيا عملت أول معرض كان في لندن في سوس، جامعة سوس، وهذا المعرض قدم تجربتنا الفنية المحلية إلى العالم. ومن بعدها انعمل معرض في برلين، في اسطنبول، في عدة دول ومدن عالمية. طبعا من ضمن الأعمال هذا العمل اللي عملته بالإكس راي اقتني إلى المتحف البريطاني ووصل حتى لكمة ميوزيوم، والآن هم مقتنيات لكمة في لوس أنجلوس. هذا هو العمل. طبعا هذا العمل اسمه illumination اللي هي استضاءة، اللي هو كيف يكون حوار بين عالمين. وكانت دائما يذهلني الحوار بين العلم وبين الذاتية أو بين الخيال. هذا إعلان أيضا عن المتحف البريطاني، أدخل أحد هذه الأشعات السينية والإكس راي في المتحف. بعدها انتقل هذا فريق العمل اللي بدأنا أسسنا إيدج أوف أرابيا، وكانت من أهم الصراحة المؤسسات اللي بدأت تقريبا من الصفر، ولولا دعم مؤسسات ثقافية ومؤسسات لا ربحية ويعني كثير من المهتمين برعاية الفنون لما حصل هذا التغيير. في هذا الوقت أو بعد إيدج أوف أرابيا اهتميت كثير بفكرة كيف نصنع مؤسسة. بدأت الهاجس أعود إلى الوطن أو إلى مسقط. بدأت الفكرة كيف نعمل متحف أو institution تقود تطوير مجتمعي بشكل حقيقي، ولا تكون بنفس يعني كان دائما الفكرة تأخذني دائما إلى هل لو أتيت بمتحف ولنقل مثلا اللوفر أن وضعته بنفس كيفيته هل حيكون فعال في منطقتي؟ أعتقد هذه كانت الفكرة اللي أخشاها. إذا رجعنا من عود أنه يجب أن يخرج من الأرض. الثقافة يجب أن تخرج من الأرض، يجب أن تخرج من مكانها، يجب أن يبنى المتحف بترابه. هذه النقطة كانت هي الأساس في فكرة كيف نبني مجتمعاً. وأثناء هذا التفكير في عام 2005 وجدت مقالة جميلة لسوسيولوجيست أو عالم الاجتماعي توني بنيتي من أستراليا، يقول أعطني متحفاً وسأغير مجتمعاً. حطيت هذه المقالة أمامي وكانت بداية فكرة هذا الهاجس اللي يحصل، وبدأنا نتحرك في فهم النظرية. هذه بعض الاسكتشات القديمة من بعض المذكرات اللي كنت بشتغل عليها. لو تلاحظون هذا الهرم في الأعلى في اليمين ارت اند ارتست، الفن والفنانين، في الأعلى اودينسز، الجمهور، وفي الجانب الآخر بابليك بودي. وماذا يعني بابليك بودي؟ أنا اخترت اليوم أن أغير NGO أو بعد إذنكم يعني أو to provoke maybe a little bit to public body، إنه فكرة إنه المؤسسة الثقافية اللي تستطيع عمل شراكة بلا حدود حتى مع الجانب الحكومي أو حتى مع الجانب الاجتماعي أو حتى مع الأكتيفيست بشكل يتخلص من فكرة الصدامية. بابليك بودي هو مجال نقاش. ما هو البابليك بودي؟ كيف يستطيع المجتمع أنه يصنع مؤسسة فكرية أو ثقافية أو اجتماعية أو اقتصادية تقود تغيير؟ هو مجال للنقاش. إذن في الأهم إذا كان الآرت أند أرتست والببليك بودي يجب أن يكون الأودينس في رأس الهرم. تخيلوا ماذا يحصل لو أضعنا الأودينس، لو كان الببليك بودي في الأعلى وضاعت الأودينسز، أو العكس صحيح، لو كان الآرت لايك آرت أند إليت. الآن العالم يتكلم عن أن الفنان هو شخص مشهور وشخص صعب الوصول إليه، أيضا هذا المشروع لن يقدم شيئا. كانت هذه الفكرة في هذا المشروع. وأيضا من المعلومات المهمة أنه في السعودية 60% من الشباب هم أصغر من 30، وبعض الإحصاءات تقول أن العدد أكبر. إذا نحن أمام مجتمع شاب، حقيقة شاب، مجتمع يستطيع بناء هذه المؤسسة من الأسفل. بعدها كان هذا العمل اللي هو الآن هنا جزء من فكرة عملتها عبارة عن مغناطيس. الفكرة غير مكلفة أبدا، عبارة عن مغناطيس وبرادة حديد. Magnet and iron filing around it. Then it's create this. It's people coming or gathering to one goal. But at the same time, it's our iconic symbol of Kaaba. So this was one of the artwork. How art becoming a conceptual idea. كيف تكون الفن المفاهيم يقود التغيير أو يقود الفكرة أو يقود التغيير. هذه كانت دائما الفكرة، قد تكون بسيطة أو نفكر أفكار بسيطة بس قد تحملنا إلى كثير من التغيير. الفكرة لا حدود إلى كيفية تنفيذها. طبعا هذه المؤسسة اللي أنا أتكلم عنها، أعطي مثال. أنا المفتاح يمكن لاحظته في الصور الماضية من سنين طويلة. أنا أريد أن أتحدث أيضا الآن عن هذه الصورة. لو تلاحظ كمية الجمهور اللي بيحضر، هذا في المفتاح في المكان اللي أنا نشأت فيه. في يوم من الأيام أو قبل أسبوع تقريبا أو أسبوعين، المفتاحة كانت مليئة بالجمهور لأول مرة من 15 أو 20 سنة. كانت مسك بالحقيقة. لذلك أنا يعني أودي أشكر مسك على هذه المبادرة، أنه الفن للشعب، الفن للمجتمع، الفن للناس جميعا. فكانت مليئة بالناس. هذه أحد أيضا المناسبات في الجنوب، أيضا ساحات الرسم، المسرح، الرسم في الهواء الطلق. هذه الصورة أيضا في مسك آرت في الرياض، في مهرجان مسك آرت. بالنسبة لي هذه الصورة مهمة جدا، لأنه تعودنا أنه الفن في الجدران المغلقة، في المتاحف، في الجدران المغلقة. النظرية الفن في العالم تتكلم عن موفينج ميوزيوم، المتحف المتحرك. الفن سيأتي لك. وأنا ما زلت أتذكر قرأت مقالة بيل، فنان الفيديو آرت المشهور عالميا، قال مقولة في أواخر السبعينات يتكلم عن موما ميوزيوم في نيويورك. يقول موما يجب أن سيتغير في المستقبل، يعني كانت أكثر إيحائيا أنه سيتغير في المستقبل ليأخذ طريق من جانب الطريق الأفقي والعرضي، لن يتحمل كل هذا الطريقة القديمة أو كذا وكذا. وفعلا الآن موما يفكر في الإنترنت، the virtual museum سيدخل إلى العالم. الفن سيأتي إلى البيت. art will imitate life. فهذه هي الفكرة، أنه فعلا في هذا المهرجان كان الفن في الحياة. لأول مرة أرى العائلة السعودية تتداخل مع الفن، أو يكون الفن جزء من حوارهم اليومي في البيت. أنه الفنان يتكلم عن كيف رسمت، وين اتجهت، من اللي قال الرسمة جميلة أو لا غير جميلة. هذا الحوار مهم في المجتمع، هو صلب المجتمع في الفهم الثقافي. طبعا من ضمن المؤسسات أيضا للذكر اللي هي مؤسسة 2139 في جدة، قدمت كثير لدعم الشباب في السعودية. وهي مؤسسة صراحة بدأت بجهد من عائلات، وقرروا أنهم يعملوا مؤسسة غير ربحية لدعم الفنون. أيضا أثر آرت، مشروع فني وثقافي، جزء منه تجاري، لكن في جزء مهم عندهم اللي هو دعم الفنون الأدائية. طبعا أبغى أتكلم عن مشروع مهم. بعد هذا الرحلة اللي حاولت أختصرها في بعض السلايدات وأعرج على جزء من ال NGOs اللي في السعودية قدمت الفن. طبعا يوجد الكثير من ال NGOs لكن حاولت أركز على الأشياء اللي أنا مريت خلالها في رحلتي. جاءت الفكرة، ما أدري إذا نستطيع أن نرجع للسلايد السابقة أو طبعا جاءت الفكرة بأنه نأخذ الفنون اللي في جنوب المملكة العربية أو في منطقة عسير إلى العالم. فجاءت الفكرة بعمل معرض في الأمم المتحدة في نيويورك. 25 فنانة من عسير هم نجوم هذه المنازل، قرروا أنهم يعملوا جدارية كاملة تقريبا استغرقت شهرين كاملة من الرسم. طبعا رفضوا يرسموا على الكانفاس الفنانين، فقالوا احنا نرسم على الجدران، فاضطرينا ان نحط الكانفاس على الجدار حتى نستطيع نقل اللوحة. وفعلا هذه اللوحة الآن عرضت في 2000 وتقريبا السنة الماضية في الأمم المتحدة في نيويورك، وهذا مجموعة من الفريق أثناء الافتتاح المعرض، وهذه اللوحة أيضا بالجمهور، وكانت من أهم وأكثر الفرص اللي أعطت فكرة أنه الفن قد يكون أفضل رسالة وحوار اجتماعي. بعد هذه العرض الجدارية، بعد عرض هذه الجدارية مؤسسات عالمية مثل تركواز ماونتن معروفين جدا بالحفاظ على التراث، آرت جميل مؤسسة لا ربحية فنية، اتجهوا إلى عسير وأعادوا إعطاء فرصة للفنانين والفنانات بإعادة إحياء التراث. لا نريد أن نتكلم عن تراث، نريد أن نتكلم عن تراث مستمر، عن حياة مستمرة. فكانت هذه هي الصورة. ففعلا the new model to manage the public goods. If we understand the public goods really well and try to invent and re-evaluate our public goods, then we talk about new culture and a new model which is the common goods. And وشكرا لكم. أيضا إذا في أي تساؤل أو سؤال حول الفن أو وأستطيع الإجابة عليه أكون سعيد، فتفضلوا إذا في أي أسئلة. I think yes. Yes, here. There may be the microphone. Yes, the microphone will come. The mic. Can we use the microphone here? The microphone, it's not working here. Okay, we'll start. Excuse me, can we start there, then I will come back until they fix the microphone? Okay.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Dumi. I am representing Pan-African Youth for Culture of Peace in Africa. I'm an artist myself, and oftentimes, the government expects us to quantify the impact that the arts has. And we all know that sometimes the art is intangible. It's not about the money. It's not about the things you can see, but the effect it has on people's minds, the effect it has on people's hearts, and the effect that it can to challenge, to shake, and even to shift a paradigm. Now, in Saudi Arabia, do you have a similar challenge in terms of cultural policy? Do you have to quantify constantly? And how do you motivate for support from the government and the public? And as a performing artist as well, I know that audiences are deteriorating, or rather getting smaller and smaller because of the digital economy. Are these some of the challenges you're also facing? And if so, how are you changing that? And how would you advise somebody who comes from South Africa, for example, to continue doing the arts, but at the same time, being able to motivate why the arts is so important, and not just visual arts, performing arts, music, etc., etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your comment and your question. Actually, yes, I think art as a practice and the sharing of information is a part of strengthening the economy. It's a part of the importance in the creative economy, not only in the creative economy, even in the empowering science, empowering many aspects in our life. Creative economy was part to improve a lot of in the economy, in GDP, in many of, developed country like UK and Germany, and if you see the numbers, it's come like the 4th or the 5th on the main economy GDP. So it's really important, but in the same time, art is a basic human need first. But at the same time, within this, it's becoming reality that can support the economy. And this is why creative economy becoming the things that everyone talk about now. Creative economy is really, if I can see, one of the most important tools in such a young scene like in Saudi Arabia. Okay.
السلام عليكم. دكتور أحمد الداودي من مصر.
أهلا وسهلا.
أهلا وسهلا. أنا قانوني وأميل للفن زي حضرتك، فأجمع ما بين التخصصين. الحقيقة أنا سعيد جدا وبتوجه بالشكر للحاكمين للمملكة الشقيقة ولسمو صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان على هذا التوجه الضخم وعلى هذه الفرصة الكبيرة، وأتوجه بالشكر لحضرتك. أخذتنا في جولة وطنية، يعني لاحظت عشقك لوطنك وأصوليتك وأنك تميل بهذا الشكل الأصيل. وهذا التراث حضرتك ظهرته للنور هو جاء نتيجة سعي. هذا يعني أن هناك أماكن كثيرة في أوطاننا العربية التي نعشقها، حتى نسميها الأم، نسمي بلادنا ووطننا للسادة الحاضرين معنا من جميع الدول بأنها الأم، فأننا نعشق بلادنا كثيرا. لذلك يوجد أماكن كثيرة نريد كثير من أمثال حضرتك، وأنك جمعت أيضا ما بين الطب والفن ودرست الطب على الطريقة الفنية بهذا الشكل الرائع.
شكرا.
فأحييك عليه. أريد فقط أن ألفت نظر حضرتك لأمر، وهو أنكم ما شاء الله تملكون أماكن جميلة بهذا الطبيعة الخلابة. لماذا لا يوجد توجه إعلامي تسويقي لهذه الأماكن بجانب السياحة الدينية؟ تكون هذه الأماكن تظهر للنور في الإعلام وفي التسويق وتروجون لها سياحيا. وأنا يعني إن شاء الله سأكون أول الزائرين لهذه الأماكن في الفترة القادمة، وأشكرك أنك نورت لي أنا شخصيا هذه الأماكن، لأني أنا أعرف أن السعودية السياحة الدينية وفقط. وهذا الأمر يعني جذبني كثيرا أنك صورت هذا الشكل لنا، شوقتنا كثيرا لهذه الأماكن، فأنا أشكرك على ذلك.
شكرا لك. لا شك أنه المملكة العربية السعودية يعني هي قبلة المسلمين وبلاد الحرمين، وهذا من الطبيعي أن يطغى على أي جانب آخر. لكن كما قلت فعلا الاحتياج إلى إعطاء هذه الفرصة وهذا الجانب للفنون سيظهر، ومع الإعلام، تطور الإعلام وشراكات الفنانين سينطلق إلى الكثير من هذا. نأخذ سؤال أخير من القسم. سؤال أخير بسرعة نستختصره. يقولون لي خلاص انتهى الوقت، فإذا استطعتم.
It's work, yeah. السلام عليكم أستاذ، وشكرا جزيلا على المجهود اللي عرضته لنا. أنا بس كنت حابة أسأل إنه إحنا مثلا عندنا مشروع غير ربحي يهتم بعلاج مرضى السكتة الدماغية، وجزء من علاجنا يهتم بالعلاج الترويحي، أهم قسم فيه اللي هو العلاج بالفن أو الآرت. فمن وجهة نظرك ما مدى تقبل الفنانين أنهم يستخدمون فنهم ويساعدوننا بحيث أننا نستخدم هذا الفن كعلاج أو كثيرابي للمرضى اللي عندنا؟ هل في مجال كبير من الفنانين أنهم يتطوعون ويستخدمون فنهم كعلاج؟
بالتأكيد في مجال كبير، وبحكم عملي في الطب وعلاقاتي بكثير من في الفترة الماضية بالأماكن اللي تهتم بكثير عن طريق العلاج بالفن أو عن طريق الريهابيليتيشن حتى باستخدام الفن، ممكن أنه أتواصل وأعطيك بعض العناوين اللي ممكن تدعون فيها فنانين أو مشاركين أنهم يكونوا على خبرة بهذا المجال أكثر من غيرهم. شكرا لكم، وسعيد بأن يكون في وسطكم اليوم.
Gentlemen, how are we doing this afternoon? How are we doing? Is the energy still there? Brilliant, 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 brilliant. Okay, so now, you see, when people come for these sorts of things, you break into groups, you start talking, and then you wonder, when does this talk translate into action? When do we really agree on action points that can then be transformative? That's why these guys are here. They were managing, let's give them a round of applause, first of all, for the way they handled their various sessions, and I think it was very productive. Lots of good, productive conversations. When I stepped into them, I realized we had a good problem. All the rooms were full. I'm not going to keep you here too long. We need to get started. Femi is going to come up, tell us what you discussed, tell us what your recommendations are. Who do we need to get on board? Because we want to talk about action. We want to move these conversations to action. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, people. We had a really engaging moment in the breakout session on youth entrepreneurship and volunteering, promoting engagement at a local and international level. The participants were able to assess one first question, which was, what is the impact entrepreneurship and volunteering can have? What is the impact it can have on social change? And 66% of the participants have expressed that promoting engagement and entrepreneurship and volunteering opportunities for young people will have a high impact in our drive to have a social change in our societies. The participants moved on to discuss what are the potentials of non-governmental organizations and its institutions to create the mechanisms that can create an inclusive support system for young people to be engaged. Because young people need to access these opportunities in order to be self-dependent, in order to use their creativity, in order to channel their energy. And a lot of respondents have emphasized that NGOs themselves need to be capacitated with the right capabilities to train young people and to mentor them and to give them the necessary skills that they will need to go on and be entrepreneurs in their various endeavors. Then we try to identify then what will be the key strategies for creating the right environment for young people to be engaged. By and large, the people have said that we need to foster intergenerational dialogue within our systems and our institutions. We need to create the opportunity for young people to be involved in decision making, to be engaged with the older generation, to have the opportunity to acquire the skills and knowledge and their experiences. We need to increase the capacities of organizations to organize projects that are impactful, that can reach the objective of stimulating young people for these entrepreneurial endeavors. And we need to create an inclusive space for young people who are marginalized, young people who have no access to these opportunities. And the people have said that more funding will be required for organizations themselves to drive their objectives to the young people they so desire to impact.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Please stay there for a second, because you need to explain certain things to me. First of all, that whole thing about young people, I like that. The idea that young people who are marginalized need to be co-opted. That's brilliant. Yeah. But you say NGOs need to be capacitated with the right capability. What on earth are you talking about when you say that? What does it mean? Capacitated NGOs, what does that mean? With the right capabilities?
We found out from the experiences of people that sometimes organizations themselves are not well aligned in their aims and in their strategy. And therefore, young people cannot really benefit from the engagement they find in some of these organizations.
So NGOs don't know what they're doing? Is that what you mean?
It can be that way. And therefore, we find out that there is a need to really make sure that NGOs have what they need to transfer to the...
Okay, give me a typical example of how this means in practice. Well, give me an example of an NGO, because I think there's so many NGOs here, representatives of NGOs who might say that they know what they're doing. Yeah. And so any idea that they might be out of their depth might not necessarily augur well with them. So give me a practical example of what you mean when you say that NGOs might need a bit more capacity. What do you mean exactly?
Because sometimes the sense of engagement that volunteers have, being part of some NGOs, are only based on socializing and having fun, meeting friends, traveling.
Is that what NGOs do?
Well, sometimes it can be lost, the real essence of volunteering, because they have not properly conducted these trainings or this learning process for the volunteers to really understand that the element of volunteering is to empower themselves to impact the society.
Thank you very much. One last point you made was about intergenerational conversations. Is Nikita still here? Nikita from the Bahamas? Nikita is over there. Nikita, can you just make your point? Can we give her a microphone if we can, please? Nikita is in that section. Let's get her a microphone really quickly. Nikita walked up to me and talked about the fact that certain conversations need to happen within the youth. That, you talk about intergenerational, old people, young people, but Nikita, explain your point.
Hi, good evening. The comment that I made is that it's really important for us to remember that youth has a very broad range. And the approach that we take when we're talking about youth that are 13, 14, and 15 is very different from when you're speaking to someone sort of my age, 30 to 34, 35. And that we need to remember that sometimes the approach is different, and that in our conversation we need to address both aspects of youth. Because I was mentioning that at some point today during the talks, a lot of times it felt like at points we were talking about what we need to do to youth, to engage youth, where at least 70% of the people in this room are youth, but it's a different level of youth.
Okay, Nikita, thank you very much. And then Femi, I also want to ask you a question about local languages, context, so that you make sure you create a connection. Is it important for people to be able to familiarize yourself? If you're coming in from, say, wherever, and you're going to a country like, say, Gabon, is it important that you actually understand the local language that is being used?
Yeah, it is part of the cultural immersion that happens when you volunteer, and that also contributes to the breaking down of barriers and stereotypes that volunteers might previously hold before experiencing this.
Femi, let's give Femi a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Pierre is next. Pierre's was protection of cultural heritage. Can young people make a difference? He's from the World Organization of the Scout Movement. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. So, as Master of Ceremony said, our breakout session was about the protection of cultural heritage. Can young people make a difference? Are there people from the breakout session in the room? Yes? Raise the hand? Yeah. So, be identified so if we have more questions. So the session was divided in 3 times. First of it was, first thing of all, I'd like to say that we had the room packed, and I hope we could do another session another day because we have much enjoyed to have so many contributing people. Also, I'd like to thank Mrs. Leonie Evers from the UNESCO and Nicolas Papapesios for their inputs during this whole session. So actually, how did it go? Well, we have a few teasing questions to ask the participants about cultural heritage, to give back some notions, but also to see what were their appropriation of the notion. So basically, we started with the questions like, do you feel you live in a cultural, diverse environment? And so we had different answers. And so we first started to see what certain people were thinking that they were living in such a diversely cultural environments and why people thought this was not the case. So we had different views from different countries of the world. I should say that we had a lot of participants from everywhere, apart from Arab states, Asia, Africa, Europe, and Asia. So it made the discussions really amazing. Second question was, how much is the involvement of youth organizations in cultural heritage encouraged in your country? So, and same, from this answer, we had very different answers. And so based on this question, we elaborated a few measures or recommendations to how to make this better. So here is my 5 measures to better protect and promote cultural heritage. First one, intergenerational dialogue as a tool for youth to appropriate their culture, the cultural heritage. We think this dialogue and this relation is so important. Second element, education as a tool to raise awareness on the value of cultural heritage. And how to do that? Maybe this is going to be the next question. Through peer-to-peer exchanges and collaboration, and most of all through non-formal education. Third option, more support for communications around cultural heritage initiatives, like promotion. We had great example of cultural ambassadors, educational content in all books.
You've run out of time, but I'll give you 30 seconds.
Yeah, 2 last proposal. Last, one tool is the ICT and innovative tool for a better promotion, because promotion is certainly one of the tools for cultural heritage to be better known. For instance, we talked about virtual reality museums for everyone to have a chance to discover other country and other culture. And last but not least, to give more space to young people and youth organizations in the promotion and in the protection of cultural heritage, namely through public spaces and appropriation mechanism. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. When you say to give more space to youth, who's supposed to give them that space?
Well, I think one of the common elements from the discussion was that one of the elements of cultural heritage is that this is something that you mostly will live in your close environments. So it's much related to the space you're going to, like around your daily activities or the place you live or the place you work. So there were a lot of proposals that these actors that are responsible for cultural heritage around you could be getting closer to you, give you more space to maybe even ask you questions on how to appropriate this cultural heritage.
What about, you talk about international dialogue. Are there cases where dominant cultures might actually, in many ways, overwhelm the smaller cultures, if that makes sense?
the discussion we had was sometimes people think they know something about a culture because there is a dominant idea of what a culture is.
Interesting.
And sometimes when people go to a country, they're sometimes the cliché. So the point is maybe to fight the cliché, to fight the ideas that we can have in a culture in having a better promotion, because this is maybe what makes a culture dominant is maybe the lack of dialogue. Maybe if there's a lot of dialogue between culture, we said the word respect came a lot of time. So from all the interventions and the questions, the dialogue of culture made the culture have each and everyone has a space for expression.
Okay. And then there was the last question about education. You talk about education. There's a lady here who talked to me about schooling and education and the difference between the two. Is she in the room today? Is she here? She was basically saying that there is a distinction that's been made between schooling and education. And that distinction needs to be clear. And so what are you proposing exactly? Are you proposing informal education or broad education, or are you also talking about integration of culture in the schooling system?
So you're talking to a scout, and we are much about non-formal education. Actually, in our discussions, we have been mentioning the two. One element was to maybe some participants said it would be great if we could have in any educative publication few elements about the cultural heritage. So that's maybe one very concrete point. So any kids going to school would have some elements. But the other elements is, of course, non-formal education as, through the activities that you would do. You take your friends, your young friends, and you go to a World Heritage site or a cultural site, and then you start to learn. And maybe you'll be willing to do a project to make this cultural heritage better understood and maybe better enjoyable.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please, Pierre, let's give him a round of applause. You want to make a comment, number 3? Very briefly? Very briefly?
Yeah.
Yes, it's you that we spoke, yes.
It was just a comment. So I come from the United Kingdom, and cultural heritage is kind of quite an interesting topic in where I live in London because it's so culturally diverse. And actually the idea of patriotism and cultural heritage, sadly, has become quite associated sometimes with actually racism, overvaluing our own national heritage when actually we live in a city which has so many different cultures. And so I'm kind of thinking about how to balance preserving cultural heritage, but actually just celebrating the fact that we live in a really globalized society and that our schools and education systems need to be inclusive. We don't want to be teaching our children that this is, and refugees and migrants, this is your culture now. No, this is a shared culture, and we want
That's
to
an
learn
interesting
about
point.
everybody.
That's an interesting point. I'm going to leave that for a moment, but let's come back to that point later on. Let's give Pierre a round of applause, and please take your seat. And Leonardo is coming up next. He was using digital tools for the promotion of social interaction and engagement. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up.
It's a really big room. To start, Alan, I would like to remember you that in your matinal compliments, you didn't mention American attendance. And as a Brazilian, I would like to call some applause for us, for America and Latin America that are here. Well, we discussed in our breakout session the role of digital tools for engaging people, for social interaction and for social engagement. We had two polling questions that gave us interesting numbers. The first of them showed us that around 70% of the attendees agree that technology is really very important in their daily base routine, in their work and their projects. Besides that, 70% told that evaluate below average the performance of their own institutions in the use of digital tools. So I think we have a gap. We addressed it in the discussions, but I'm sorry to say that we could not arrive in a final decision, a final proposal for you. I would like to raise only three subjects that I think were really more discussed in our group. The first one was how can we approach the NGOs and the technology world? Many of our NGOs, many of our institutions hire technology teams to build applications for address specific questions, and we really have great gaps to understand the technological vocabulary, and by the other hand, they have the same problem to understand our needs. So we thought to propose that we NGOs, I don't know, maybe by the committee, we could raise best practices about how to building bridges to put closer the technology teams and NGOs that need to use that team, so that technology will actually be useful and be appropriated by our institution. The other question that raised a lot of attention was the security of our personal data and the use that commercial uses that the technology industry make of them. This is a very important concern on our agenda, and we discussed. We proposed we could start thinking to push a global discussion about a global ethic code on the use of personal data for commercial uses by the technology industry. And the last question I'd like to raise was a labor right. That is the labor to get offline. And I know, and I look, many of you all the time looking at the cell phone, and we are all the time connected. How can we arrive to the right of disconnect ourselves and to profit free time, because it's a right, and we as NGO workers, we also have the right to be disconnected sometimes. Well, these were three questions I would like to raise.
That's very
Just like to thank our expert that shared his knowledge, Dr. Nicolas Bussard, and also our friend Kelly, Ryan Kelly, that make the reporter. Thank you, both of you, and thank you all the participants for that really participative session we had.
Let's give him a round of applause. Absolutely brilliant. But global ethic code, that's interesting. How does that work? How are you proposing to make that work?
I don't know. I'm proposing to push a discussion. I think we need to identify the stakeholders. Who in the United Nations system is involved with the use of technology, with the use of personal data? I think UNESCO has a role to play in this dialogue. I think the technology industry need to be called. We need to talk with the technology industry about the use they make of our personal data. And we, from NGO that we deal all the time with technology in our work, in our personal lives, I think we can lead the discussion.
And then, interesting about the solutions that you talk about, are they going to be? How do you make sure that the solutions are actually in line with the needs of the communities in which the NGOs work? Would they be led by the people in those communities, or would they be led by the NGOs? How do you strike? How does that work?
I think it's a struggle we made every day in our work. We try to be the more honest bridges between the people we work to and the other institutions they cannot reach because they're not there. We are in Paris, we are based in Paris in UNESCO, and the people who we work with are not there. But we need to be honest, we need to try to transmit their own wishes.
So a bottom-up approach might be an alternative.
Sorry?
A bottom-up approach from a village in Chiriagonja, in Matuga, in Uganda to Paris, so that you start from the ground and build it upward.
Well, we need to start by the ground. We need to start by here who is affected by everything we're discussing. But we need to understand that we work in a representative system, so we also need to be bridges and be honest bridges.
Okay, anybody else that would like to add to these things? Anything that you think was left out, sir? Let's get him a microphone really quickly. Another hand.
A lot of hands.
A lot of hands. A lot of hands. The lady here. Yes, yeah. Mic number 2 over there. The first mic over there. Number 1. Let's start with you, number 1.
Assalamu alaikum. Abdul Malik Tayyar. I just wanted to go back to group number 2 when it comes to youth and heritage. And I was one of the groups who suggested to do the Heritage Plaza. Just to give more details about the point that you mentioned about education. It's basically when you have this Heritage Plaza in every country or in every city, basically it has so many departments. One of the major things is basically where the experts can meet the youth who are specialized in storytelling to transfer these history and culture into stories to make it more interesting to youth.
Interesting.
The other one is to create a virtual museum which every month has a theme so you can share a lot of cultures very easily.
That's very interesting. Thank you very much. And number 2, microphone 2 over there. There's a lady there. Lady put up her hand at the very front. The lady, yes, you, madam, you, please. That's mic number 3. Yes. Please stand up and make your point, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to come back to the first one. And I think a few things were missed out based on what we discussed. And when we talked about young people in terms of volunteering and entrepreneurship, what we thought strongly about is we feel that the volunteering sector is not glamorous enough, and it could be damaging to the NGO sector in a way that young people can't be volunteering throughout their life. It's not sustainable. And we need to bring the discussion towards professionalizing the NGO sector and giving young people the chance to make a career in the NGO sector. And this should be done when donors and funders, for example, they're giving us funding for projects, not to give us funding only for the projects, but allow us to use some of that for salaries. Many times this is not the case back in Mauritius, for example, where we have to use this money only for the project. So the thing is, we can't get young people and young professionals to join the NGO sector and make a career out of it if we expect them to work for free. So this should be very important.
Very interesting indeed. Number 4, please. Mic number 4 over there.
Hi, Nikita from the Bahamas again. I just really wanted to build on what the lady from Mauritius talked about. It's very difficult when you're working in low-income communities to inspire volunteerism when people's parents are telling them that you can't do that, you have to get a job because you have to help support the family. And these are realities that, my nonprofit and I know many other nonprofits are faced with. And at the end of the day, everything comes back down to funding. And when you have limited funding, when you're limited by what the donors say you can do, it makes things really challenging.
Then tell you what you should do? Stop depending on donors. Stop asking for money. Make ways. Surely there's a creative way of finding that money yourself.
I mean, yes, of course there are creative ways, but then I think there's also...
NGOs can't really depend on donors for the rest of their existence, can't they?
No, they can.
Surely that model has to shift with the
times.
times.
I 100% agree that they have to shift, but you have to also realize that there are social and economic limitations depending on the country that you're in.
Then maybe it's because those countries are not trying to find indigenous or local solutions to their problems.
I disagree. You have to remember that there are also political structures, and I've been working for the past 9 years in the Bahamas, but there are barriers to development. And these are the realities that we're faced with.
Thank you for your time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a round of applause as well. Thank you very much.
حضورنا الكريم، رحبوا معنا مجددا بالسيد جون ديفتيريوس.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back on stage Mr. John Defterios.
This is a sign of a fantastic event. It's almost 6 o'clock and we've got a very good crowd. I would ask those who are sitting here so we can have everybody into the center if you feel comfortable getting up and moving over so we can have you in our eyesight. Let's welcome our special guest with a nice warm round of applause. Bassam Al-Adel is a special representative to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, representing Jordan in the kingdom. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Now, this is not a dry subject because we want to delve, after all the discussion we've had today, looking at the purpose or the mission of the NGO. This is the NGO community. I think it was incredibly clever of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to hold an event of this type here at this window of time. In my earlier session, I was talking about the National Transformation Plan. You're involved here as a special representative and engage in that sort of work. But why is it important, if you have different pillars of a transformation plan, to make sure that the NGO flag is planted at the same time? And without sounding lofty about it, why is it important for civil society in your view?
In my own modest experience in Jordan, we've been through a transformation of our own. We called it the social and economic transformation. It was mainly economic and not, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a special?
No.
That's great, no problem. This works better, I think. There we go.
So,
thank you.
So I was saying the experience that we had in Jordan was more of an economic transformation rather than a social transformation. In my opinion, that no successful transformation or economic transformation can take place without addressing the consequences of these economic changes on society at large. There are social impacts, there are social considerations. You are changing a good part of society from a tribal society like ours in Jordan, like Saudi Arabia, into a more modern civil society that is more inclusive, that is more based on merit and less on other factors. So there are social constraints to economic transformation which must be addressed ahead of time if the economic transformation is to be successful. Now, the NGO community plays a very important role within the social fabric of society. Society at large does not only depend on government, which is the main provider, which is the main instrument of governance in any society, but increasingly social and political and economic non-governmental organizations have assumed a much more prominent role in allowing people to have a stake in what is going on at the government level.
Let me interrupt you here to foster the debate. One would say, going through a transformation, I want to pick and choose my NGOs. Wouldn't be really great for civil society if you're screening them. So you have the local NGOs, you have international NGOs, but is it important to open the door to all NGOs? And I know it's a sensitive topic, but what did you do in Jordan?
I'll be very honest with you. Many NGOs do not like governments, and many governments do not like NGOs, because governments tend to be extraterritorial, and they do not like other outside players to interfere in their work. As long as NGOs confine their activities to humanitarian aspects, to social aspects, not sensitive issues, then the governments are satisfied and they can tolerate NGOs. NGOs are the same, because I think NGOs feel that many governments are not actually appreciative of the role that they are playing as major stakeholders in society. My experience has taught me that the best way forward is to live with each other in partnership. We might not like all the NGOs. We don't like people who interfere in politics or talk about women empowerment or talk about sometimes youth issues which are a bit too sensitive. But they are there. And if they are credited with expertise and experience in major parts of the world, particularly in developing countries, in Latin America, in Asia, in Africa, they are credible. We cannot just discredit them by saying you are too involved with politics. We cannot even discredit some of the local NGOs because of their affiliations with foreign NGOs. I think that's the lesson that I learned. I learned that we need to positively engage with each other, both. NGOs need to positively engage with governments. Governments need to positively engage with NGOs, even though we might not like 100% what each of us is doing.
Wow, very interesting. The influence of the smartphone on society and even allowing different NGOs in. If somebody has that powerful tool in their hands, is it kind of a fruitless effort to try to close the door and not let certain NGOs into your society?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, maybe both you and I lived during a time when we did not have smartphones, when the internet was not available everywhere, particularly in remote areas. And again, I speak about Jordan because that's my expertise. In Jordan, in several remote areas, we had to introduce the internet service in the year 2004 and 2003 and 2002, going back to certain areas in order to allow remote people to have access to the internet. Today, it is widely available. With a telephone, you get access and you know exactly what is going on everywhere around the world. You know exactly what is the feeling of empowerment. You know exactly what youth can do, particularly youth in a place like Saudi Arabia, who are extremely engaged with smartphones, who are extremely technologically savvy. You see the engagement of youth in Saudi Arabia on Twitter, on Facebook, on all kinds of tools that are there, and they are positively engaged in what's going on in their society. You cannot actually find a way today to stop that engagement, and you cannot allow anybody to say that we do not want to deal with this NGO, particularly because they have a target audience of a particular breed or a particular sect or a particular gender, which we're not comfortable with. We are beyond that stage, in my opinion.
Great. The other thing that's very interesting is the training or the opening up of the Deputy Crown Prince to the NGO community. I mean, he actually, if you will, cut his teeth in the NGO community before taking this very outsized role of the National Transformation Plan and the Minister of Defense at the same time. What did he learn in that process? What did Saudi Arabia learn about itself? The evolution of the MiSK Foundation as an NGO, and the danger of it crowding out other NGOs because it is so large. I know, again, sensitive topics, but worth tackling, I think.
As an outsider coming and looking at Saudi Arabia from the outside and looking at the example that is set by MiSK and looking at the great attention that the Deputy Crown Prince gave to MiSK as far back as 9-10 years ago, and the huge progress that this NGO has provided, obviously it is not easy. You know, finding an NGO that can be sustainable, that can be taken seriously by the government, by the bureaucracy of the government, if you allow me, and to be able to achieve in very serious and difficult terrains like education, like culture, like youth. This is a mammoth effort, and it requires a lot of stamina, it requires a lot of courage. I think the fact that MiSK, under His Royal Highness, has succeeded in becoming what it is today is testimony of the vision and courage that he has. And obviously, it is also testimony of the role that he understands and he appreciates and he values for the NGO community. One thing.
How about the crowding out, Bassem? Is there a danger that it's so large, or some of the NGOs are so prominent, or have the government support, that you crowd out the emerging NGOs that want to come up?
To be honest with you, what I really appreciate here in Saudi Arabia is the inclusive aspect of it. I think nobody is coming to exclude small players. I think there is an inclusion which is very much at the heart of the effort of MiSK and others. You are allowing other smaller NGOs to participate with you as partners, as co-partners, in joint efforts, in particular programs, particular activities. And again, I saw that in Jordan when we introduced microfinance. When the King Abdullah Fund for Development came up with microfinance, obviously there were other smaller players who were engaged in microfinance. They were very concerned. Here is the King Abdullah Fund coming with Prince Talal bin Abdul Aziz, with the Grameen Bank, with Yunus, and forming a huge institution for microfinance in Jordan. It's going to eat everybody alive, and all the other players. And they voiced their concern in a very loud way. They said, we're not going to be taken over or actually marginalized and crowded out by this new institution. The solution was eventually that we included them all in one effort. We all became partners. I think this culture of partnership that is evolving in Saudi Arabia, and that I see very much evident in MiSK, in terms of its application, in terms of its orientation towards youth and towards culture and towards education, I think it allows for partnership among others. The cake is a big cake. It allows everybody to be included. Saudi Arabia is a big country. Saudi Arabia has huge resources. It has youth. It has huge human resources which are unbelievably talented. So the actual scope for cooperation and inclusion and partnership in Saudi Arabia is there. I think it takes a visionary leader like the Deputy Crown Prince, it takes a visionary institution like MiSK, an NGO, to allow for this kind of partnership without being scared of it, without being challenged by it. I don't think they see competition. I think they see more of a synergy and more of a partnership and more of a positive interaction.
Okay, I've known you, I think, 15 years from the World Economic Forum community. I've been coming to this country for a quarter century. One would have to be blind not to see the change on the street.
Absolutely. No, this is a very dynamic society. I mean, the youth in Saudi Arabia, which is obviously
changing almost month to month.
It is changing. I think it is really very much a credit to the leadership, obviously, of Saudi Arabia, but also to the youth of Saudi Arabia. I think that the youth in Saudi Arabia are becoming incredibly responsible citizens, stakeholders in a grand development project, and they all feel part of it. And this sense of ownership that the youth have, I mean, look at the volunteers here. I was amazed with the sense of purpose that volunteers, not even the MiSK organizers are, but also the volunteers who have a huge sense of ownership of what's going on. This is what actually leads societies to become dynamic and to evolve and to produce. You look at examples in Singapore, you look at examples in South Korea, you look at examples in Ireland, you look at examples of actually dynamic societies which were looked at as not having resources, not being able to transform, and I know there are many skeptics around, particularly in Arab society where we have a lot of skeptics around about, yes, they're not going to be able to achieve that. No, they will. They will because of youth, because of the determination of youth, and there is a vision, there is a program, there are targets, and you see people who are very realistic in terms of their dreams and in terms of their vision. People need to have that kind of reality check, but that should not stop the dream, and that should not stop the drive and the passion of the youthful component, which is the majority of the population of Saudi Arabia.
Great. We have about 6 or 7 minutes. We want to put the lights on. See if we have any questions from the floor. We do. We have one there. This is a very participatory audience as well. We have one behind the green row because I'm very far to the right. So let's get one from the women's section, and we'll take number 2 as well. Please. I would ask, because we have 7.5 minutes, to be super direct. Thanks. If you can stand up. Terrific. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being with us. My question would be more of an explanation too. We are beginning to have countries who tend to move forward and then move way backward. You are coming from a political background, so I feel very comfortable asking this question. It happened in Cameroon. It almost happened in Nigeria. It happened in Venezuela. It happened in Burundi. Countries. Governments tend to, at some point, whenever there is a disagreement, take away the internet. Just take away the power of young people to share information, to connect with their peers, to say what's actually going on, and they just take it away. What do you think we should do when things like this happen? What from the government, from a politician perspective, what do you think is the reason why they always feel this is the only solution to maybe shutting us up or something? Thank you very much.
But before you give the mic, which country are you from?
Nigeria.
Nigeria, interesting. We see this, and this is a big concern in Africa. And I know
we've seen it in Jordan.
Well, I was going to say, I just came back from Kenya. We have elections in August there. It's always nice to be open until things don't go your way, and then you close. We see this in 4 or 5 African countries taking place as we speak.
Thank you very much for the question. I think this is a very, very appropriate thing that we need to consider. If reform was easy, I think it would have taken place a long, long time ago. No, reform is never easy. And it takes courage, it takes vision, it takes real leadership to sustain a reform effort. You will always have skeptics. You will always have what we call in Jordan the old guard, and I'm sure you call them the old guard in your places, who will never appreciate the passion of youth and what youth is capable of. I think in many societies you have that. It is all a matter of sustaining that reform effort.
He's asking a very direct question I think we need to address. When the going gets rough, the tough leaders usually shut the door. So how do you prevent that without just making the transition complete?
I think that you have many examples where you take many steps backward for you to take a step forward, but you also have many examples where people just keep moving forward. I think somebody like Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore did not stop. He moved and he built a serious civil society that is inclusive, that is built on merit, that is built on productivity. And Singapore today is what it is today because of what real leadership did in Singapore. You find other people who never stopped. I think somebody like the leadership of the United Arab Emirates, somebody like Mohammed bin Rashid, against all skeptics, he moved forward. without resources, with a lot of problems during the financial crisis, with a lot of people who thought that the Dubai story is no longer a story, and he kept moving forward, and Dubai is what it is today. You look at a place like Ireland, even with all the difficulties that they faced, they're still moving forward. Yes, you find many places where people take a back seat and sometimes become complacent. Maybe they do not want to face for political reasons, as you rightly said. But I think we owe it to the youth to live up to their dreams. If we do not live up to the expectations of youth, they're not going to allow politicians to be around for many, many years. I think that's the beauty of it. One last thing I would say is that this country is blessed to have a young leader like the Deputy Crown Prince. He's 31 years old. He has all his life ahead of him, and he can see where things are heading. I started working in Jordan with King Abdullah in 1999, when he became king. What I used to say at that time, and I was younger then, and I could see that this king could see 20 years ahead. He had a long-term vision. Whereas people like me, who are civil servants, we were worried about our job. We were not sure whether we will be there next year or even next month. So we were always short-term in our thinking. The only person who was long-term in his thinking was King Abdullah in Jordan, and he could see the year in 20 years. Today, I see this in Saudi Arabia. I can see the Deputy Crown Prince seeing 2030. Many people say, oh, we're all going to be dead in 2030. No, we're going to be alive, and we're going to do things which are right in 2030.
Great.
So that's the real
trade-off. You have to have that
it.
sort of vision and drive. I remember during the financial crisis, I interviewed Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, and he actually said, if I don't continue to move forward and remain positive, my model collapses. So I will continue to drive despite adversity. And he did. Placard 4, if we can. We have 2.5 minutes, so keep your answers tight, and we'll keep the questions tight. And I think we'll try to get the 3 questions in. Please, number 4.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm from the International Young Christian Workers, and I'm coming from Germany. And I was very much impressed by your honesty when you were describing the relationship between governments and NGOs. And I think we as NGOs, we can learn out of it that sometimes we should reflect it critically if it is always very good to combine a huge criticism to government and huge expectations. On the other hand, I saw that you actually very much value the impact of NGOs on the local level. And you also said that politicians have to know what young people want. So for this, I think it's crucial that NGOs can have a voice in politics.
Absolutely.
But in reality, what I hear more and more from other NGOs and also experience myself is that it seems to be much easier for multinational corporations to have a voice into politics than for NGOs. And my question is, how can we deal with this situation? How can we as NGO can be more effective in our impact into politics? And also, how could we establish measures to determine the influence of multinational corporations?
That's a great point, because we also talk about social entrepreneurs. And are they crowding out the NGOs because they have deep pockets and they're willing to put their money at stake?
Look, I'll be very brief because of time. It's an evolving culture. I think, where I started when I was Minister of Planning in Jordan, and where I ended were 2 different places. I was very skeptical about NGOs, like many of my fellow government officials. It took a lot of learning, it took a lot of education on my part, and a lot of experience to understand what NGOs do, how they operate, and how credible their work can be. So it's an evolving thing. It's a learning curve. It doesn't happen automatically. I think with respect to multinational corporations, because of their direct impact on development, they have a much stronger say. They have a much stronger access to the top echelon. But as we see, in the Middle East, we are seeing people at the top levels of leadership who are very appreciative of what NGOs do. So I'm very optimistic about the future and in terms of the impact that NGOs will have.
Okay. But I think it's a point that she makes a very good point, is that the Gates Foundation has done phenomenal work trying to eradicate malaria, right? But the voice of the NGOs need to emerge and balance it out. We have number 2, and I'm just going to get a cue from our people on the floor here. We have a lot of hands up, so I don't know if we want to go an extra 5 minutes or not. Be direct, please. Thank you.
Yes. My question is, we see that in this region, civil society is way ahead of governments. And
just a second. We need to get his microphone up just a little bit higher so we can hear it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is this okay?
Yes.
So we see in this region that civil societies usually are way ahead of governments, and that governments actually are very aware of what civil society does, and they try to, let's say, maintain civil society in what they like, not what it should be. What is your take on that?
So placating civil society, like it's very nice you're working on that project. You continue to do that project, but we don't want you to get too big.
Again, I think we are evolving and we are in the process of transformation. This is a dynamic society. I think governments are changing. Government today, anywhere in the Middle East, is not what it was like 5 years ago. Certainly not what it was like 10 years ago. I think governments realize the burden of development, of human development, and they will allow a role for civil society because they will see civil society as a real partner in providing for this human development. They cannot do it on their own. I think more and more better governments, young governments, more enlightened governments are seeing what civil societies can provide. So I'm more optimistic than you are. I think that the future holds a lot of promise, provided that the civil society can actually prove themselves to be serious stakeholders and own the development process or the reform process that is taking place in many areas in the Middle East.
Another sensitive question. During the Arab Spring, I still remember the Jordan military handing out the bottles of water during the heat and the protest. What happened to civil society during that period of time? I know in Egypt, for example, many of the NGOs were shut down. It was the ultimate test, don't you think, for the NGO community?
To the extent that NGOs are seen as real institutions of the power structure in any society by everybody in society, not only by governments, that is how they will sustain themselves, and that is how they will be able to withstand big weather storms like the Arab Spring. So what I would say is that the more that NGOs sustain themselves and institutionalize their presence in different parts of the Middle East, the better chances they have of being less marginalized come the time when an unfriendly government comes to not to allow them to have the role that they need to have.
Great. Placard number 1, we have the microphone there.
Thank you.
And then we'll try to take one more question after that. Why don't we take the question here from the front? And then
Anis Sada from Tunisia.
One more time, we couldn't hear you, sorry.
Anis Sada from Tunisia. I have one question and one comment. My first question is, do you think it's time to don't use youth as target, but manage them as leaders?
Can you repeat the question because we just heard you?
Do you think it's time to stop managing youth as target and lead them as leaders? And my comment, do you expect in Arab world country by 2030 our generation of youth will have space as decision leaders?
For sure. You are already a decision leader. For sure. There is no way about it. You know, the majority, when people speak in the West about classifying us in the Arab world, these are Sunnis and these are Shiites, these are Christians and these are Muslims, these are Palestinians and these are Jordanians, and you know, they love to classify us. It's as if we are fighting each other all the time. I say no. The majority of the Arab people today are young people. They want work, they want education, they want to live decent lives, and they want to be productive in their societies. And they want to decide about their own priorities. This is the majority of the Arab people anywhere. So there is no way that anybody can stop an Arab young man from dreaming of having a decent life with integrity. That's an Arab man or an Arab woman, for that matter, from having a decent life with integrity. There is no question about that. I think that is today what Saudi Arabia, what the leadership in Saudi Arabia is actually symbolizing, what the leadership in Jordan is symbolizing, what the leadership in the United Arab Emirates is symbolizing. So more and more countries in the Middle East are actually realizing that the youth are the big factor that will determine the future. Otherwise, we will have no future.
Okay. They typed into that little screen right there, please, no more questions. So I have to apologize. They typed it up, so I'll take the cue from them because they wanted to wrap up at 6 and we're at 6:15. First of all, thanks for all the questions from the floor. Yes. A very engaging, terrific audience. And we appreciate the questions from the women's section, even though we can't see them through the green bushes over here. We saw them on camera. Always terrific to get your insights.
Thank you very much for having me.
Great. And you have a MC and interviewer here. Alan, you got to stand up. I didn't know who Alan was when he introduced me because I only know him by his voice. I listen to him every morning, UAE time, 6 to 8. In Saudi Arabia, it's 5 to 7 on my iPhone because he does BBC World Service. We're lucky to have him. He does a fantastic job. If you don't bloody use that app, you should. And that's my competitor because they're BBC World Service. We don't have a radio service on CNN. Warm round of applause for Alan and also for Bassem at the same time. Nice to have you.
Thank you, sir.
And as someone who looks up or looked up to John Torres, when he says that I do a good job, then I have arrived. Let's give him a round of applause. Interesting conversation. Amazing, amazing stuff. And for all of you who are still here, I'd like you to clap for yourselves because it has been a great day. Tomorrow is going to be 3 times greater. So it's very important that you show up tomorrow as well. Have you heard of Carl Lewis? World record holder, 100 meters, long jump. He's going to be on this stage tomorrow. So there's every reason to be here tomorrow. And thank you very much on behalf of everybody who's been working so hard in the background, on behalf of the technical team. Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow. 9 o'clock sharp.